U.S.A.A. Insurance. Making insurance easy is our duty. Eligibility restrictions apply. Insurance provided by United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
The major is around the corner.
Here it comes. The Giants, the Titans.
The best player in the world.
It is going to be one hell of a tournament.
This was just absolutely insane.
This is the COD League.
One of the craziest sequences I've ever seen in my life.
Looking unbeatable. Oh my God! What is this?
They're flawless. I can't wait. This is going to be a blast.
The honeymoon period is over.
They continue on. This is just disgusting.
It is do or die time.
Welcome to day 2 of the last major of 2021. 12 matches remain until we crown the last major winner of this season, and today we have 4 matches. 2 teams will be eliminated, and the 4 teams that advance will be guaranteed prize money. So it's get woke or be broke. Now, the best players in the world are set to take the stage, and shortly they will be sat across from their opponents and will have to prove who is worthy. But I want to talk about the bracket real quick. Here is how things stand heading into today's matches. Surge and Royal Ravens start things off, followed by Mutineers and Subliners. Both games will send someone packing penniless. Then it's Empire and Rocker and Optic and Ultra to see who moves on in the winner's bracket. We're going to get into all of that good stuff and more as we welcome you into our CDL HQ presented by U.S.A.A. My mates Nameless and Stutter on the desk yet again, boys. It is an absolute pleasure to be sharing this desk with you guys today. Now, let's start with a team that really shook the Call of Duty world yesterday, and of course that is Rocker. Now, the difficulties don't end here. They don't have an easy road ahead of them. In fact, they're actually going to be taking on the team that placed second in our last major, of course, Empire. This is going to be a pretty tough match, so I hope they're ready for this in terms of obviously how they're going to tee up this and how they're potentially going to, take Empire on and take the W. What do they need to do today?
Yeah, I mean, not an easy road for Rocker. Looking at it, you beat FaZe, and now you got to play Empire. But they got to bring that same aggression into this match. I think that is the biggest key to victory here. You saw what Rocker did yesterday. Everybody, they were not afraid to go at FaZe, to play aggressive. And that's what they did, man. They were pushing them out in hardpoint, getting those kills, pushing up mid-map, and initiating that next rotation. Everybody on this team played above and beyond, and they're going to need to do that because you look at Empire, they played an extremely fast pace as well. You have Illy, Vivid, and Crim all in the top 10 for damage per map and hardpoint. That's 2 of their ARs that are doing that, right? So you're going to need players like Major Maniac, a guy who's been playing great over the last few weeks, to play at a high level, to play at a fast pace, and keep up with those guys.
For me, in order for Minnesota Rocker to come out and get this win, you have to get the same level of play that you got yesterday out of Standy and Priesta. Watching those guys yesterday versus FaZe, they were going absolutely off. 1.2s on the series. You don't do that versus a team like FaZe, but those guys were on point yesterday, more specifically in those hard points. When you're looking at both of these guys, 1.32, 1.17. This is such a key factor because the last time that they played against Dallas was in Stage 5, but they lost 3-1 by losing both hard points. What Dallas did so well was shutting down both of these players, holding them both underneath a 1.0 KD, and today that can't be the answer. In order for Rocker to get this win today, those 2 guys need to have a big day.
Yeah, they do indeed. And I'll tell you what, the margins are pretty slim right now in terms of who wins and loses. I think based upon how Rocker played yesterday, how they're going to come up and tee against Empire, if they can bring that same fire that we saw them take down FaZe with, I think this Dallas Empire matchup might be a really, really interesting one. So stay tuned, people. Now, the other winners bracket match that we have today is Ultra versus Optic. Now, Optic obviously coming off being reverse swept by the team that Ultra just beat, the LA Thieves, of course. Who must shine today on the side of Optic to advance through to the winners bracket in the next rounds?
You know what? No one particular player needs to shine in this match. I mean, you look at Optic, and throughout the year, we've been very hard on them, as well as the community, in that sometimes one player goes off, and then the rest of them, you know, they poop the bed, right? Like their team just didn't have teamwork up until stage 5. It's true. It's true. They did not have teamwork, and now they figured it out. On rotation, they're winning their fights. You know, they're doing what they need to do, finally breaking these hills and search and destroy. Different players are taking turns going off. Envoy with initial kills and first bloods, and then Scump, he's going off and search and destroy as well. So this is a team that is a well-balanced effort right now. They're all going off in every single match that they have, and I think if one player tries to go above and beyond the rest, they will fail. So I'm looking at Optic to continue what they've built so far in stage 5.
Well, I think it's opposite. I think that the player that has to shine today has to be Scump, man. When you talk about this guy throughout all year long, he's been one of the most consistent players that we have in the entire league. He's holding a 1.0 KD in every single game mode. And the thing that's even more shocking is that he's at a 1.16 in Search and Destroy as their bomb carrier, as their OBJ. So the guy's doing the dirty work and picking up the kills. He's just going off, man. And today, when you're going up against Ultra, so far in the season, they are 1-2. But they have yet to beat Ultra in the Search and Destroy, 0-4. And you can just see that right there for Scump. He's at a 0.84. Today, he's going to have a massive game in that Search and Destroy mode in order for Optic to see the win on the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just looking at the stats there, you can see that this kind of slack comes off a little bit on that S&D against Ultra, but really does excel on the rest of the game modes there against them. So really interested to see how we can kind of turn this around and bring more of that KD back from overall in this season against Ultra today. Really excited to see that matchup. It's going to be a banger. Now, our 2 elimination games today are Surge versus Royal Ravens, and we got Mutineers versus NYSL. I want to know from you gents, which teams do you think are going to be sent home with empty pockets today?
Yeah, I'm going Ravens, and I'm also going to go with New York Subliners. You know, I look at Ravens and what they've, how they've been performing. It's just not been great. I mean, 3-10 in respawns in stage 5 regular play. That's not going to cut it versus a Seattle team that looked very good yesterday. I mean, everybody contributed. It wasn't a one-man show, so I think Seattle take that. And then you look at New York. Yesterday, they go to a game 5 all the way to the very end against LAG. Key word there, it was LAG, the worst team that we have in the CDL, and New York still did struggle. Now, both of the teams did have great moments. I don't think that New York is going to be able to bring that same level of play into a match versus a Mutineers team that has that pop-off ability with 4 players who can go off, and some of them hitting their stride like Neptune. I think Mutineers take this one.
And I'm going to completely agree with you. I think that Ravens and New York are going to be the teams that go home today. Let's start with the Ravens, though. When the Ravens they're going up against Seattle today. And if history is going to repeat itself, Seattle were able to take care of them at that Major 4 on land. But when you look at that Seattle team as of yesterday, they were all playing really well. It's just like a whole new spark of energy in that team. So I feel like Seattle, they're going to be able to take care of business there. But on the opposite side, you have New York. And the reason why I think New York are going home today is because they're going up against a Florida team who look like they have the opportunity to be really good or really bad. And when you're looking at this New York roster, obviously not having Calista here, there was a lot of mistakes on the map yesterday. And I think that Florida, they're going to be able to capitalize on it today.
You know what? I can see you holding back those tears, Jay. Don't let those floodgates open just yet. It's not over right now. The dreams for NYSL to continue aren't over just yet. We're not sure what Mutineers team we're going to be getting today, but I'm very excited to find out. Now, what's on the line, you may be asking? Well, this is the line, and this is what's on it. We have a huge prize pool here, as per usual in our major. $500,000 on the line. First place takes home $200K. Second has a cool $120. We got third with $80,000, and so on and so forth. But as you can see right at the bottom there, we have our no prize money winners here. Are they winners really? I don't know.
On to Cancun.
Maybe. LAG and Paris do not have any prize money to their names. They will be going home. Well, actually, they went home yesterday. And then we have 9th and 10th who are going to get cleaned up today. We're going to be finding out very shortly who those are going to be. But let's take a look right now at what is coming your way. We got presented by the US Army, our major Tournament 5 schedule. London Royal Ravens versus Seattle Surge begin your day. New York Subliners versus Florida Mutineers up next. Minnesota Rocket takes on Dallas Empire, and another banger, Toronto Ultra versus Optic. Now, folks, we have match 1 pretty much set in stone. It's a battle between 2 teams who want to climb in this major as a last-ditch effort to make something of their seasons. Maven and Merc have got you guys covered for London versus Seattle right after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by ActiveStat, the next-generation analytics platform built with Google Cloud that brings fans, players, and commentators the power of competitive statistics in real time. Presented by S.O.A Insurance. They make it easy to insure your stuff like rigs and gear, and they have your back.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of Major 5 as players are getting ready to rock and roll, try and continue on the battle for their share of $500,000. It's all gunless, rolling in, all the boys getting ready to go. Maven here, joined by the glorious Joe DeLuca. How you doing today, sir?
Doing well. I don't know, man. Gunless just looks good, doesn't he? He had a nice, like, little shape up. The guy looks different, dude. I'm digging it. I'm digging it.
Yeah, he looks like he's been hitting the gym a little bit. Are we the Maroon Brothers today? You're looking sharp.
Are we matching?
Pal.
Perfect.
Usually Joe and I text each other what colors we're wearing. Today we didn't, and this is what happens.
All right. I think we look pretty good.
Yeah,
this is a bit lighter. Mine's got some more color into it. I got a sweater. You got a button up. It works.
It works out. It works out. Well, colors aside, we're getting ready to roll here for our first series of day 2. Let's meet our teams. First, let's check out Seattle Surge.
Fire coming in, but can Pristini win the 2? No. He does. That's 3 straight. Dashi versus Octane, and it's Sam who's able to come away with it. On a classic. Trying to line him up. In the final. Looking to find a few more, but Gunless absolutely rips his way through the 3 of them. 249, Seattle won!
Seattle Surge looking to turn up. I mean, this is their last event. This is where they've got a shot to try and make some cash, make a run. You'll see the squad coming out. We'll see what the boys are capable of. Octane has been frying. Last event, we know they went through a similar thing. They were able to beat Paris and London. Can they get past that point? But the squad with the coach in the middle and Nubsy looking to turn up today, Joe.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, they're just waving hi to everybody. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right? Able to take down Paris in a 3-1 fashion. Next up is London. To me, it's kind of the same old thing. These guys you just have a couple of superstars on this team. You have Gunless, you have Octane. Realistically, their skill ceiling is higher than their opponents. And they've just been winning through the respawns. It's the same thing that they did the last major.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about the search and destroy, but that's where the woes have been. And we know Classic has struggled there amongst all players, but when he's turned up in that mode, they've seemed to find some success. So we'll see if they'll be able to do it. But there's the full roster: Classic, Gunless, Octane, Pristini. You mentioned, the firepower is there. They just all year, Joe, haven't found the balance in all modes. Like, they've been good in one thing, bad in another, good in one thing, bad in another. If not bad in 2 other things, they just haven't been able to get it all together.
Yeah, 100%. And even yesterday, right, you finally get a solid game out of Classic, or in Search and Destroy, but in the S&D, it's 2-8 for Octane. He gets first blooded a lot. Like, it's not really what you want, right? It's like once something good happens, another part of it goes wrong in their Search and Destroy. But Search and Destroy aside, I don't think that's where they need to focus on, because if they bring their A game in the respawns 1, 3, and 4, they should be able to take down the London Royal Ravens.
You would think so, but we'll see if they're able to do it. That'll be the test for London Royal Ravens. Could he come out with the firepower to hang with some of the superstars in Gunless and Octane? Can they get it done? But let's meet the team. We'll see if London can do it. Let's check them out. Here are the Ravens. London Royal Ravens looking, I think, to get what many would consider an upset here as the boys come out, ready to get fired up. I like the jerseys, the colors, they're sharp, Joe.
No, they look good, and I mean, let's talk about it. They have the pieces, right? I think you have Afro and Alice. If they're playing at their best, they're a very strong sub duo. Afro has been so good for them throughout stage 5. You look at the AR side, throughout this stage, that's where they're struggling. But we've seen glimpses of Paul. We know what S.O.A can do. They're just going to have to put it all together on the stage.
Yeah, I think you and I, like, when we first started watching Alex, when we first came in the pro scene, we loved him. Like, we thought he was the next big thing in a lot of ways when you talk about SMG players coming out of Europe. And whether it was last year, a bit of up and down, an injury, things to battle through, it feels like he hasn't really realized his true potential. But yeah, if that SMG duo can click, I mean, that's what stood out this year, right? The teams at the top, they've got a solid SMG duo.
No, 100%, and that's where they can win this battle, right? I mean, because you have Pristini and Classic on the other side. So that's where they can win it and kind of turn the tides. But you need a better S.O.A and Paul, because Gunless and Octane, we just saw it. They will, at the last major, they will wipe the floor with them. So they need to play better as a squad, and those AR shots need to be on point.
Well, we'll get into more of this, I'm guessing, right now, as we'll get into the game field keys to victory and take me through London, Joe.
Well, you need to win an early respawn to extend the series, right? They're 3-10 in respawns this stage. It's got to be better there. You're looking, well, either the first hardpoint or that control, because they need to win that search and destroy. Afro and Alex must control the pace in search and destroy. 4th highest amount of first bloods this stage. That is a huge difference right here compared to Seattle. I think they're at like 18. So, you know, if Afro and Alex can let the others stay alive and search, a big boost there. And then S.O.A and Alex, the last time these two teams played at Major 4, the Vets struggled. They went -43, so it has to be better here today.
Well, we'll see if they can step it up. But yeah, my eyes will be on the kind of the power of the ARs on one side and the strengths of the SMGs on the other side, as you were talking about, to see what might get the edge. We talk a lot about the give and take kind of between both of those and who can set the other up for success. We'll see how it plays out today. But Johnny looking to get dialed in with the squad, but let's look at the other side of it. Joe, talk to me about Seattle.
Well, compared to, you know, their group stage, the Slaying really stepped up. They win all 3 respawns. They outslayed by 45 and 134. They got to keep that up. Lantane, Octane, the last time he played London on this stage, he had a 2.07 in hardpoint. So just to give you an idea of what it was like, and then keep momentum in control. They won the last 2 after losing 3 in a row. Gunless and Pristini are the key guys for them in control. When those 2 are playing well, they are winning.
And that could be the big one. I mean, just talking about the search strengths maybe for Ravens. We know the hard point has been there at times for Seattle. Maybe it'll come down to the control. And yeah, of all the teams that I know there's been some inconsistencies and up and downs over the course of the year, Surge's control game might be the biggest one. Just the swings they've gone on.
Yeah, 100%. And now taking a look at the maps and modes, I mean, early on for Seattle Surge, you have to be feeling good. You get Raid in Moscow hardpoint. You talk about AR dominance, right? That's where you want them there. That Garrison control is that first control where they finally turn things around. So if you are a London fan, you're looking at that Moscow Surge, you know, to try to get this going and get this, their ability to extend the series into a Game 4 and a Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the map counts, it doesn't look great for anyone just based on how their years have gone, really outside of that map 1 with Raid for Seattle. So if London could come in and get an upset map 1, that would just flip the series on its head entirely.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if we go to a Game 5, what? Seattle's 0-4 on standoff. London is 1-4, so they have a map win there. Maybe they've seen some things, you know, have worked on a couple of things. Just can they get us to that map 5?
Well, map 1 upset would be a huge way to do it. And I know just based on their year and where they placed, it might not, I don't know, seem like that lopsided a matchup. But when you look at the recent results, and especially with the respawns like you were talking about, Seattle has dominated there, Octane specifically, and we'll see if he can do more of that today. You know how pumped up he was when he was on land last time. He was fired up and leading the way when you talk about overall KD. But it's time to kick off our first match here of Day 2 of Major 5. Ravens, Surge, Raid to start us off, Joe.
Well, there is that AR battle right off the rip. Octane able to win the first one. Onto the hill, though, you're going to have Pristini take down Alex, and this is good control here for Seattle Surge. Immediately, they're just backing on up, make sure they have that laundry control for next.
See if they can clear the players off of the hard point. You still got Alex and Paul trying to put damage through. But now Surge are able to get in. I think it's Octane. Put the shots with the top. Classic tries to get forward. The trade up lows back and forth, but the fact you're Surge, you've held the spawns, and you've been able to get a majority of this time, you got to feel really good about the opening.
Yeah, Classic, he's on 4 in a row. Does he want to try to back up? He doesn't have any help Zig here. He's open at water stairs as well, so he's kind of isolated. But great start for Seattle Surge. You have the rotation. Can he find both kills? He's doing it by himself. Now up to 6 in a row. Can he find number 7 and some streaks?
He absolutely can. There's the artillery.
Oh, but the spawn comes in for Shawnee. You got to be careful.
Yeah, take a look at the left side of the minimap. Shawnee's already able to take down 1. We'll see if Classic can cut him down, pick up the streak, but he's greeted by an 8 as soon as he surges forward. There's number 8. Number 9 won't come his way. But with that spawn for Shawnee and the opener for the team, yes, he gets the streaks on Surge, but you're going to be able to get some time here if you're Ravens. But I like just the patience and good use of cover there from Classic mid-map. Beautifully done. Great job getting the streaks. A little painful to lose the time, though, as Ravens are making a rally now.
Yeah, it's what they needed, and now you see the spawns come in for Octane and Pristini all the way across the map. This is what you want to do if you're London, right? Control the middle of the map. If you get a couple of kills, they're going to spawn all the way out towards back kitchen. But Gunless, Pristini, they're able to find a couple of kills, and now it's kind of flipped. Alex and Paul are going to spawn out towards Laundry. So Afro all by himself trying to do what he can, but Gunless there once again.
Yeah, a little drop shot. Not even a drop shot, just laying prone there. You can see the angle as Afro goes around pre-aim, just not ready for it, and Gunless makes the play. This will be basically tied, and now Surge's turn to try and make a run. Lurking water side is Pristini. The rest fighting around the hard point as Gunless trying to keep it rolling. 3 in a row currently for him. Yeah, he's in trouble now, though, as he gets hit down to 18. That'll be the push in the opening for Afro, and the pinch will come through with 36 seconds left. So they get the break in. We'll see what Ravens can do with it.
Yeah, a little bit different there from Seattle Surge and Pristini, right? You call out his position water side. Typically, we kind of see the opposite, where you try to get someone pushed out ring over there towards Art, and you can kind of flood them in towards water, and you can see what happens. But he's able to rebound. He finds another kill. He's going to get this scrap time, but London, they'll take that. They've done a good job on Garage Hill, on Kitchen to at least split the time, and now they set themselves up at the Money Hill at basketball.
Well, Seattle up 17 now. They had a good start, but Ravens, great breaks and answers, and well, maybe a fortunate spawn that Seattle left open to keep this close, but we'll see if Surge can now get the break. It's a tough one. They're going to try to get into court. We'll see what they can do behind the streak. 1 called in. Let's go right to an Astro listen-in with Seattle Surge.
Hey, money in time, money in time. Nice, last guy time. I spawned on.
All
bet after that.
All bet after that.
All bet after that. All bet.
Shit, boys. There you go.
Look in front with you.
All right, Pike.
One's up open already. Up open already.
Here.
Yo, he's a pocket.
Front. Already Tiki.
Two front, guys.
Two front women.
Two front women.
Are they weak?
Two front, one
Yeah,
mid.
they're weak.
Three front, three. Nice, last
I
guy's
got a
P5.
streak.
Shit, last guy's P5. Last guy's P5.
Yeah.
Yo, close time. Challenge.
Full streak.
Trying to help him.
I full streak.
I have open cross. I'm trying to.
I'm
gonna hit him.
Cross open.
Let me know if you want me to shoot, guys. I'm gonna leave you, okay?
They're not crossed open yet.
I'm getting out mid. Zig.
Zig.
I'm coming kitchen with you guys.
Zig Alex, 1 dead, got him. Open.
Take rock, close time.
I'm T-shot.
I'm looking open.
I'm looking Zig.
Open, Shawnee dead. Go 2.
Afro, close time.
All right, if you
Yo, you want me to streak?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I'm artilling. Yo, one pillars open and Zig. Pillars open and Zig.
Yeah, open.
He's not kitchen. He's not
Open,
kitchen.
Alex.
I got a hit marker on one.
Pillars.
Front right, dead.
Pillars.
Pillars on one shot.
Could be Zig.
One shot.
Last guy Zig.
Shawnee. Little weak. There's 2 Zig. Give me another one, Zig.
Stay down.
I'm full flash.
I spawned ring.
Yeah, Zig weak.
Stay alive kitchen.
Are you in time?
Stay alive kitchen.
No, Zig. I'm staying live
It
open.
was outer ring, Pierce.
I'm staying live open, guys.
Ring got me.
Top bet on me.
Top ring.
Nothing Zig.
Top ring. Yeah, one's open as well.
Ivor up here.
I got one.
Alex is gonna be open on you, Pierce. I'm wrapping.
Paul weak. Dick Rock. Dead. Open.
Alex was open.
Open dead.
Nice.
Got 2. You hear me?
Last guy was new.
I killed Shawnee. We're looking for
Zig 1.
Where'd he go?
Outer.
I'm just holding Laundry.
Alright, Afro's push out Laundry. I spawned bad.
We should put this on if we have streaks. We should
want
put this
Laundry
on
on
if
me?
we have streaks.
I'm just gonna play open with them.
Laundry
Yeah,
dead.
that's fine. Should have 1.
2 more on me. Looking at me, guys.
There's 2 new, 1 open.
I
2 new, 1
don't
open.
see. I don't know. You gotta be close.
Let's do laundry steps.
I got him on time, dead. 1 shot at time. Free kill for Louvain. Other guy pushed Laundry. I'm pretty sure.
Alright, hold Laundry. Hold Laundry.
Live in.
Nice.
Good job.
It was
too.
Alex.
Good
It was
shit.
Alex.
It was outer time.
You on your streak or no?
Afro, we come blue mid. Double mid.
Laundry.
Let's be Zig
I'm
maybe.
looking Zig.
Alright, hold on.
Drop down Laundry steps right now.
What's on time as well?
He's from Laundry steps
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
Laundry side time. Laundry side time.
Zig.
He's Laundry side of time.
Yeah, Laundry. Oh, he's Laundry side.
I think they got top Laundry peeking. They top Laundry.
Trying to be annoying mid. Afro mid.
I don't see the guy under head.
He's on Dick Rock.
Yo, I'm waiting for we can streak here.
Yep.
Well, Ravens making a rally now. They get the rest of this time. They'll take the lead, but the streak's starting to get invested from Surge. You'll see it come in. Classic able to pick up 2. That'll be 4 dead. And I mean, it was Classic in the early going, popping off to get the streaks. Then Pristini following up a little bit deeper into the game. The subs showing up right now for Surge.
Yeah, they are. But London's done a good job just staying alive, though. They're only down 30, but with the Streak, Classic, all four down. Octane, he's going to find a multi-kill as they try to push out towards Zig. And it's kind of what we saw at the beginning of the game on that first rotation. How do London try to get across? And if you're Surge, just have one play a little bit safe. I think that's why you see Pristini playing there, right around cutout, just trying to cut off that spawn. But Octane, now he's on 5 in a row, a chance to earn more streaks for Seattle.
Yeah, you've already earned 4. Let's see if we can tack 5 and 6 onto it. Speaking of tag, that'll be Octane. See if the utility will work off. Trying to finesse. I think his phone hits him, and nearly the finesse game paid off, but the streak will end there. Now to Alex. He's trying to get rolling. The sub's trying to step it up. Afro's had a solid game, but trying to match the pace and, well, the streak earning that we've seen out of Surge. But good job by Afro and Shawnee to combine to take down 3. Pristini does get a double through the course of it, but Ravens have the numbers, and they'll hold for now with 20 seconds left.
And again, right, it's about 35 seconds that London gets in. It's an individual play from Alex, then Afro's able to come on through. Then they have the spawns, and they're only down. It'll be about 25 seconds or so if they get the rest of this time. So, London, you've survived, I think, majority of the streaks. There might be one left as Afro hit some great shots on top statue. And now they have the positioning. There's only one player left. It's gunless. The rest of Seattle spawn out. So, a chance here for London to take the lead.
Yeah, if you told me you had a 10 streak on Pristini, a 9 on Classic, 4 streaks used, and the Ravens had a shot to take the lead, I'd probably tell you were insane. The Ravens are getting it done behind the big breaks and positioning. Into garage they go. And, well, yeah, with 37 left, they can take the lead if they get a nice hold here. As Alex looks to hold down Zig. He gets dropped. Afro gets ripped. Potential here for Surge to break on through. 2 now down. 1 spawns out for Ravens. But there's not a lot of time left with this 20 seconds. You're going to have to think about the rotation. That spawn out for Alex. He's trying to get set up at Corp. You see everybody from Surge flying on over.
He's got to make a play here. He immediately gets traded out. I mean, again, there's the lead change that's coming for London. But you take this if you're Seattle, right? You still have, I don't know if they have a streak left, if we can see it. Okay, so you still have a cruise on Pristini. On this rotation, the numbers are here. It's just Afro who's staying alive in the back. Just trying to just waste some time, get to his teammates, and Pristini, he's going to go for it. The pressure is on towards the front. He's going to try and help him out with the missile. He takes down his teammate, but that's 3 dead. And now it's a one-on-one. Octane versus Shawnee in the hill.
Well, Shawnee's still able to win it. They'll spawn out Laundry side and try to get there, but now Pristini, after the 3 from his streak, he'll try to get involved. London still picking up the kills. The close spawn is in for Surge, but the numbers from the front from Ravens are here as well. I don't know who's going to win this skirmish. It looks...
This is
every time I think
Surge
have got it, every time I think Surge have got it, somebody steps up. This time it's Paul. 5-point game. And remember, this is like the best map, really, of the series for either team. And you talk about it being for Surge. What an upset this can be for London. With 10 seconds left, we'll focus on mid-map.
And now they have the numbers, right? You went for that scrap time with about 25 seconds left if you're Surge. They invested so much, they go for the scrap. Paul, he's going to find a kill and back on out. There's the setup, but there's a pinch coming in. Gunless and Classic spawn on the opposite side. They got to wait for another. And Pristini, I don't know what he did. He just crawled on out there. But it's a 2-on-2 now on the hill, and the number's still there for Ravens.
There just always seems to be one more player for Ravens. It's Alex Beeman taking off heads. 3 in a row now as they are 32 points away from the Game 1 dub. And what a big map it would be. The course of this best of 5, but now into the point goes Surge as Afro looks to get back in the mix. It's Gunless now lighting it up. Nice little snapback there from Pristini as well. 20 seconds to go on the point. 31 out of Preston right now, having himself a map as they'll rotate over to ring control. We'll see who gets a final bit of time. Ravens probably get the last 10 seconds. It'll be about a 5-point game headed to ring, Joe.
Yeah, but here come the rotation gunfights, and it's been pretty even so far, but you see the spawns coming in all the way out for Shawnee and Afro towards the low water side. Gunless on the hill puts a trophy down, and this might come down to Afro. You can see he's going on a wide pinch all the way around. They have to wait on him. He has been their star. Can he do it once more? The first gunfight takes him down. Here comes the pinch. All London members flying on through. He wins another one. That's all 4 dead. Afro opens things up. London now trying to close this game.
Yes, he's winning every gunfight. Afro is popping off at a crucial moment. 238 lead. Now over to Ravens. Just a few more points needed. The last desperation push for Surge is coming on in, but Pollux has got it lined up. Afro will die off 5 in a row. Just 3 seconds left. Surge will now get in. They only need 10. There's enough time in the hard point to do it. Surge comes soaring on in. Did they get the dubs? They're winning all the key gunfights. I think they've got it done. You spawn a little bit too far out. If you're Ravens, and Surge bring it back to win by 3 in the final seconds. But what in the world was that map 1? I thought Ravens had it at the tail end of it, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, that was a loser's round 2 hardpoint right there. That's what that was. Just, you know, some streaks coming in for Seattle, the hot start, but some mistakes on the Seattle side that allowed London to basically stay alive throughout the game, and London was just grinding it out. And then I thought they made the play. They get the 4 dead, but Gunless with a triple kill to get them the rest of the time.
Unbelievable. They burst on in. Yeah, a huge play from Afro gets answered by Gunless. And Surge get the dub. Let's check it out one more time. This is going to start from the Afro play. So this is on the pinch, and 1 is great. He turns ahead, but then to win the next fight, unbelievable. Then a 3rd. And I'm thinking, Ravens have got this.
Yeah, I mean, they have an idea of where everyone is. It's just, what, a couple of players? Octane's able to pick 1. Then on the pinch, Classy just takes a long route all the way through. They have to look at him, but it's the Flood. And Gunless with the angles, top art, he's able to win all of the gunfights right off a spawn. And yeah, I mean, London, you had 3 dead. You had 3 coming off a spawn towards Art's side. They just couldn't get the hold on that hill.
I thought Gunless had 2. He gets 3. Octane gets 1. And we were talking about the great play from Classic and Bristini, and I think they had a hell of a map, and they stepped it up at the end there right after it. But the AR's there to get all 4 after the break from Ravens. What a map it was. And yeah, I mean, if you're Surge, could you have won the series if you lost that one? Sure, but it's a good map for you, a big advantage for you within this series. And Joe, they barely get it done.
Well, you kind of got what you wanted on the London side. Someone stepped up in the AR category. That was Shawnee. He puts up 30, Afro with 31, but you kind of said it. Pristini and Classic, their 4 streaks, their early momentum just gets them the W.
You got to be fired up about that one if you're Surge, unless you're Octane. He's not even reacting. He's just locked in. A tough loss for Ravens, though, but now we look forward to the Search and Destroy. It's the first series of Day 2 here at Major 5. We continue on after this quick break.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the US Army. What's your warrior? Presented by USAA. Getting insurance with USAA is easier than level 1. Learn more at usaa.com/insurance.
Welcome back. We're trying to follow up a thrilling 3-point difference in the map 1 as Ravens and Surge put it all on the line. Yeah, I mean, in a way, this is their chance. They're going to make a big bag of cash this year. It has to happen here at Major 5. and what a map one it was. But we're going to talk a little bit about online versus LAN and how this Surge team has competed. It's a little misleading in the sense of, we know the first LAN last time they beat London and Paris, which are, two bottom 4 teams as well. And when you look at the whole online league, that's against everybody, your FaZes, your Optics, your Empires. But they've been playing better seemingly. I just wonder how far they can push it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, also, you have that one match loss. That was against Optic. He took it all the way to a game 5. They were able to win a hard point. They were able to win a control. But the problem is still the search and destroy. It wasn't a pretty number. It's where they have to get better if they want to make a run here.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do it, but we're getting ready for the map 2. But before we do, a quick word from our sponsor.
We made USAA insurance for renters who make the most of their space and money. That's why we make it easy to cover the stuff you love for as little as 33 cents a day. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
All right, time to get rolling. And Joe, I know the search was a big focus for you, and maybe for new viewers or if they missed the opening of the show, what's the big separation here? Why is the search so important for you?
Well, I think for the London Royal Ravens, I think they're 4-3 throughout Stage 5. That's been their best game mode. On the other side, we know Seattle, that's their weakness. And I just think for London, you go down 0-2 and then you go to a control, which we just saw. For Seattle on LAN is 4-0. Again, it just comes down to the fact of on the Seattle team, you have some stars that can take over and respawn. So London needs a response here.
Let's see if they can respond. Start things off on the defensive end. As Surge, you got to think, well, the blood wasn't pumping. It is now after that map 1 win. And yeah, eyes are going to be on Classic a bit. I know they've lost what he's done well. They've lost what he's struggled, but before we casted them against LAG in the final match of Stage 5, he was the lowest overall search KD in the entire league. They need him here.
Well, yeah, I think they need both him and Pristini, right? They have to work together, just like this scenario, right? Pristini's going to fly. Where is the trade? Classic is there. They both can play with pace, but they have to have teamwork and work with one another, just like we saw. Now they're in a 3-on-3 with some time, but all of London are here on a quick 8 hit. And here comes the slide on out. Classic is ready. He gets 3. Seattle Surge win round 1.
Yeah, that's all you had to do. Classic is now the best search and destroy player in the world. Let's see it one more time. Bang! Lining him up from the corner. Little help with the crossfire, obviously, but the positioning pays off, and that'll be a big opening round for Classic. As you said, 3 in it. And they'll continue right where they left off at the end of the hard point. Now let's look at the opening offense for London Royal Ravens. And the mini-map, you can see how the push develops. Defensively, a nice stack in from Sturge towards the A site. Ravens look to be flirting towards mid and the B side of the map.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking at this for map breakers, right, London's 2-8 on this map. That looks pretty bad, but they're 2-1 this stage. So this is where they found their wins in Search and Destroy recently. Obviously not a great round 1, but we'll see what adjustments that they can make because they're taking mid-map control, and now they can kind of play this rotation game as Pristini is going to peak platform. Shawnee is going to check it. As soon as Shawnee gives that call out, Afro, he's able to peek and find that first blood.
Gunless, though, he'll bring it back. Afro then with the trade. Gunless will actually get 2. To a 2v2 we go. Afro able to acquire bomb. As Octane and Classic looking to work their way up. Classic off the big round 1. We'll see what he can do here, but it's Octane that'll put Polex into the 1 versus 2. 25 to go. And he clutch up for the squad.
He's only got 8 in the clip right now as well with the 74U. He's going to fall. Yep, see, it runs out of ammo. Almost finds the first kill. Tries to finesse. Doesn't want to reload. Doesn't want to get off the audio and, give off the audio. But, yeah, I mean, Gunless gets 2, and then Afro just gets some bad timing in the window. I mean, he opens things up, and he's there for the trade. But he's sitting in the back window, and as soon as Octane comes on the rotation, he gives it up for half second. And, well, in Call of Duty, that's all it takes. It's half a second, and the round can flip on its head.
Yeah, that is quite true. But it's got to be, for Ravens, it's a 4v3 you lose. It's got to be painful. And after the big map 1, he's going to account for all of the kills through 2 rounds for Ravens. Let's see how Surge mixed things up. Classic is still on his 3 in a row as he doesn't get a killer drop in that round 2. Shawnee will get that information. He's going to back the whole way up. And who's that holding mid? So Paul's just got... He's just kind of lurking mid-map.
It's just an info game right now, right? Just both teams. You have middle of the map now if you're Surge. Now, how do you want to work this? Paul's probably hearing some of these sound cues, just throwing a shoulder. And they've given up B for the most part. So this will probably be a 4 versus 4. You can see the way Shawnee's playing it. He's playing all the way back police window, just trying to find a pick with the AR. Here comes the rotation from Alex and Afro, but they got to wait on that.
Yeah, just don't lose somebody till they get there, and Alex and Afro are not here. A 4-on-4 retake opportunity for Ravens. Alex, there's the opener. Alex follows it up. You've lost the 4v3. Dear God, don't lose the 4v2. Just over 20 seconds left of the bomb. Afro, big gunfight win. Hit down to 29 HP, but able to stay up. Alex through with the help, and the 4-on-4 retake pays off. And yeah, the way Shawnee backed it up and played it right away. Now, Pollux was been mad because they were valuing their lives. They were playing for the 4-on-4 retake, and it pays off. Nice job by Ravens.
Well, and I like what they did because you have Paul with a 3rd sub, right? Like, he's going to get aggressive with Afro and Alex. So as soon as these trades start to go down, they have the advantage in this small B room. And then what, right? They get bomb control. And the last 2 members from Seattle Surge have to peek it. And you're running into multiple submachine gun players. So I like that retake. It's all the plan of, hey, as soon as they plant the bomb and try to dip out, we're going to retake that room and force them to come to us. They do just that.
Now let's see if they can get an offense. First time, mostly work mid to B. Now we'll see if this is mid to Eskies. You've got 3 people here if you're Surge, though. Utility's starting to fly on in, and they're going to get some info. It looks like they are going to be out of there quickly. It's going to go right over to Gunless, and they catch him. Well, he's gotten inside, playing a lot more aggressively than maybe what we saw on the other side from Ravens.
And they didn't mantle. None of them hit the window, so he doesn't have the audio cue, so he's still looking around and watching middle of the map. That gives them the timing to take this room.
And Nade came in like a fastball. I thought it was going to stick him in the face for a second, but Octane gets the opener as Alex finishes getting the bomb down. Can they pull this off in the 3v4? Gunless has been here the entire time, but it's Pollux that brings it to a 3v3 from mid-map. Now Gunless able to pounce. Classic, though, gets caught. I'm starting to dwindle a bit, and they line up for Octane. 3 in the round from the outer street, and the retake there from Surge. It's back-to-back rounds. We see both squads just get the retake done here at the B site.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough. You plant the bomb, and you all kind of back out of it. I think you're hoping that maybe Shawnee finds a pick, but I would love, if he's going to peek that, I would love if a sub is challenging there with him, right? Instead of that solo peek, just trying to play aggressive with one of his teammates, but that doesn't happen. And, well, we just saw last round. As soon as you back out of that room, you're going to have to peek it sooner or later because they could hop on the defuse. And while they don't peek it, Octane just patiently waited towards the street as he finds 3 in the round.
Yeah, I was just thinking that entire time the Gunless was going to get caught, but it works out and they get it done. 3-1 advantage now for Surge. This is what Classic started out. On that 3-0 start, now it's Octane's turn with 3 in a row, 5-1. Johnny's still looking to get involved as he's sitting on a goose egg. See if that's just going to be a spot for Octane or if he's going to be able to get a pick.
And Seattle's very patient. You see the bomb carrying Classic kind of moving around. He doesn't see much. And that might be the tell that this is an A stack from London. All the tacticals going out, they're getting some hit markers, and now it's just, okay, how do we want to play off of this, right? Where do we want to go? But up top, Eskies is going to be Afro, and he hits down to 5 HP. Where is the trade? Nobody there. He's going to regen his health. He's going to find the first blood as well. Alex is there for the trade.
I mean, beautiful from Afro to get a kill in that situation, considering how low he was. Now we'll see if Gunless and Pristini can pull off the 2 versus 3. It gets all of the much harder. As Gunless falls, Pristini out of the 1 versus 3. He'll chow the same angle. He's still waiting. Ravens with a big round victory.
I mean, Afro is just, I mean, look at map 1. Some of the rounds here in this one, he's just making some plays. It's looking like he's getting caught, and he's able to play his life. Just some timings that are off from the Seattle Surge, right? You would love if Classic's running up the SGs as soon as Gunless puts those shots in. But he just buys enough time, is able to dodge the nade, and then once he finds the first blood, the dominoes start to fall their way.
Yeah, I think his health regen, like, I mean, right as he's about to take that fight, but yeah, just way to survive. Finesse to get the kill, because they'll bring it within a round now. The last time they poked around A, they saw the 3-stack from Surge and wrapped it out. And Surge have been doing, basically the same thing each defensive round. 3 here towards A, get what info they can, but it's a little bit quicker rotation out there from Octane. And they're just going to hit it. They go flying through. Classic, able to get a kill. Pristini at least goes 1 for 1. Octane already back in position as he was like halfway on his track over to B. Numbers here for Surge.
That's what you want to see out of those two, right? That SMG duo just trading effectively, giving them numbers advantage. Their aggressive play style. Now can they close this round out? Gunless starting to rotate over. He's just making, he's like kind of going back and forth. He doesn't want to lose a timing on the flank. They're pretty confident that they have both players here. Octane just trying to find info. Classic watching top Eskies. As soon as he picks up that bomb, they're going to hear it. But Octane, he's just going to find both of them with the wide peek.
That's like, I feel like that's like his 3rd multi-kill of this search and destroy. Like when they're lining up, he is not missing. Yeah, you kind of said, I mean, even if, I don't know, Pristini and Classic both die, but they go 1 for 1, you at least put you in a 2v2 where your team's got a chance to win. The fact they come away with that, but Classic's still alive and you have numbers, you should win that round.
100%, yeah. I mean, it's what you want to see from these two, right? If that duo can get going with how, there's not a lot of teams that can set a pace at SMG the way those two can. And sometimes it's maybe a little bit too fast and not always the smartest thing, but the fact is if they play behind it, they play confidently, just like that on Pristini, they can be tough to beat in Surge.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're kind of describing what's happening right now as he sends it right up through mid-map, is able to get 2 openers. Pristini and Classic leaving their mark on both of these opening maps. They'll get the bomb down, a 4 versus 2. See if Afro's got a bit of magic. Lovely little wall bang there through the bus to finish off Gunless. Just trying to stay up, but now Pristini's got 3. He's now working on the ace, but not going to happen as Gunless will find the final kill, but Pristini decided that round in the opening seconds.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see it, and this is just right from the get-go. He just flies out. I mean, it's a timing, but it's a double chow with somebody in the window. Takes the gunfight. He's confident in his play. He's going for it, and it pays off.
Yeah, you were sort of just speaking that into happening. Like, as you were saying each point, he was just doing it. It was beautiful. You're playing him like a puppet, Joe.
I mean, you know, when we've seen Pristini, we've seen him throughout times this year. But you know, he's a player that can kind of go back and forth. Sometimes doesn't play with the most confidence. But when he does, and he's hitting shots, he's tough to take down.
It's a little bit different in the setup this time. Defensively for Surge is Classic. You can see it's not in a similar position. Pristini finishes it off. We just saw Afro with a similar wall bang in the last round, but Classic will find his way to get in the mix. They have a 4v2 advantage again. Pristini winning his ones. Alex now last alive. The trade is there. Surge will take it 6-2, and I mean, that's one of the stronger search and destroys we've seen out of them, Joe.
But what is it this round? Pristini finds the first blood. Great shot. Classic comes up to SG. He's able to find another one. And then when you have the 3v2, who's your first guy to go? Who's going to find the next fight? Right? And at times, the next fight is where teams have trouble. But both Classic and Pristini are like, yeah, I'll go first. Like, I'll take it. And he finds another gunfight. So those two are winning their ones. London is in trouble, just like you're seeing, down 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of talking about this sub strengths on Ravens coming in, the AR strength on Surge, but now, I mean, we're gassing the subs on Surge quite a bit. Pristini and Classic playing so well. As we take a look at the stats, I mean, it was what, like a 2-4 start or something like that out of Pristini, but he ends up 7-6, 6-4 out of Classic. Octane, though, Yeah, as much as I'm talking about the subs, he goes 9-2 when you saw all the multi-kills. He ends up with 1,600 damage in that map.
Yeah, but he gets deeper into rounds, and he kind of has an idea. He has the info of where the opponents are, and that's what he can do, right? Like, he can make rounds just look easy with his wide piece. You know, you talk about the retake. He's just holding the street. Okay, those guys have to run to me. But it's when they don't have those numbers. When he's put, maybe him and Gunless are put into a 2-on-3 instead, and then they're kind of forced to maybe just take some fights out of position. But when he's able to do that, when his subs are flying like that, it's an easy game for him.
Well, usually when you have a player that doesn't really miss, if he's in an advantageous position, yeah, that is where they're going to pop off. Let him shoot straight. That's what they've been able to do for him in that map, too. But let's take a look at our U.S. Army tactical play now. Things kicked off with the round one, really. Classic started off with a strong round. We've spoken to his struggles in Search and Destroy, but he had a great one here.
Yeah, this first trade is huge, right? Forced them into a 3-on-3. Afro is able to get that opening gunfight, but immediately a trade. You have all 6 players here. And he's just kind of waiting in this corner. He's taking his time. He's being patient. And as soon as he hears that slide, he starts the pre-fire. And that's just an easy round for Seattle Surge.
Well, Surge up 2-0. It was a nail-biting game 1. They get it done by 3. Then the Surge, we thought, be more back and forth. Maybe a Ravens win. Not the case at all. Dominant from Surge. They take it 6-2. Everybody stepping up. They're a map away from moving on at Major 5. Control after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by GameFuel. Unlock a CDL team pack with any purchase on gamefuel.com/CDL while supplies last. Offer ends on August 31st. Tournament audio and team listen-ins are powered by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back, Surge, a map away from moving on. Maybe making a run, Joe. I asked you, their last match when they're playing Gorillas, like, if they came out and 3-0'd them, you think maybe they have what it takes to make a run. And would a win here change my mind? Maybe not, but Joe, it's possible. It's possible, Joe.
I mean, it is possible, but yeah, they're doing the same thing they did last time, but they had a little bit of control throughout stage 5. And you know, I talked about Pristini and Gunless. There you can see their stats on the other side. Well, it's Afro for London, right? He has been their guy, and you can see it here. And this is where you need Alex to step on up.
Well, we'll see if he's going to be able to do just that. As we're about to hop into Garrison, get ready to roll. A huge map for Ravens. They've got to win this to stay alive. But before we get into it, a quick word from our sponsor.
We made USAA insurance for renters who make the most of their space and money. That's why we make it easy to cover the stuff you love for as little as 33 cents a day. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
See if Surge now close this out as all 8 players get dialed in. Octane I don't know if he's taking a nap or he's just relaxing. Some players, it's wild when you take a look, like the difference you'll see in players on stage. Like, I don't know, some look so, they're so pumped up. You can tell, like, it's a major. They're on stage. They're ready to go. Well, Octane's been around quite a bit. He's seen it all. He's won his fair share of championships. He's chilling.
He's always been that way. Even I played with him when he was very young. Like, he just kind of sits back, but you kind of see how both of their stage 5s have gone. You had a couple of match wins for London Royal Ravens, but how have they done it? It's been through that search and destroy and control. So they've been a better control team, and we'll see if they can get us to a map 4 here.
You know the one that surprised me and also pissed me off the most? Crowder, the coach of FaZe and one of our best pals. I think it was stage 1 final of World War II. That crazy one. He clutches a 1v3 in a wild scenario. We go to a camera shot on him. He yawns. I was like, what?
Yeah, he's just, I don't know, dude. He's just a weird guy. Gotta love him, though. Gotta love him. Just, that's just Chris. I don't know.
I'll just never forget that. It was such a hype play. He read it so well. And
internally he was freaking out, though. Yeah, he was freaking out. Internally he was freaking out.
Yeah. One of those things where, like, your brain's doing one thing, your body does the opposite. I don't know, but...
What's he always do with you when you guys have been playing lately? He's like, I gotta get 40s. I stink. I only have 30. Like, whatever.
I want to slap him, yeah. That's for sure. But here we go. Map 3 is Ravens. Tournament dreams on the line. Afro's had himself a series, but we'll see if the rest of the squad can step it up. But it is do or die time. As Octane finds the opening.
Finds the opener. You have Classic immediately moves up the middle of the map. Well, that is going to be 3 dead. Alex, the last one left, all 4 down. You have map control, and well, Seattle Surge are thinking, let's go towards A. You see Pristini immediately fly off of B. They wanted to get him inside of bricks control, but a couple of picks off of spawn. London, they're going to retain this and retain some of the map.
And there's 1 team kill, but they get the rest of them. They get green control again. Pristini tries to fly right back into the action. They nearly line up for a second. Now Classic is here for the help. And by help, I mean he just eats bullets basically for Pristini, but that'll keep him up, keep a presence here towards top green and A, and then snap him back towards middle to do some damage to help out Octane as well. But they've kept them on the back foot. There's always been one more player here to make sure Surge can get off spawn comfortably and get back into the mix.
Yeah, and I like that from Pristini, right? Not going out towards A, getting that 1 kill in the middle of the map, because we've seen players, if they're under that tank or they're just watching caution, they get a 2-piece, then that turns into a spawn trap defensively, and the round could be over. So, he realizes sort of the priority of where he needs to be. But off of spawn again, it's Afro and Paul who find 4, and now they've just flipped the map on its head. You see the positioning here out of London.
Yeah, I thought B was basically done. Surge were going to get it, but Paul X with a nice individual moment. Now Afro's going to be pushing on through, and he is right in behind enemy lines. Can Classic react in time? The quick answer is no. That'll be everybody dead, and you're so close to getting B if you were Surge, but now maybe the best position Ravens have had throughout the course of this opening round. Someone's going to need to find some picks, and I'm in from the Surge side. It's going to be Paul X that keeps on cruising. 3 in a row now as he is surrounded, but the haymaker enough to do it. If he had another bullet, that might have been number 5. But it's 5 seconds to go, and I just don't think anyone can get there.
No, I don't think so. And that's just, off of spawn, finding those kills. There's a couple of scenarios, maybe you talk about them going from B to A, but Seattle, they took that risk, and then they retook map control away. Just not able to really get it done at B, but this is just off the start. But I'll tell you what, I know London has had a ton of, visa issues and getting some of their players over here. It's been tough for them. But I am happy that the last couple of stages we've gotten to see Afro, because this kid is a talent and someone that we should be seeing in the league for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's just the 2nd year of the CDL, and I know it's been frustrating from everything going on with the global pandemic and a lot of it being online. But one of the bright spots 100% has been some of the young players that have been coming in, whether from Europe or North America. Like, yeah, you're seeing the future. Some of these guys are just nutty.
He's just one of those players, and you watch, he has great awareness of where he needs to be, right? Just makes the game look a little bit easier. But in this round, we'll see if they can try to get another the round on the board, but Classic, I thought he was going to line them both up. Unable to trade, so they keep someone on B.
Well, I think Classic's kind of been the victim of the great start from Paul and Astros. He had 1 kill, I think, before that. And on a map like this, the entries you need to find towards the point, he's going to have to step it up, especially offensively. But I mean, you can rely on this type of stuff on defense sometimes. When your ARs are hit and his gunless nearly gets a third, they don't quite finish off B in a similar position from an objective standpoint that we saw Surge in the previous round. But you still have a minute to go. Lives at even.
Yeah,
this is like
you're just seeing the
though.
difference. You're seeing the difference of Seattle running 2 crates versus the 3 subs, right, of London. Now you get into a spot like this, and this is where Octane and Gunless can kind of just hold those players, right? So does Paul off spawn, try to take a Krieg out. But yeah, last defensive round, you saw what the 3 subs can do, their ability to retake that map. Shawnee is trying to make a play, trying to get his teammates out of this trap.
Well, they still have Pristini, and now he's wrapping back. He's really the lone Surge player here. He takes too much damage from the shots coming in from behind. That'll be the opening for Ravens to now get onto the point. But can they finish it off and get the time extension? Who's even left? There's like 2 players close. It's Alex that is going to be racing towards it. He will get dropped under 10 seconds to go. They've got to get on something and stop this. Otherwise, it'll be the same scenario, really, from either end. And that looks like it's going to be the case. 2 parts of objective progress done, but that'll be it for both offenses.
Yeah, both teams, they could just not get B done. They couldn't get that done. They couldn't get the time extension. So props to the defense for being able to retake this position. But we'll see when those adjustments come in. Does Gunless, opt to pull out a third 74U, or does he keep it this Krieg in the same? For Paul. But so far, split defensively.
The rounds felt so similar. I know it was a bit different from the weapon standpoint that you were talking about, but like both teams had 2 really good opportunities to close out a point. But like midway through the round, whether it was Afro or Pristini on the other side, somebody got through as an SMG.
It was like watching a hard point, right? I mean, that's really what it was.
Yeah.
There's always one more player making a play.
Well, let's see if Surge can fare better this offensive round. Afro. He'll get Ravens started. And that'll be 3 down. The only guy up is Octane. When you get multi-kills from this spot, it can be huge for your squad, but it's just 1, and it's Afro with the beams at range. He was hit down to 5, but yeah, you're saying what? Because that was, an SMG versus one of the better ARs in the world.
I mean, just some great shots from him. But Octane, Gunless, able to find 2 kills, allows him to work up towards that tank, up towards Caution. Alex just staying alive, waiting for his time to fly on through, and, well, that time is now. Afro's able to get another one. Octane, the last member alive for Seattle. And Afro's just going to play his life.
It's a good job by Octane staying up. Now the rest of the team is here, under 30 to play, and a good chance to pounce, but the same can be said for Afro. When is he going to strike? And it looks like Gunless has this read. Well, he might have the read, but Afro's got the gunny. Pristini wins his fight, and then the high ground will pay off for Octane. Players on both sides. He's got to pick his poison. Pistol out. Won't get either. 3 will drop for Surge. Well, all 4 will drop for Surge. Gunless was just the first victim. And now they've only got 1 point of progress and 20 seconds to work with.
And you see, when these skirmishes get messy around B, it is going the way of London, right? Because they're faster. They always have 1 more player willing to take the gunfight. And now when they're in a spot like this where Afro's hitting shots, the Seattle players have to fly towards him. They keep this streak going into the next round. He will. All defense, no objective done there for Seattle.
I think it's like the 3rd long-range fight versus an AR. I've seen him win and have like 20 or less health. But my man is beaming. He has been huge for Ravens here, and win or lose, there it is one more time. Just quality shots at range for Afro. But yeah, win or lose, I mean, you said it. We're going to be seeing this guy for a long time, and I'm excited to see more from him. 15-9 right now on the 5 streak. Can he push it further for streaks? And will anyone get an offensive round? If they don't, Ravens now a chance to take over for a 5th round defense. You got the 1 point of objective. They just need 2. they'll get that 5th round.
Very slow from both teams, just kind of waiting to see who's going to make the first push. Alex is just going to get on this point. There's the contest. The rotation is over, but Shawnee, he was ready for it. He's able to find 2. Oh, the nade hits it, blows up the barrel. That's going to be 3 dead. And now what decision do you want to make? Do you want to fly out towards A? Nope, they're just going to stay alive, middle of the map, get on the objective.
They set Afro up for 1. I think he just got the artillery. And he's still alive, and he's going to win another. That's going to be full streak, so you see the movement just on point. The gunny there as well. Afro, 9 in a row, 19-9. If he finishes this, which he does, they'll be tied in overall objective. 1 more tick to guarantee the 5th round defense, and I mean, they can just win the map here, obviously, as well. Will somebody secure a point on offense? Almost, but not quite yet. You still got Alex there. Can he finish it? They do it. We get more time. 2 minutes to work with to get A and bring themselves back into this series with a control win.
And this is where you can use those streaks offensively if you want to. I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to overcommit here. You can use them defensively, but they're going to try and close this game out. They're going to go for it. And it's been tough, though, right? Because you can hide inside of bricks if you're the defensive team. Persini, he flies on out. He's trying to challenge this. As the missile comes in, that's going to be 2 dead. As Afro able to get that missile right into the door.
First bit of progress done. Second, soaring. It's going so fast now with the stack. Somebody's got to get on for the contest. Classic and Octane wins some big ones. Octane will actually get 2. Alex now the last man up. You were a sliver from closing this out, but Alex is just taking down everybody. He gets 3. Octane gets 3, but in the end, Surge stay alive defensively. But they're down 3 in the lives department. And they are all going to be in front of him. I'm probably struggling to pick a target. Now the artillery call will come through. Gunless gets a kill right as it is called in. Classic actually gets a double as well. They've done enough to survive. Surge still holding on despite the streaks. And now, if they hold this minute, or if it comes down to lives, yeah, you're going to really wish you had those on defense if you were London.
Yeah, it's always tough in that spot. I know he just wants to close the game out. But I think artilleries are always at their best when the defense is allowed to kind of get into their setup, right? Because when they're into their setup, you know the positions that they're going to be in. But because there were picks coming in, Seattle was kind of still off spawn. They had bricks control. Basically, there was a skirmish going on while the artillery was landing, and Seattle was able to come out on top of it.
Well, I was about to say, Shawnee is in bricks, and maybe he can catch somebody, but the 3 life advantage you once had for Ravens, gone. Surge now up 2. You just look at the minimap, the positioning from Ravens. They have a lot of work to do with 20 seconds left to go. Surge trade efficiently. They should get this 2 around 5. And Classic, he's in a 1v2. Just looking to take down both, but Afro, he stands up to the fight. Now 5 seconds to go, and you've still got 2 Surge players on the point. That'll be 3 dead. Last guy is tall. He will drop, and Surge survived the streaks, survived the first cap of an objective we've seen. We go to round 5, though, and they're going to need to do it on offense.
Well, and this is post-streak, right? You had everybody on it.
Yep.
Well, Octane, he just flies on through. He's got Classic Persini in front of him. He hits some shots. This is where Alex almost makes the play, but Octane holds on. And, yeah, I mean, I can think of a number of matches throughout the year when offenses, you try to use that streak. Usually the missile finds one because you can wrap it through, but with the bricks positioning, with the ability to go outside the map, sometimes it can just be tough to hit all the targets.
Yeah, no, we've personally casted a bunch where that same thing has gone down. You use him, doesn't play out. Octane carries a 4 streak into this round as Classic pounces mid-map. They weren't able to get a single full point of progress in their first 2 offenses. Now they're asked to do 2 to close this out in a 3-L.
Played a great break. And you can tell by looking at the scoreboard that, you know, the aggression that London is playing with is giving Persini and Yunless a tough time. Classic as well. Octane's the only one positive, but that was clean. And now they have so much time to work with. They can play around that clock, just trying to play for slays in the middle of the map. And so far, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, let's just do that every round. I made that look easy.
Now you still have Octane on streaks as well, just trying to find number 7.
Well, we saw Ravens unable to really get much out of him. If Octane earns him, can he get it done? There's the artillery.
They take Brick's control as well. Oh, I thought he was going to call it in. Not going to happen. Just pings it for the info.
Well, the call-outs come in, and it leads to Classic getting 2. But now is his teammates' drop. Octane still lurking in Bricks, trying to just get a one-on-one. Not going to happen. No cruise missile. Minute 20 on the clock. 2 life advantage for Surge. Shawnee shooting like that. London keep holding.
You just want to get some control middle of the map. Keep all 4 alive. Get top green control the way they're doing right now. And now you're in this setup here for London. Right now you're going to call the artillery through. You're going to guess you don't have the ping. But what this does is it opens up green for them to slide on out. Now here comes the battle right after it. 3 go the way of London, but Octane's still alive. Can he play his life long enough for his teammates to come off spawn?
He's trying his best, but they are hunting him down, and they're able to pick him up. Seattle Surge dealt with the streaks well. Ravens will do the same. 50 to go. Shawnee still hitting. Again, their tournament lives on the line now. They have to win this map to stay in the tournament. Christini, though, he gets it behind, and they're lining up. One will drop, and around we go. Afro will get beamed. Octane gets a kill. Last guy's in the corner, and he will drop. Surge are now onto the point. They can win it here with 33 on the clock. 3 players on the point. It's moving quickly.
That could be it. They gotta go.
Showing his vertical. Gunless holding the corner. They've got to fly in. The crossfire is there, and Surge win the map. They win the series 3-0. They couldn't win an offense, but they get it done when it matters in the round 5.
I mean, that's just an individual play by Persini. He sneaks through the middle of the map. They're not ready for him to be inside of Bricks, and he takes his time. He doesn't take the first gunfight, so the players on the point can reposition, get behind that radar. He lines them up, and then he stays alive afterwards as well. Couple individual plays, great plays out of Afro. Respawns were close here for London, but that is going to do it for their year.
And now if you're Surge, just like last event, you go through Paris and London, and you fall short against Optic. This time, I think most would argue it gets harder. Because I believe it's FaZe next, right? That's waiting.
Oh, they play FaZe next? Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just
let me look at it. Yeah, because in round 3, it's Thieves and FaZe. And unless there's some sort of, in my knowledge, the flips only happen when it's the drop from winners to losers. So yeah, they should be against FaZe next. And obviously FaZe beatable. They lost yesterday, but yeah, it's going to take everything if Surge are going to get that one done. We'll see if they can push through that wall. The wall has been losers 3, but what a 3-0 it was. And yeah, you saw a lot of things to like, I think, from Surge with regards to the composure and the hard point, convincing Surge victory, which we haven't seen much of at all over the course of this stage, or really last 2 stages. You see your subs step it up in a big way over the course of the maps. For London, it's been a tough year. It's time to look to the future, though, and I think we can agree Afro is their future as he puts up 29 and 19 on that map.
Yeah, I mean, they almost had it, just trying to hold on, survive in the streets. You look at that round 4, should he have saved one? It's one of those things he'll think about, but, Octane 27 and 21, but who is it? It's in that round number 5. It's Pristini who makes that play, gets them onto the point.
Unbelievable stuff, but as we've got the players live, it is easy to get right into our interviews. I believe we've got Jess on stage ready to go with Pristini. Jess, take it away.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm here with Pristini for your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Pristini, congrats on that dub. You are now into the money placements, and it feels like you guys are just so strong on LAN. I've had so many conversations with your coach, Joey Nubsy, about this. What makes you guys so strong here on LAN?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I probably could. I think our effort level, everyone just, I said this last time, everyone just enjoys LAN more, and I think it brings out the passion in us. Dealing with online is tough, so I think it's just the fact that everyone's enjoying what they're doing.
And I imagine that might be a little different also tomorrow once we have spectators and you can actually hear the crowd and everything like that. So tomorrow you are going to be facing Atlanta FaZe. And what is it like for you knowing that, this could be the end of you guys' competitive series here, could be the last match for you?
I mean, that's the #1 team in the game. It's going to be a tough series, obviously. I mean, every third round for us has been Optic or FaZe. So, we're hoping we can pull this one out. It's going to be obviously the toughest match you could ever have, but it's against Alec, and I'm going to bring all the passion. It's my last event, so, I'm going to do my thing.
Definitely looking forward to watching that. Well, thank you so much, and best of luck tomorrow. Back on over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Jess and Pristini. Great series there. And now they continue on with a very, very tough test. We're going to get ready actually to take a look at our scuff play of the game. And it's going to be none other than Pristini. Some big plays over the course of that map 3, but especially at the end. So you called it the push up through mid-map. That's the opening they need.
Yeah, the skirmish goes down. I think London wins it, but he just sneaks on through and kind of takes his time. And you can see the players inside of bricks. They're just trying to rotate on over, but they think Gunless is the first one. It's not. It's Pristini. He doesn't take the first gunfight, puts some shots in, and then just finesses, plays his life, buys time for his teammates to get there. And get there they do. It's going to be all 3 of those members who are able to get on this point, get this zone done. But, yeah, he just sneaks up to the middle of the map. They think Gunless is the furthest one up, and that's not what happened. So he's able to make that play.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on it, but yeah, it's just a really good bit of trigger discipline, right? Like when he sees the first player not to shoot, try and get the angle wide. But tickets are still on sale for Major 5. Fans will be live in the venue this weekend as you can check out the action, see who's going to take it. With the FaZe loss and winners won, things have gotten a whole lot more interesting. Who the hell knows how this is going to go down? But you see the link. You got a chance to come to the Esports Stadium in Arlington. If you haven't already got them and you're local, you should come join us for an incredible event. But what a series it was for Surge. They get the 3-0. Some bright spots, I think, all around for the squad. Joe, I just wondered, how far can they go?
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do, but that's going to do it for this match. We'll be back right after this.
Well, there you have it, Surge 3-0 on the main stage before your very eyes, taking London down. And not only that, stamping their ticket back home. That is right, London's journey is over, not just in this major, but for their season as well. Take a look right now at the bracket here for Major 5. As you can see, we're in the midst of things now. We're really working towards that tournament final, but some of our teams have a journey. Surge, they're going to be facing FaZe next. This is going to be tough. This could be where the dream dies in this elimination bracket. Yeah, imagine. However, it's going to be really hard to imagine that happening. I think FaZe, we all know what they're like. They're going to come out looking for blood. They're coming out looking for revenge. And not only that, it's also a battle of the brothers in that sense too. You heard Pristini on the stage. You know, he's facing Alec as well. So I think there's a little extra something, a little extra spice in that potential match there. But gents, let's break down what we saw there in that game. I mean, you know, it was the battle of the spoilers to see who could keep going through Major 5, and they obviously know who they would be facing later on. But Surge, clean 3-0. I was a little bit nervous in that control for a second, but they brought it back. Stud, I'm going to start with you. What did you make of the series as a whole?
I thought it was great. I feel like Seattle coming out and getting the 3-0 is exactly what we were expecting. It just wasn't basically the scores of the game wasn't what I was expecting. The fact that they got 5 streaks in that map, number 1, and only won by like 10 points is insane to me. It shows that Seattle are still making some insane mistakes there. And then even towards that control, they were down and they find themselves on the offense. They were able to win it towards great plays at the end by Pristini, just hitting that late pinch. I feel like Pristini, at least in this series, he really turned up, man. Like Seattle, they don't walk away if the SMGs don't turn up on that map, number 1. Classic going on a 10 streak. Pristini also going on a 9, picking up some streaks. Like, you're going to need those guys to keep that same level of play, because going up against FaZe tomorrow, it's not going to be an easy task to get done.
Yeah, I agree, Jay. I think what Classic and Pristini did, especially on the map 1, was fantastic. The way that they played their lives to get those streaks was huge. The communication came in. You remember during the listening, Pristini was like, are they weak? Are they weak? And that was going to determine whether or not he challenges Tiki. He gets the communication from Gunless, goes out, gets the 3 kills, gets his streaks. Classic after that. Like, that's beautiful. Now, what they did with the streaks, now that's another story. But to get them, that's fantastic. And then what I really liked about the series was the search and destroy. Seeing Pristini and Classic have that chemistry, pushing up quickly, getting those first bloods for Pristini. I thought that they played a really good search and destroy, and if those two are on point, then they have a good chance versus most of our teams.
Yeah, and you know what? If I'm going to nitpick just a little bit here, gents, you know, picking up a lot of what you guys have said, watching that match as well, I think Surge are going to have a tough time tomorrow trying to keep the dream alive of pushing on through with this Major 5. Because, I mean, just small things like in the hard point, you know, looking at the way they were trying to break hills at times, looking at the way they were trying to pinch, it was kind of mismatched. It wasn't the best judgment in terms of timing and the teamwork there. I think they have to have that down completely if they do want to be up there with FaZe and competing with them. So I think it's going to be really difficult based on what we've seen against London Royal Ravens, despite the 3-0 there as well. Well, I'll tell you what, we have another match to talk about, and funny enough, the loser of this match also goes home with nothing. Take a look at the prize pool and how this is also going to be laid out. $500,000 on the line, and you can see right now London joins the position of no prize with LAG and Paris, but we have all to play for here because the winner does plod along through in our major and has potential to get some of that prize pool as well, but we are waiting for that 9th position to be filled here. Go hard or go home, my friends. Now, speaking of the next match, ASIM actually told us yesterday on main stage with Jess that New York subliners actually have very similar playstyle to Mutineers, which is quite interesting considering the matchup coming our way. Now, how do you think Florida should approach this match? What are you kind of envisioning here, Stud?
For me, the way that Florida need to approach this match is by shutting down the SMGs on the side of NYSL. And that all starts with the SMGs on their side. In that series versus Minnesota, they just ended Stage 5 with, they got 3-0'd, and they left both of those SMG players at a 0.6. You can't have that today. You need Neptune to be that main slayer, the guy that's finessing. Last time he was on land, his movement was insane. It was just really hard to kill the guy. So you're going to have to make sure he's on point, and then also Havoc. When you're looking at this player, this is a guy who gets streaky at times, but when he's filling himself in those 1v1s, in the search and destroys, that is where he's most impactful for this team. And both of those players are a huge part for their success if they're going to try to take out New York today.
Yeah, I mean, I think ASIM said it best. Like, it's going to be scrappy. They both play, you know, really gunfight oriented. They give themselves a lot of chances to try to break into hills because, you know, their team's essentially a pickup squad. They haven't had a lot of time to practice. And you look at Mutineers, and they haven't played fundamentally correct all year long. So I'm going to be looking at the ARs on the side of Mutineers, Awakening and Skies. I'm expecting them to have a big game. You look at the ARs over on the New York side of things, and Mac and DiamondCon, they've not had a good Stage 5. I mean, Mac's had a 0.9, a significant drop-off from what we've seen from him in previous stages. And then you're looking at DiamondCon, he hasn't had a huge impact, sitting at a 0.7. Like, that's just not going to cut it. So I think there's a huge opportunity here for the ARs on the side of Mutineers to go off and frustrate all players on the opposing squad.
So let me get this straight. Between the two of you, the whole team needs to step up and perform, right? Is that what I'm getting from
Basically,
this?
yeah. I mean, looking at New York, it's gonna be tough for New York in this one.
Listen to my expert. Simple. Look, all 4 of you guys got to show up today if you want to take this from New York. I'm really looking for consistency here from this Mutineers team, and I think you guys can agree there. It's been very up and down, a bit of a roller coaster in terms of fearing the deep, and I think it's important right now that they keep that fear level at an ultimate high this major. Keep it going, gents. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, we do have a banger coming your way very shortly. New York Subliners versus Mutineers taking the stage. You see the blue and yellow. They're matched up well. I'm very excited. I hope you guys are too. And we'll see you after the break.
Welcome back to beautiful Arlington, Texas. It's day 2 of Major 5, and well, quickly we're into our second match as Surge were able to get the 3L. We now look forward to Caesar, Skies, Bueno, and the crew as they're going to match up against NYSL. And Joe, I hope we're in for more of a treat than the last one, a competitive one that goes the distance.
Yeah, I mean, the last time these two teams met up was last major. It goes all the way to a game 5, and I mean, for New York, it was, they won with a fill-in. Again, Florida has kind of met with this moment where New York isn't their fully set team. Florida's in the losers bracket, a match out here, and it's another disappointing major for them. They've been so close to starting in the winners bracket, to showing us that they could be one of the best teams in the world, but just hasn't all come together yet. We'll see if they can finally do it this weekend.
Yeah, I think there's like 2 teams that have just seemingly sort of let you and I down personally over the course of this year, and probably that would be Rocker and Mutineers, like where we just think they're on the cusp time and time again, then they take a step back, then we think they're there again, and they take a step back. I thought for sure like the last 2 stages we were going to see Mutineers starting that winners bracket, but they're just not quite able to do it. But can they come in and get a win here? Can they make a run? We know they have another chance at champs, but I want to see what they're going to be able to do. It's a stacked roster when you talk about the experience and the young talent. We'll look at the quick scope here, and this will just be from stage 5 and how they looked in the match records in mode by mode, and well, everything favors Mutineers.
I saw 10. I was like, there's no way so they're not 3 and 7. But yeah, I mean, you can see that Mutineers, they're all about their respawns. That is where they find a lot of their victories. 6 and 3 in hardpoint, if that's correct, but I believe they've lost the last 3 hardpoints, so we're going to see if they get that back on track.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it going. And I want to see on one side if Mutineers can make a run, and then I guess how much this roster has developed for NYSL. I think in the interview, I was listening to it a bit just with Asim just talking about having to take over a bit of the leadership role more and how it's been a bit overwhelming. I'm sure a lot of players have had to do that in their career, Joe, where it's like you weren't the leader, you had the leader left, and now you have to step it up.
No, 100%. It's a tough transition. He's always been. Plus, you got to look at the fact that he's in a very difficult role as is, right? In terms of he also has to micromanage a team. That's not easy, right? He's your entry guy. He's your objective player. The guy's trying to do as much as possible while making sure we're doing the right thing as a team. Not easy to do at all. There's a lot going on. And when you're trying to focus on micromanaging, sometimes your performance goes down a bit. It just tends to happen until that trust, until that system is truly built with DiamondCon. It'll happen. But we saw in the Game 5 when they needed him most who stepped up. It was his team. He goes double positive. It was awesome to see.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see if he can do more of that, but we're getting ready. The players getting on stage, getting ready to roll here in our second match of the day. It is time to meet our teams we've been talking about in New York. Let's meet them. We're going to take a look at NYSL. Mac with the first one. He just jumps on in. A flurry of kills through. Mac, though. Mac gets 3. What a second half of the hard point he had. There's all 4. The 8 for Big Mac. Awkward timing. He gets flushed out. But a seam and Mac, that crossfire so good. A seam, all 4, give it to him. Takes down the entire side of FaZe.
This is just efficient work right now. As Hydra, he has the entire team straight in front of him, gets a couple shots. Now look how much he just slows them down.
Can he get the defuse, player? He does. 23 seconds left on the clock. One more to deal with for Clay. This would be massive.
NYSL coming in, looking to get the dub, and maybe not the roster we expected a couple weeks ago, but can this team get it together? The superstar Hydra coming into the lineup a couple months ago. JP and Revit. Oh, look at this! I like that little unison. Ooh.
You think that was a Revan idea? I think it has to be, right? That just looked like Revan's idea.
That looked like
everyone
looked
a little bit uncomfortable except for Revan.
I've never seen Revan smile more. Yeah, he really loves that. That RuneScape things that really get Revan going. But Hydra having some fun as well as he's getting a laugh after they get out on stage. And I think that's good, though. Get a little laugh, get loose. Obviously, there's some pressure here. We try to brush that off a little bit.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't think there is. I think all the pressure's on Mutineers at this point. Again, these guys have just been put into a tough scenario where they have to now compete at the major with, like you said, not the lineup that we expected. A new team, it's going to take some time to get used to. They won a Game 5 yesterday. They also lost that Game 4 that they probably should have won, but they're learning in every single series.
I would agree with you if this was earlier in the year, but I just don't think there's any way to not feel pressure now. It's the final major of the year and Champs is around the corner. It's not like you have time for stuff to really develop. Like, it's got to click. You've got to get better quickly. One more time. Look at Revan. He's so happy. I see JP smiling too. That was incredible.
I mean, I agree, but that's just a fact. I mean, Florida should win this, right? I mean, that's just
true.
The way I kind of look at it. I mean, it's just tough to – you can't just basically take a player and put him in there. It's going to take some time to adjust. Hopefully by Champs, yeah, they are as quick as they can be set in stone with how they want to play. But that's pretty soon too.
Yeah, it's not that far away, is it? But, all right, we met one squad. Let's meet the other. You're saying Mutineers are the favorites in this one. We'll see if they can come out and get it done. Let's meet the team, Florida Mutineers.
Big situation. And a nice three-piece coming in from Big Wake.
Neptune is playing this, trying to bait him out, but Abby gets into a nice up. He's finally repositioned, but Abby beat just a little bit too much, but Neptune...
He's still got the war raging for P2 that Neptune is winning single-handedly. Great work. Again, looking at that mini-map, we know where they're coming from. These players do all round. But these boys have to get through skies.
You have to get through skies! What in the is this?
Florida Mutineers. We love this team. They're having fun out there. They've got the talent. We've loved seeing Neptune come in and what he's been able to bring this year. Big Wake following up last year. His incredible debut by being a monster this year as well. The full squad is there, and Havoc, he comes in late, but he has been huge for this team. Are they going to do a wave or something? Oh, I was hoping maybe something.
Nothing in unison, but they all waved. They did wave kind of by themselves.
That's true.
Skies was kind of doing the crim as he started walking out. Just, I'm not sure. But yeah, for Florida, I think this major, you want to see them at least go on a run for, top 4. At least their fans and probably what these players want to do. Because, yeah, we've been talking about it time and time again. The talent is there. What we saw from Neptune last major was awesome. But they need to go on a run. They got to beat some top teams.
Yeah, and they're an aggressive team, a team that wants to take gunfights, maybe gets a little bit impatient at times, and I guess becomes vulnerable to mistakes. But I guess I just sort of view it. It's not as simple as this. But when their guns are very hot, they can overcome some mistakes, and they will win maps. Will that be enough to get them through here? But let's get into our game fuel keys to victory and start us off with Mutineers.
Well, yeah, come on, strong in the first hardpoint. They're 0-3 in the last 2 matches in hardpoint. They lost both of those matches, right? That respawn just getting out of the gates, important for me. Skies needs to step up. The last time these 2 teams played at Major 4, he was 5-15 in S&D, and they are 1-6 Mutineers versus NYSL this year. It has been a key weakness in this matchup, and Neptune has to find that better pacing and control with Havoc. Stage 4, they're 1-4. He's got a .68. Havoc's playing well, but you can obviously see that teamwork not being there, and yeah, they're struggling in game 3.
And I guess it feels like it was a fair conversation a couple months ago that it's going to take some time to develop, but you got to feel that now that time has been there, right, for them to really get in sync.
Yeah, 100%.
We'll see if they can do it. Now to our game fuel keys to victory. On the other side, Joe, talk to me about NYSL.
Well, where does this go wrong? I think a Skies and Awakening kind of take over. So you're looking at Mackie and DiamondCon, who they need consistent performances to keep them in the respawns, right? Allow Hydra to kind of go off, make some individual plays, but they need some map control. That's on the ARs. Take the game 3, put the pressure on the Mutineers. Mutineers, as I said, 1-4 in control this stage. And well, Asim, he's got to continue to do what we saw yesterday. Lead inside the game and outside the game. And if it comes down to it, in a clutch scenario, he's got to step up like he did yesterday in that map 5.
So I know you put the stat about the search and destroy, but obviously it's a little bit different of a roster without Clay in here, and there's been some changes throughout the year for NYSL, but you still think that's their big striking point?
100%. I think they need to learn. They've played the Mutineers a lot. I think it's 4-0 for them on the year. A lot of that winning is coming through the search, so they know what to look forward to. But you can obviously, through these maps, they're starting off with Checkmate. Both of these teams have a lot of repetitions on this map. For the Mutineers, it's 4-9 though, and for NYSL, it's 9-8.
Yeah, it's just interesting because they play them with the fill-in. I know they struggle in the search, but when they brought in the fill-in, it was Decimate. And what do we know Decimate for coming into his career? We had a good search player. So
yeah, right. They lost 2-3-5 last time versus this team with a brand new roster. That can't happen in my mind.
No. I agree with you. But it's just, I don't know. I guess nobody really saw this coming. You saw some tweets and stuff that went out from Krim about, different things with Clay. And, Clay just needed a mental break. But it just, I was shocked everyone just considering his career and how he's dealt with resilience. But fact is, he steps back and DiamondCon's going to step in. And we'll see if he can step up within this best of 5 and push NYSL forward. But they got their work cut out for them for Mutineers. Talk to me about Checkmate, though, as we get started for the map 1, Joe.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm not going to tell you because we have a bit of an issue. So we're going to back out of this one as they get that all figured out.
I was so excited to hear what you had to say, too. I was so excited.
I bet. But, for Neptune, this is a couple of times we've seen him on this map kind of take over. We saw it at the last major. The guy has the ability to be a superstar. So really excited to see his point of view, kind of him versus Hydra throughout these 5 games.
I think I heard it was like a monitor issue. I think they're working with Neptune. His monitor might have turned off or something during the course of that. And I'll tell you what, these pros are very good at adapting. They're very talented. We get a new title every year. They're not good at playing without their monitor on.
That'd be tough. Or if a setting's off, you could speak to that. You can just kind of feel it, right? So, yeah, they're making sure everything's good to go.
Question for you, though, just while we're filling a little time before this starts. You know I'm a psychopath when it comes to, settings, whether on a controller, a mouse and keyboard, or my monitor, or graphic settings. Everything has to be the same and feel correct. Even my chair height, the level of my arm, everything has to be the same. Oh, wait, in your experience as a pro player, does it vary by players? Are there some like that? Or is everyone, when you're that much of an expert and a professional, is everyone kind of obsessed like that, or am I just crazy?
Yeah, I mean, you try to make it like home to be comfortable. I think the biggest difference, though, no matter what, is audio, right? Just being, well, when we have fans tomorrow, that is a big one, but you kind of have your earbuds, your headset, there's white noise pumping through. I think audio is the biggest difference where you kind of have to adjust. You might not be able to hear some audio cues that you normally would. And yeah, I don't think it was in COD, but I've seen some games where I've seen players bring like measuring tape to basically make sure that their chair is the same height, their arm length. Yeah, people get pretty wild about it. Well, something you should maybe think about. Like maybe take measurements down to what your perfect setup is and write the measurements down. Yeah.
I probably should. I think I saw a player, I can't remember who it was, if it was in Challengers or the Pro League, but basically they took a photo of like their hand on the controller, so they made sure they had the same grip every single time. And I can appreciate that. I can really appreciate that. But time to go. Sorry about the quick reset, but into the map we go. And Neptune, he said, can light it up on this map. We'll start off strong to work on playing control as they try to work the time and maybe a potential flip, but NYSL still spawning. On the safe side, all 4 will get in, but hard point control, all Mutineers.
They're just trying to find some time, and Florida just being patient, as they should. Get this time, and now you can go. Start to put the pressure on. You're going to see those 2 players spawn out. They do. Awakening finds 3. That is all 4 dead. That is the flip. NYSL, they got some work to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically perfect out the first break to get the time. The next push, they completely shut down. You don't usually see... Okay, I thought it was going to be like a 45-0 type advantage from the weak side.
It's pretty close.
39-2. Yeah. You'll take that as well.
It's not that different.
It's not. But now you'll set up for second. This is where you don't want to afford those costly deaths in transition, and Mutineers able to avoid that and get their AR set up, and now Skies is a beatman. 3-2 from him, 3-1 from Neptune.
That's just kind of what I was worried about, right? On one side, it was Awakening, who finds 3 on the other. It's Skies just getting set up, getting into his power position. Mac with the multi-kill. It's already second and 1 of the game. But you can see the rest of his team. 3 kills combined. This is just difficult. You're basically just running into a fully set up Mutineers to see him trying to get on the hill to make a play.
We got about 20 left. And just like a quick question for you, though. I'm curious, like, I mean, we were talking about Octane last series, like an AR. He gets the strong position. He can make it look so easy, but it feels like there are some players that, like, I don't know, play better when they're breaking and moving even when it's ARs versus just kind of the patience and setup from a strong position.
Well, you have an idea of where players are going to be. When you're going for a break, you know of an area, right? When we talk about retakes and search, there's only a couple of places that players really set up on based on bomb placement, right? In where they planted. So it's just an idea of, oh, okay, I have to do this. And that momentum going from gunfight to gunfight, where on the opposite side, you kind of have to be ready for it, right? That's when you...
Back. If they don't, they're about to get smoked. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, the big thing is just the slaying right now. I mean, that's really it. You could just see they're going 4 down, going 4 down. There's not a lot of trades coming in. Havoc is on a spree. He's on 5 in a row as he's got a Krieg in hand.
Well, the Krieg won't hit for him. As the double chow around the edge will stop that streak and get NYSL into the point. They're able to deal with the point man and a seam as well. Havoc back off spawn. And back a hunting as he'll get a double to get out to 11 and 3. His teammates step it up as well. One leave spawns in deep in Hydra, and they pick it up.
Yeah, it's just they spawn in front of that tower. They have an idea. Okay, there's one behind us. That's nice teamwork. And I mean, what? +2, +6, +9. You're already around +15. And you can see in the scoreboard 120 points. They have the side of the map that they want for next as well. See Hydra 2-11. This is kind of what you weren't looking to see. He's got to be the guy right now. I mean, he needs to be their superstar.
Well, he's going to try to step it up with the monumental lead right now for Florida Mutineers. We want to hear the comms as they get rolled and try to put NYSL away in this map 1. To an Astro, listen and we go with Florida Mutineers.
They go 3 plane right now. Nobody low. All 3 plane.
I got one. Yeah, watch out, top lane.
One cross hallway.
There's 2 top lane, guys.
Okay. I need your X. I need your X.
One more across to your right.
Exit.
2 exit.
Exit.
One more low plane to no man's box. Yo, listen, I want to nade this timeout. They probably don't have trophies.
How many plane?
Ready? 3, 2, 1. This nade.
Top plane, guys. Shadow's not playing.
Nade time.
All plane's not chilling.
Top plane. One shot dead.
It's only 20 seconds, guys. Make sure
One's low right.
What absolutely
top.
He went top plane. I'll kill him. Hold on. Step.
He's swing.
Yeah, dead. All right, we got one wood steps. Someone, listen, flank through P4. I'm
cutting off the steps.
I'm gonna block. Caesar, hold. I have right. I have low right.
Cut off the left one steps.
They're gonna play me, guys.
I'm gonna plane. There's middle of time. He's going under left, guys. Under left to top left, maybe.
I'm looking top left. Low left.
I'm watching top wing. Nice.
I'm gonna help this time. Block.
BSC. Alright, cabinet wood stairs. There's 2 right stairs. There's 2 more wood stairs. One more wood stairs. Last guy. I'm blocking.
I'm pitching. Get time. No, trust me.
Yo, Joe, watch exit. I have left wing. Or your left.
No, they know I'm here. I'm backing up.
Shawnee weak. Watch out. Low wing. Top wing. Watch out. I'm helping hill. Left wing. Going hallway. Nice.
Last guy wood steps. These guys are getting fucking shit on.
I'm pitching.
Alright, good play. Yo, keep blocking, okay? I'm picking up left. I have left. Up Johnny, getting pissed on.
Weak stairs. Get hill. Last guy, Gil. Yo, there was steps.
I'm getting time right now. Block. Left is right is open off spawn. Right is open off spawn.
Okay.
Left wing.
So I'm not sure if it was just the audio that we were getting, but if that's what the players are hearing, but Havoc seemed to be commanding. He was louder than everybody else, whether it was timing a nade down to precision, which I don't know if anyone threw with him, or talking about how the other team's getting dumped on, or the listen, and trying to make a play call. Like, was it too much, or do you like what you're hearing from Havoc?
I mean, they're winning, but it was, whoo, like that man was speaking at a very high decibel. Maybe that's just like his kind of form of intensity, making sure everybody's listening to him, but it's just one of those scenarios where you're up 120, 130 points. You can calm it down, slow it down, but yeah, you can tell Havoc is their leader.
Oh yeah, he was turned 100%. Like as soon as we got into it, he was counting like an aid toss with somebody. I don't even know if anyone was listening, but it was amazing. But there, subliners get 4 down. Hydra starting to wake up. That's 5 in a row from him. You saw the 2 and 11 or to the map. Now, can they bring this back? We've seen multiple teams come back from 100-point deficits. Not that it's common, but it's happened here. Right after the 4 down, the rest of the kills start to go the way of Florida Mutineers as they are posted up and set up mid-map. Disguise looks to get the help. It's Neptune that gets the melee through. 28 points away from securing the map 1 off a incredible start.
Yeah, can they get it to, the 5th hill? That's the problem. It's these next couple of hills. If Florida just starts chipping away a couple of seconds here, a couple of seconds there, and it's just going to be too tough. We'll see, though. NYSL, if they want to get it that far, they got to pick up the slang, control the middle of the map, basically put them in a trap like we would see on Garrison. But you see Awakening just winning a gunfight, getting on the hill. Winning a gunfight, getting on the hill. What does that do? That forces NYSL to maybe have to reposition. Someone gives something up to have to try to get him off that objective.
But it seems like even if they lose it, like the guns are getting a bit warmer. It was just so dominant from Mutineers early. It's definitely come back a bit. I mean, just having at one point it was like 17-4, 17-5.
Yeah, 100%. Keep carrying that into the search.
Yeah. Just probably too late, but we've seen crazier things.
And they're doing a really good job here, but Havoc keeps it going. He's up to 28. He's still double positive, but Diamond and Hydra just playing their life. 3 dead. They're kind of doing what we were talking about. Could they get it to the 5th hill? They get it there. They have the spawns. That's where things could get interesting. But still, only 17 seconds needed. Diamond Khan's on 5 in a row.
You got a shot to do it, but keep an eye on that number 4 working all the way around. That's going to be Havoc. He's trying to take the route to get in behind. Maybe influence these spawns to get ready for 5th, but there's the first pick. One spawns right on him.
Gunfight.
Not able to win it. Hydra will take the one-on-one. NYSL still has a presence here. Just 17 points needed for Mutineers. Pushing forward on the other side is going to be Awakening. Diamond. The artillery just going to be pinged for now. Here's the call. A cruise missile. Trying to be earned. Down over 100. Now down just 60. And they've got spawns for 5th. Joe, they got it this far.
And what did I kind of tell you in the listening? When you hear call-outs like that and comms like that, it can make people frantic. That would make me frantic, right? So when things are going wrong, how are the comms? I'm not exactly sure. But if they're to that level, if it's a little bit too much or too intense, people are taking gunfights, they're not challenging together. And NYSL, they're starting to bring this on back. With 20 seconds left, and if you're Florida, you just want to control the plane, make sure you get set up inside, and you can close game 1 out.
This is close to being one of the more unbelievable comebacks we've seen on the entire year. It's second by second. Mutineers could collapse, so if they'll get the kill out of the point. Only a couple seconds left, so not going to matter much, but now the cruise missile going to come in. Hardpoint control for Mutineers, 10 points now needed. Skies and Havoc get kills during the streak. Havoc will get dropped. Final bit of the missile won't connect. Just a few ticks and they avoid the collapse, but Mac wins his 1 and nobody else in to contest. Mutineers survive, but whoo! NYSL made that very, very interesting jump.
They sure did. I mean, yeah, just a slow start, but a heck of composure. And you know, NYSL, they were the team that threw away a 100-point lead yesterday on Apocalypse, the Gorillas. But Diamond got going. He goes on a spree. But you can kind of see where Florida at times does slip up a bit. But they close it out. They win map 1. They get back on board of that hard point.
Yeah, but it's, I think I said it minutes ago when they first started to come alive. Like, even if you lose, like, I don't know. The guns got warm. It's got to help for the search and destroy versus, I don't know, get blown out 250 to 50 like it looked like in the early going. But a good bit
of a conversation now of, all right, we play like that. Let's keep it up, right? Like, all right, we're here now, right? We're in this series. We're back mentally, basically.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's a good bit of composure by NYSL, as you said, to bring it back. But then I think also for Mutineers, I mean, when you heard the comms talking about maybe being a little panicky, but you know that pressure builds second by second. Like, oh, God, we are collapsing. They keep it together. They get the win. It's a monster map from Havoc when you talk about the kills, but Skies leads the way in damage. He puts up over 6,000.
And that's, you know, that's the only thing I'm a little bit worried about on the other side. Diamond stepped it up, but you need Mac as well. Those two, they, you know, if they can at least control part of the map, you can get a Seaman Hydra into those positions where they can make plays. But Skies and Awakening, too strong of a start.
Yeah, it's just too hot of a start. What, like a 1-10, 2-11 start at a Hydra. He brings it back to only -6, but just too slow. And Mutineers able to punish them. They go up 1-0 in this best of 5. We get prepped and ready for the search and destroy, which kicks off after this break.
Zenni, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Zenni Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting zenni.com/gaming. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by ActiveStat, the next generation analytics platform built with Google Cloud that brings fans, players, and commentators the power of competitive statistics in real time. Get insurance savings and discounts from USAA, the official insurance partner of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our second best of 5, day 2 of Major 5. It's the last run before playoffs and champs at the end of the year. We have $500,000 up for grabs this weekend, and one guy looking for the money. It is Cesar Skies Bueno, and he was great in the map 1, but Joe, he had a really good stage 5. I know he's had several solid stages this year, but if you take a look at the overall KD ranks, usually, yeah, there's a number 1. That's great.
Yeah, number 1 overall. He did have a really solid stage 4 as well. But like I said, where he struggled a bit was in search at Major 4. And you can see there he's at a 1.19. But like I said, 5 and 15 combined when they played NYSL at Major 4. So a bit of a redemption arc for him. We head into Miami, search and destroy. For Florida, you know, they're still fighting for that top 6 spot as well, right? Trying to put pressure on Minnesota Rocker. We'll see what run they can go on.
Sky said, I've told this story many times, and I apologize to anyone that's heard it before, but he has the harness. Back in the day when I first met him, he used to carry my former commentary duo, Courage and I, in wagers all the time. I felt bad for him, but I just knew he was going to be a monster. He was so talented. And he was great at search, not just from playing with us, but just in general. So to see him struggle is a bit surprising, but obviously, yeah, okay. I don't know if that's what was happening, but you know, each title's different, each team is different, but he's got to be better.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, I think just Florida, you know, this is a game mode that they've been trying to get better at and improve on. It's a big reason why Havoc is on this lineup. But, you know, Miami, Search and Destroy, a great place for AR players, right, to find those picks. So a lot of our eyes on them.
Yeah, still some of the shots they'll hit and angles they'll find make my brain hurt, but that's why they're professionals. And I thought we were going to see one right away as Diamond get some tags in. Hydra, a slow start to the map 1. And when he first joined this team, you know, struggled in search, but quickly he started to make an impact. They'll need him to be big here, especially in spots like this, like around the B site. And the combat becomes a little bit closer range.
Yeah, pretty default setup here for both squads. It looks like it's going to be a slow B hit. Sky's middle of the map. No trophy, just trying to dodge bullets. Have his teammate look over him. That's going to be Diamond Challenge just to go back to his teammate. So it's going to come down to what can Neptune and Neptune and Havoc doing this setup top B, or is it going to be a hit back towards A? It looks like that'll be the call. As you see his team with the bomb going all the way through. Skies doesn't see anything, and Awakening is going to get picked.
Well, it's already moving that way, but now it's definitely headed right towards the A side as it seems. Well, he works his way up. And keep an eye on that number 6 throughout this. He's been lurking. That's Hydra the entire time, lurking towards B. Depending on the timing, he can get in behind. Havoc and Skies have already found kills. He's going to have to make a play now.
Diamond's got to wait. He has to stay alive. He needs to buy time for Hydra. You can see Havoc is still just waiting to see if there's someone on the flank. But nope, it's all the way in their base. He finds one, trying to finesse now. Just waste the clock.
2 versus 2 takes the next fight and can't win it. It comes down to Diamond. 20 seconds to go. Can Havoc and Skies clutch up in the 3 versus 4 to a 1v1 we go? Diamond. Skies. Diamond clutches up, gets both, and they had the numbers early, but it came down to a 1v2, and Diamond up to the task.
Yeah, I like this little repositioning under the boat. We don't see it too often. And then this is the power position, right? Skies, it's just a tough gunfight from the bomb. I mean, he challenges it. He goes for it. It's a wide peak, but Diamond, a confident round. He waited for Hydra. He needed what he needed to do. That round is on him. He has to stay alive. He goes down there, right? Hydra dies. He gets traded out. The round is done. But he's just got to play his life. And then when it is time, makes the play.
I got a little bit worried with Hydra. I mean, the shot just wasn't that clean. Like, he almost gave the player a chance to turn on him, but he closed out the kill. And yeah, the time, everything. So Mutineers on offense now, and they're going to bring it right into Hydra's nest. And he is there, and he's ready, but he gets one. Mac drops behind him as the opener's there from Havoc and Neptune. As the seam falls, well, Diamond is clutch. Why not another shot at it? 1v3 for Diamond in round 2.
Yeah, well, the tactical hits. Neptune's just going to push up behind him. He's able to hit one. He's going to read this, though. I mean, Neptune goes all the way around. And Neptune's kind of stutter-stepping right now, but he's just locking him in. He finds the kill. But I love the teamwork from Havoc and Neptune, right? They see the trophy in the first player that peaks. The goal is to blow the trophy up. As soon as that trophy goes down, the nade connects. Neptune is fighting against weakened NYSL players. Good job from those subs with that teamwork.
I got a little worried after they gave him the free first fight.
Yeah, and then they just kind of stopped, right? They just kind of waited there.
Yeah, I got a little worried. And I thought Neptune was going to fly, and I'm like, depending on the timing, he might get caught sprinting. Like, I was getting nervous, but Neptune plays it smart, closes it out, and brings us to 1-1. I'm back in Asim's hands, and the last time it was kind of a slow build-up towards B and an eventual wrap on the pick towards A. This time, everybody towards A outside of Diamond. Mac.
That's not good.
Sky's head comes clean off. And that means a wide open A site outside of Awakening. No AR to look over him. He's headed back up.
Yeah, I mean, that's really it. If Awakening has an AR there,
okay.
The play is basically on Skies to bait them in. Skies has to bait them in, and Awakening, he pops on up with a 74U. That is that play. And Skies just gets smoked across the map. I mean, what is Awakening supposed to do there? Sooner or later, the numbers are just going to be too much. But it's a 2-on-3 now. Neptune and Havoc and Bolts with subs. So, yeah, this one's going to be difficult.
They get to a 2v2, but just so little time to work with as Havoc tries to surge forward. And NYSL will close it out, but is that okay? Is that
a mistake? That's a mistake. Yeah, trying to do too much. Is that just a fight
he doesn't need to take, or is that just the Craig headshot multiplier, just he couldn't back down type thing?
I mean, maybe it was that, but do you even need to be in that spot? I mean, literally, you just go to a place where you can see the beach. He's got the cross to the bomb. Like, you don't have to look at anything else, right? Like, maybe the middle of the map. You're just waiting until Awakening goes. Once Awakening goes, that's when you help him out. But yeah, I mean, he gets picked, and Awakening's like, well,
I'm dead.
I got to try to back up, right? Like, they're just going to push me now.
Awakening will have Krieg out for this round. See if they can bring it back to 2-2. And, well, Krieg out for Awakening. Headshots out for Awakening. Skies, tough couple of rounds. Picked off first here for Mutineers and back-to-back. Little jump shot. Just give him a little love
like that. Like, how did he see that guy? I don't know, but he did.
Laser eyes. Awakening. Frustrating defensive round followed up by 2 openers. He's got work to do.
I don't know why they stack towards B, so they have to like work the flank. And Awakening's just taking his time. As Havoc works up the beach, he's not seeing anything, right? So they know they have bomb control, but they don't want to let someone make a play through the middle of the map. And now Awakening, he finds another one. Mac melees. Oh no, a panic melee. Oh no. I feel like I'm watching you again.
There's strays flying my way, but Awakening, he's working on the ace, but it's not going to happen.
Okay, let me rephrase that. I feel like I'm watching Rambo again. There we go. That work?
I had to change my entire control scheme because of that. Yeah, when I had it on my right thumb for melee, I just would punch the air all the time. If anyone ever surprised me, the air was getting smoked with my fists of fury. And nothing would piss me off more.
By those, yeah.
Oh, it's the worst. It's the worst because you don't even give yourself a chance. You don't get a gunfight. You look like an idiot.
Correct.
But Awakening will be on 3 in a row after that round. Neither team able to find any separation in the round count so far. As back and forth we go. 2-2 split offensively. Same on the defense, but look at number 2 in Skies. He's playing from a different position. Deep on beach side.
On Awakening, it's like, well, I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to make sure I have an AR. Like, I'm not playing that spot. That did not work. I'm going to just stick with the Krieg. Oh, man, he's getting picked. What is going on?
Mac is what's going on. I feel like all 3 of Mac's kills are just openers towards A. Like, he is finding the angle. He is winning that gunfight.
He's got the Crim monitor settings, whatever they are.
Yeah, FOV 12. Just dialing him in. But his bomb gets planted on one side. 2 players from OSL working the other, and these could line up for Havoc. He knows another one is here, and he gets aggressive behind it. Havoc gets both. Gives them a chance now. 2 versus 2, 30 seconds to go. Skies, can he stay up till Havoc gets there? Not going to happen. Hydra will find the kill. Havoc last alive. He's got to get the kills, get the defuse. Or just stick it. Max saw him, though. And that'll decide the round.
Yeah, that's just the numbers game. They're working both sides of the map, and yeah, I like the fact that they got active. You know, even though that this goes down, they don't allow Skies to stay alive and wait for Havoc. I mean, Havoc does a really good job winning this 1-on-2, but on the other side, Hydra and Max say, all right, let's just isolate this player out. Let's deal with this before things go really bad, and they do just that. And it's been all offense, right? I mean, yeah. NYSL doing a really good job just working towards that A side. This is a lot of offensive round wins in a row.
Yeah, we should probably watch Mac, the next NYSL defense, because he's just been the opener king. Like, he's just finding those picks time and time again. And I'm curious how Mutineers deal with it, or if he keeps finding success behind it. I think that's 3 of his 4 kills.
Yeah, it's just been all about these first bloods. The offense is what they're finding, and Havoc, he's able to get towards top balcony, but you can kind of see Hydra's just laying down. He's got Mac helping him out, and then if they need it, Diamond can quickly rotate over.
Awakening with the first blood this time. They've got a 4-on-2 on the B site. Mac and Diamond. Can they deal with the numbers? Hit a spot, little shoulder for information from Neptune. They're getting ready to send it. One going to slide across, and the chow in from the other. Beautifully done from Mutineers. Skies gets one more. Seam over the wall. They're ready and waiting. But again, yeah, I mean, it really just kind of boils down to the first blood, and then suddenly you've got massive numbers there on the site.
Yeah, and you're hoping Asim can make a play on the flank, but he got spotted right away. So he's got to switch his route up. Like, you're hoping if you're 2 alive, at least your player who worked up the A-side beach goes all the way through the offensive spawn, somehow gets into a spot where maybe they can make a play, but he's immediately spotted. Florida were ready for it, and yeah, they just find that first blood on Hydra.
Well, all right, we're going to take a look at it. I want to see what's working for Mac. And of course, this time he probably won't find the kill, but he's been so good at doing it. But, well, it's going to be a lot different this time. Is they're going to just 4-hit towards B. He won't be taking those long-range fights for the picks out towards A. They go 1 for 1. And already at the half wall, like, Diamond Khan's like set up for the plant if they get it down.
Yeah, Neptune, he gets stunned, so he's got to back on out. He tries to get out, and he does. Just trying to stay alive, but it's just tactical after tactical. Bullets are coming in, and there's the repositioning.
Yeah, when you said he got out alive, like, he's got 17 health, and he's not quite out of harm's way yet.
Well, he's about to regen, and then that other tactical hits him, right? So it's like, that stops the regen, and he is screwed.
That's one way to put it. 3v3. Guys with a chance to reposition the re-chow. Bomb will be down. Guys will get traded. Down to a 1v1. Awakening. First Diamond. Diamond already has a 1v2 clutch, but not this time. As Big Wake takes the fight. Havoc's on his feet.
Yeah, I mean, this is just miscommunication, I think, or maybe kind of overthinking this round. You took this side away. And they're going to try to push on through, but the timing's a bit off. They're separated from one another. Mac goes back to the site. They have no idea where Awakening is, and he makes them pay.
You're always kind of the opinion if you get a site, get the bomb down, right?
I mean, you work really hard for it. I get what they're trying to do. It works out if they're all together and trading, but they give them too many individual one-on-ones. It felt like the comms were a bit messy there from NYSL.
Well, after that, they'll find themselves down around again. Diamond Con this time. Able to hit the shots. Him and Mac. Been crucial all early and late. And now in a 3v4 on offense, your options get a little bit more limited.
Yeah, you're hoping an AR can find a pick. Towards the middle of the map, we'll see if NYSL even give them anything. You see the way Asim's playing. He's got Diamond Con watching over him. This is very safe from NYSL with 40 seconds left, and why not, right? Because Hydra has everything top B. Mac's got everything towards the back alley. It is looking like it's going to be a B hit, and maybe you're hoping Skies can find something, but Hydra's hearing that.
Find Hydra. The double chow comes in. They're able to take him out with no trade. So into a 3v3 we go. The problem is the time. It's dwindling. 20 seconds to go. Diamond Con rotating across. As Mac just holds deep. They both get some solid damage into each other. And the other side of one-on-one kind of developing between Asim and Skies. But now the bomb plan will go down. Awakening's got a cover, and he's able to do that. Wins a big one. Skies wins the one-on-one on the other side of the map, and suddenly it's Mac by his lonesome. 1 versus 3, down to a 1 versus 2, and Neptune toying with his food.
Again, between Diamond and Mac, I think some miscommunication. Diamond moves forward, Mac's still back alley. You know, they hear maybe a player on the bomb, they hear the player mantle the wall, but they don't go together. They take that as a 2-on-2. Maybe they get the player off the bomb. Maybe they force a 1-on-1 for their final player, but that doesn't happen. It's just a solo challenge followed by another solo challenge.
How many rounds is that they've lost without numbers now? I mean, at least the last 2, but there might be another 1 or 2 on top of that. And you got to think that's usually what it comes down to. Especially that deep in a round when you have numbers.
No, I mean, winning a defense too, right? Just tying it up back to 4-on-4.
Well, this is the part of the matchup that NYSL have dominated throughout the course of the year versus Mutineers. At risk of going down 0-2, if Mutineers can win the round, they can win the map here on the defense. All 4 players from NYSL grouping up, getting ready for the B push. Mutineers defense, it'll be Awakening. That's kind of your transition guy holding mid-map. He has been clutch in that spot. They've got 3 here now to greet him.
They're staying alive with this crossfire. Yeah, no pressure on it now with the reach out comes on out. Nice trade by Hydra. Where's the next gunfight coming from? They don't have anyone through, and look at Skies. He's all the way here, right? They see Diamond Con being very patient on the flank. Is he going to find another kill, or is it going to be another death?
Hey, I was saying this could be all timing. All timing. Diamond gets tagged. Havoc will actually finish the kill. Mac wins a nice 1-on-1 and now into a 2v2. NYSL have to win to stay alive. Hydra getting the bomb planted. And it'll go through. On the retake, it'll be Skies and Havoc, and Mac just holding with the pistol. Can he hit the shots? He's able to take down 1. Skies for the map. 1v2. And they push it out and they close it out. And I guess NYSL maybe better without numbers at times.
Yeah, nice 2-on-3. Everybody getting those trades, and then into the 2-on-2. Mac and Hydra are able to clutch on up. They knew the scenarios, but that kill for Mac that we just saw onto Awakening. Awakening is kind of trapping them towards the back alley. He peeks, and that's it, right? Because his teammates are, one's up top, one's down low. We saw where Diamond Con gets taken down. He's giving that info to them, and they're just like, all right, well, we got to try and plant this. Try to give us some sort of scenario we can win.
Well, earlier in the round, I mean, would you have liked Neptune to play it a bit safer after the first blood? Because he gets caught then into the 3v3.
Yeah, I mean, if you could back up, right? I mean,
he's got the angle, he's at the cross, he's got the heady, like, he just gets his head ripped off. First blood to push it to around 11. Hydra goes big. Now at 8-7, and he's on 3 in a row. But last time it was Mutineers 3v4 on offense. You got the round win. Hydra can't get away. Seems like no one could keep numbers for long.
Well, this is almost the same thing. Who's it come down to? It's Diamond and Mac. Can they lock it down this time through? Awakening, he goes for the peek, but Diamond kind of has the angle to help him out. There's the push, but look at Asim. He's so far away, and Diamond gets picked. He's got to wait for Asim to rotate over, but he doesn't. So now it's Asim. Trying to clutch for Mutineers, get us to NYSL to a round 11, but they find him, and they win in 10.
And that is what? 2 offenses in a row. We're there in a 3v4, and Mutineers get the win. And yeah, I think I'm with you. Probably some miscommunications on the NYSL side. I mean, there are a lot of difficult
100%.
things when it comes to a newer team or a big change, especially with somebody like Clayster. The comms still need work. At least that's what it looks like. But it leads to
100%.
2-0.
Yeah, those mid-round scenarios that we were going through, especially defensively, between the teamwork between Diamond and Mac, Asim, when does he want to hit the flank? Because it looked like he was playing very aggressive early on it, but he gets picked a couple of times, and he's just staying safe. He's watching the middle of the map, and Diamond gets picked. You're hoping he stays alive to force a 2-on-2, but one of those games you go back and rewatch, and yeah, they'll fix a lot of the mistakes from this one.
And that may not decide the series, but that is where we felt like you had to get a map win if you're NYSL. That's where you've dominated the series. You've done so well in the search and destroy, but they dropped the map too. Can they do it through 3, 4, 5? Absolutely. Especially if you took a look at the latter half of that hard point. They really brought it back in the map 1, but this is a big hole. NYSL are in trouble. Yeah,
I mean, this is one of the keys, though, was for them to win the control. Florida's been struggling in this mode, 1-4 in stage 5. Start of a comeback. With their hard point, the way it looked at the end of the map 1, can they keep that going in a respawn? You back-to-back respawns, get that momentum. You get into a map 5 again. Honestly, that's put the pressure on Florida.
Yeah, because they won that search, but they were what? They lost their last 6 before that. So they're still vulnerable if they get to a map 5, talking about Mutineers. But let's take a look at our U.S. Army tactical play now. Big Wake. A rough start, kind of a frustrating start. Skies was getting picked early. He was putting Awakening in tough spots. But in this round 7, he was huge.
Yeah, I mean, props to Florida, right? Because they were clutching these up, right? You have this 2-on-3. Asim is saying, hey, let's push on through. Let's catch them on the rotation. And they catch Skies because they don't know where Awakening is. Skies is able to find one. The trade just not fast enough. And then look, Mac turns back around. He gives them another 1v1 and finds that 74U and with confidence takes it, finds 3 kills in the round, puts Mutineers up around.
It started with a diamond clutch, but then all the big moments, whether up in numbers, down in numbers, when it came down to the wire, was Mutineers going big, and for that win, they go up 2-0, a map away from moving on to the losers bracket here for Major 5. Control up after this quick break.
OC dub, way up like a rocket. Acting that way out of pocket. For the grind, for the hustle, I can't knock it. Do what it take, do what you do, you could try. Yeah. I've been up, I've been stuck up in the sky. Yeah. Only at the top, I can't lie. Haters watch it, throw the piece, tell them bye. I got things to do, I got bands to get. Competition up in smoke, ooh, cannabis. Ask me why I'm a top 10 candidate. I'm so fly, I'm so clean, ooh, and I'm rich. They can't stop it, they can't stop the kid. They can't stop it, they can't stop the kid. Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stats. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. They can't stop it, they can't stop the kid. They can't stop it, they can't stop the kid. Check the numbers, I'm running it up. I got penny bands, I'm thumbing it, yeah. Tell them move. Get up out the way. It's ludicrous, yeah, how much I'm getting paid. 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10K. No mob ties for the player being made. Now how you spoke to your girl, better check her phone. And do you know what she doing when you not at home? And when she tell you she alone, but she not alone. She got a lot of options, eeny, miny, mo. She gon' do what she want, ain't no stopping it all. Pour the liquor in the cup, yeah, I'm topping it off. I might take your girl, take a trip to the mall. Put the shelf in the bag, yeah, cause I'm copping it all. I'm saying, they can't stop it, they can't stop the kids. They can't stop it, they can't stop the kids.
Zenni, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Zenni Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting zenni.com/gaming. Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Before we get back to the match, a giveaway. Scuff is celebrating the COD League Stage 5 Major with a giveaway. One winner will get a controller of choice featuring the winning team's design. To enter, retweet this tweet, follow Scuff Gaming, tag a friend. It ends Sunday, August 1st at the end of broadcast. So go to the Scuff Gaming Twitter to check it out. Joe and I both use Scuff controllers. They're fantastic. If you haven't had one before, this is your chance to get one for free. So enter before Sunday. Joe, focus back to the match now. Do or die time, NYSL. They've got to get a win here in the map 3, and maybe the most pressure, even though you said there's maybe not a lot on this team right now. I think the one that might be feeling it, though, is the Seam. He wasn't able to make the last event due to the travel visa issues. And now he already had a very hard job. When you talk about his role on the team and, kind of being the entry player, it seems to be compounded now with Clay not here. If he's trying to take over the leadership role a lot more, there's just a lot on this young man's shoulders.
Yeah, he is. And this is a little bit surprising because you got to think, like, with NYSL and some of the, issues that they dealt with even at the start with Zuma, Seam stepped up, right? Like, this was a guy who just was on the radar. He kept his spot by the way he played. Like, teammates loved playing with him. He was doing some ridiculous stuff early on, but ever since they've added Hydra, he's had to reposition. It's just been a long year for Asim, but you know that he has a lot of confidence in his teammates. They know they can do this. They know they made mistakes maps 1 and 2. You got to be flawless from here.
Yeah, you start slow at map 1. That's the mistake. I mean, they were just getting fried through the first 5 minutes of that game, but they bring it back. Game 2, oh, yeah. I think you nailed it. Like, watching that back with the coaches tonight, like, there are going to be a million little moments. It's like, dear Lord, we should have won this game 2 100 times. But they don't. And now they're in a position, they're down 0-2. It all hinges on this control. This is their chance to strike, as you mentioned in the game fuel keys to victory.
Yeah, Florida not the best at control in Stage 5. They were pretty solid in Stage 4. They were right around 50-50. But Neptune was kind of leading them. It's kind of the opposite now, where he's at the lower part of their stats. So we'll see if he can get things going. And a different beast on lane.
Well, into the checkmate control we go. And of course, Asim, the guy we're talking about, he'll open up with the first kill. They'll get right onto that B objective. As Neptune and Skies fly forward for the retake, but it's Awakening that lines up too. Asim and Matt get cut down. Now Diamond, he's just got nades soaring in from everywhere. Tacticals hitting him. He is just crouching in a corner. And he will drop.
Yeah, but it seems they're still there for Trey. They're just trying to fight for map control. Not get put in that trap. Nice pickup by Hydra. And, well, a good nade by somebody. The anticipation for the challenge out of that crate. And behind Diamond's 2 kills, they'll get on to A.
We'll stop the clock for now with 46 left. As Hydra continues to try and finesse around mid and stop shooting maybe for a second or loses the angle.
Tough.
But the call comes in and Diamond gets the kill, but they get cleared off the point. Retake clear once again from Mutineers.
Well, one of the kills from Florida is Neptune, right? He's got an angle on the Mac. Mac's like, how did he get me? You just needed one more bullet. He finishes that. Maybe they still have someone on A. Maybe a tick is done. But now, time taken. Hydra, though, on 5 in a row as he finds a Kree on the ground, just trying to finesse, deal with the players of Florida off spawn.
Yeah, I couldn't tell with X-Ray there if he stopped shooting or if he just lost the angle for a second.
Oh,
I thought he stopped shooting. Yeah, I thought he stopped too. I didn't want to call him out if I'm wrong. But
he stopped
Hydra,
and then he didn't have the angle.
Yeah, well, his streak will end as he gets meleeed to the face. Mac with the multi-kill won't matter much because the position's still here for Mutineers, and Guys will try to do his best with that position, but he gets instantly traded and actually leads to 3 kills for Subliner. So last guy here is going to be Awakening. Your Subliners, time is a ticking. Somebody's got to get on the point. 4.6 left to go. They got to finish something here to get the extension. Last person with a shot will be Diamond. He gets on it with 1 second left. And with the spawn out, they should get an extra minute. Now Hydra flying forward on 8 and 3.
Yeah, I love that from NYSL. They know with the time ticking, someone's got to stay on B. They found the kills. They want to work A, though, right? So then they sort of rotate on over. They're able to finish that point. Now they're up in lives. A couple of members just stuck in spawn as Hydra trying to find number 5 in a row. The finesse, the slides. It's a long gunfight, but he does find it.
Yeah, that's why I think when there were 3 of them back there, I know they don't have a lot of time, but they've got the life advantage, so they were just taking that 3-on-2, and they keep picking apart off spawn. Awakening spawns up. He's got bullets in him almost instantly. It's just going to be Neptune and Havoc that are left in this one. Now down to Havoc. 20 seconds to go. 1v4 or 1v5 with the respawn. Can he get it to that? He does.
Yeah, but
last spawn
good luck with this.
Yeah, that would have been incredible. It would have been awesome, but not going to happen. NYSL with 1 second left on the first objective, clutch up, and they get the offensive round win.
Yeah, it's just what the teamwork off a spawn to get to B to fight through the middle of the map and to say, all right, we have 3 dead, we got to rotate on over. And then in a 2-on-3, it's Diamond and Hydra. They find 3 kills, and Diamond gets onto it. They play around the spawn kills with the life advantage. A beautiful round offensively from NYSL. That looked like a team that had an idea what they were doing mid-round. A very good teamwork.
Right. At first, I thought it was like a little risky because there was like only 45 seconds left. I was like, if they don't find the kills, this could get very, very scrappy. But it's efficient, and they get the round win. Now, can they hold on defense? Can they get us to a hard point? The entire team's in front of us team. They just fly behind it. Well, a bit of an awkward gunfight and a change of roles there as Awakening had the sub and Hydra had the AR. But still,
I just had a couple of different, difficult gunfights, right? It just feels he stopped shooting. It feels like, I mean, he's obviously having a great game. But put in some uncomfortable situations, I guess we'll call it.
Well, the second one, I thought he was finessing himself more than the other player. Like, I was just like, get the kill. But yeah, stat-wise, he's popping off, so keep doing your thing. But it is very easy for Mutineers when it comes to that first point. They're up 6 lives. They get it instantly. Anytime you got over 2 minutes, you're feeling good. Neptune finesses away, unfortunately, right into Awakening's crosshairs, and he'll get headshot. Havoc, though. 4 in a row now. That double opens it up. Look how easy it is for his teammates to get off spawn and get right back towards the objective.
Yeah, that team kill, though, buys them time, right? Because there would have been one more player on it, but it's just going to be a stack. And, well, it was a good round for NYSL, but that was a statement from the Mutineers. They fight their way back into a quick offense to tie things up at 1.
Yeah, it feels like those opening seconds define the rest of it. Like, when you first saw Seam's POV and he goes to hold A, and there's just 3 people in front of him, like, they just bullied and bodied their way onto the objective. Did it behind the force and numbers in the Gunny, and Havoc had a couple brilliant moments over that round, too. But yeah, just the 2 at the end there. I mean, after he got it, he dropped. You just look at the mini-map, and I'm like, okay, well, Mutineers just going to fly into the point. That's what they did.
Well, it's starting to remind us a bit of Miami, right? Just so many offensive wins round in a row. We don't really see this too often on Checkmate or Miami.
That's true, yeah. Not often at all, like throughout the entire year. It was a nice start for NYSL to locate the first 2 kills. Seems just trying to get damage through the plane. Stay up. His teammate and Diamond working that A point. A little bit of a 2-2 split here, and Mutineers have to come in and make a choice on how they're going to break this.
And try to get plane control first, then fly out, find the angles onto the point. But Hydra, Diamond, they're giving them nothing. Just shoulders. Shoulders from Hydra. Diamond's going to peek. The teamwork between these two seems to be on point so far. It comes down to 1 more kill, and who is it? To find the final kill to get point A secured. It's Diamond Count once again. And we saw it at the end of the first hard point. He's starting to get into his groove.
Yeah, I mean, it's as quick as the Mutineers cap. A little bit different. I mean, you don't have the 6 life advantage like you did for Mutineers, but still, you're up like 3-4 and in a great spot. See if they can answer a 5 in a row now for Diamond. Working close to Streaks. Hydra on the other side, hitting it. Skies will have to worry about that off spawn. He's able to take care of it. And Diamond keep this streak going. There's an easy one. Artillery earned, no cruise, but he does get one streak.
Yeah, at least finds one. And again, there's just so much time where NYSL is just kind of playing around the map control, their life advantage. Now, Mutineers just trying to fight for plane, and they find a Diamond, the last one alive. Only up one life. Now, about a minute left in this round. They're going to have to start working towards this B point.
Yeah. Unless there's like a long contest. I don't know if this is coming down to lives. We'll see. Well, no, yeah, they've been on it for a while, so it might. As long as they freeze it, but it's been stuck at a minute for a while here. Is Awakening. Quality shots over. NYSL on it again. I think that's 3 down from Mutineers. And guy here is Havoc. He's had his flurry of multi-kills throughout this game. Did he find another? Trying to work the opening and find the angle. Just contesting this as long as he can, buying his teammates time to get in. His teammates clean up the scraps. They're able to take down at least 3. I think the last guy was a team coming off spawn. They find that as well. So Havoc, good job. Just staying up as long as he did. Teammates do the rest of the work.
Now here's the question, right? You have an artillery. It's 8-8. Do you want to win another offense? Do you try to call this in? You know, streaks aren't the easiest to land on this map. Only a couple of openings above. We'll see what they try to do. Maybe you ping when you're into this 4-on-4 setup. It's a standstill. He's going to ping it. He's going to give a call out. What does he decide to do now? Doesn't call it in, puts it away.
Well, I think the call was, we've got numbers towards B, and you saw the blue arrows at the same time. Like, all right, well, if that's the call, we're going to rotate across. They all wrap back towards B, and it's just a bloodbath on the point. Everybody here with a favor going to NYSL. And they'll get another offensive round victory. Nobody able to hold. They had the instant reaction across, but NYSL, more efficient. They get the round win.
Yeah, this is where Diamond goes on that streak. Just nice teamwork here with Hydra. Again, finds the final kill, able to secure the point. That gives him the points as he finds one more. But yeah, I mean, what? It seems that these two teams like to fly at each other, and I think you're starting to see that these last couple of maps.
Yeah. No, I think, not word for word, but the interview is something just like, we play pretty similar. We're going to go at each other. Whoever's hot is going to win. Yeah, you saw it on map 1. Like, Mutineer started hot, just dominating. NYSL come alive, and in this must-win map, they're doing just that, up 2-1. Can they finish it off with a defensive round victory? Not looking good so far.
Yeah.
Not looking good so far.
Breaks offensively from Florida. And, you know, as a newer team, that is one thing that it takes time to develop is the breaks, right? Just working off one another. Florida taking advantage of it. They're looking to get done with A very early on.
Tyler, our stats guy, if you're listening, I need to know, has there ever been a 5-game control on checkmate, or 5-round, that every win has been an offense?
I'm going to just say no now.
I don't think so. Not that I can think of off the top of my head, but there's a chance of it here. It's a nice regain from subliners. They don't allow A to get finished.
Nice on 6.
Well, you put a lot of pressure on Diamond and Mac to step up, and at least within this map 3, they're doing just that. An opening, though, for Mutineers again. That'll be 3 down once again. Make it all 4. That's going to be at least 1 point done, and this could be tragic, hitting on this next sequence.
Yeah, forcing them to pick. Where do they want to go?
Oh, no.
They're finding kills, too. They're finding the kills. Diamond's in a...
no.
Does he want to use this or not? I'm not sure the kills, but you're down 9. I think you got to hold on to the streak. This is just getting done too quickly. In Florida, they fight for mid-map. They get done with A. They find more kills, and it's a quick rotation over to the B zone. It's all offense here in 4 rounds.
Yeah, that's like the worst situation to get 4 down, when there's like 1 bit of progress left on that first point, because you get it done so fast. You just immediately push across. Like, they don't even need a stack to finish it quickly. And then, yes, the next 2 gunfights just staggers them again on the retake. That just happened so quick. That's why all I can say was, oh no. Because you just, I'm just looking at the mini-map like, this is bad. Mutineers. They do it, get to around 5. It has been all offense. Will a defense show up? Find out this round 5.
It's crazy. I mean, even the Mimos, like 7 rounds in a row on offense. Like, I know we haven't seen that, but these two teams delivering on offense, and it's 3 down off the start for Florida on D.
Yeah, I mean, every offensive break has been good from a numbers standpoint. It just puts you in such a tough position. You're just retaking over and over again as the defense. It finds the opening for Hydra, so he can begin his kind of lurk and finesse game around the plane. He's on 3 in a row. We'll get to the second tick because Diamond wins his one-on-one against Awakening. He's kind of doing it by himself. 2 Mutineers players just funneling through. He'll actually push through on the flanks. That's Neptune that goes all the way around. At least stops A for now.
Yeah, in New York, this is kind of what they've been doing, right? Pausing the clock and then playing around the kills. We saw that in both offensive rounds. The problem is if it gets to this point, it's huge kills by Diamond and Mac off of spawn, because when you're playing for sort of just pausing the clock, what happens is you don't get progress, right? You don't get done with one zone, so there's not a lot of time left on the clock. And if the defense retakes the map control, the round could be over quickly. But right off of spawn, they find every kill they need. Zone A about to be done, and you have that transition period we were talking about. Now the streaks are in.
Hey, yeah, look at the lives. I mean, they're up 7 lives, too. Second bit about to be done on B. It might be a story of offense here on Checkmate, and a story of survival for NYSL as they look to close this out, get a map on the board, extend the series as all 5 rounds go to the offensive team. The defense never stood a chance, Joe. That was one of the weirder Checkmate controls. Yeah, that's one of the weirder ones I've casted all year. That's for sure.
No, I think that's the weirdest one. That's the weirdest one. But
it didn't even feel like
stay alive.
It didn't even feel like. I mean, usually the conversation on Garrison and Checkmate, a lot of it is about like when that offensive team gets pinned, like how quickly can you get out of it, how efficiently can you get out of it. But that didn't happen once. Like I'm struggling to think of like a period where like a defensive team was in a really good spot. Like really had.
There was a couple of times, and then they all died. Like there was no trades. It was just like 2 dead then, right? It was like just what we saw. It was right off spawn. It was 2 kills for Mac and Diamond. They just retook map control. It was the same thing on the opposite side. New York would get map control, and Florida would get 3-4 dead. But a crazy Checkmate control in New York, able to stay alive. Look at your stats. What your ARs? Diamond and Mac leading the way. A good game early from Hydra. He puts up almost 5,000 damage with a sub. In Florida, still struggling. 1 in 5 now in stage 5.
Okay, well, yeah, that was interesting. I mean, they won the search after going 0-6 in search over the last several. They can't get it done here to close it out. So NYSL, they are still here. They are still kicking. A hard point will decide if they can get it to a map 5. Can they stay in Major 5? Find out. The hard point coming up after the break. What a control we just had on the year. Just talking all maps. Offense only wins 37% of the time. Error was 100%. So that kind of defied the stats and the odds. Unbelievable win from NYSL. But we're going to talk about the overall matchup. And Joe, you touched on this like right at the beginning of this match. NYSL's dominated this match. It's hard to talk about because the teams have changed at times. But just when you talk about these two organizations, NYSL, it's been all them.
Well, look at 3 of those. It's 3-game 5.
Yeah.
I mean, a close series, but like I said, what was it, 1-6? Now 2-6 in search against NYSL, and that's been the key for them winning this series. It could be the key to winning this one as well. If they get it to a game 5, we're going to take a look at our hardpoint stats from that game number 1. And well, you had Havoc who dropped 30. Skies was just hanging out on the hill. It was an early lead, but NYSL started to bring it back. It got a little scary.
But that was Florida's pick. Now we get to NYSL's pick as we go to raid, and just looking at it, I mean, they've both been pretty solid raid teams.
Was that Florida's pick?
Yeah, I think so. Let me look back through our message.
Because raid, they're 6-1, so I figured they picked this one. As NYSL
Team
is a very
A
good raid
is
team.
Florida. They banned Garrison.
Okay.
They picked Checkmate.
Okay.
NYSL, they banned Moscow. They picked Raid.
Okay. We're going with Raid. The only reason I'm surprised because Florida's 6-1.
Well, that's sort of why I said it the way I did. I'm like, I was looking at it. I'm like, it's their pick, and they're both pretty good. Because I was looking at the stats. I'm like, all right, well, yeah, they're very solid here.
They're both very solid. You're hoping maybe you get either, get a map where they have a bad record, but I mean, maybe with Diamond, this has been, in practice, their best map, so they're going with it. Play to your strengths.
Sometimes you got to do that. It's probably a difficult choice, I'm sure, for the coaching staff and the players, and however that conversation goes down, you play to a team's weaknesses. You play to your own strengths. I'm sure it's a back and forth discussion and map and mode dependent throughout the course of the year, but it's a strong one for both teams. As we get right into it, and Mac and Hydra try to get NYSL started. It's 2 for Hydra off the opener. It's ring control for NYSL. And they get us to a map 5.
Well, listen, I think what's key from that game 3 is you had really solid games from both of the ARs from NYSL. Good start. Still have map control for second rotation over to Mutineers as they control the middle with Neptune and Havoc, but the time going the way of Subliners, and they'll just eat it up. And I say that to go down.
Yeah, that flipped pretty quickly. Diamond's still here, so he's trying to get it back in your favor. And Diamond makes the play to make sure that Joe is not wrong. The final
Thanks, Diamond. I appreciate it.
The final 10 or so seconds will go their way, but now we'll see if Mutineers can get set up in position for next. You already have one player pushing court and one front kitchen. Mac, who is pushing courtside, will drop, and with those 2 kills, a little bit of breathing room here for Mutineers to answer back down 30.
Yeah, nice early time from NYSL. Neptune, he spawns behind a seam on the old hill, so they don't get a pinch developed until right now. Hydra, he has an opening. This is wide open. That's 2 players, buddy. He finds both of them. And now he's just trying to finesse and play his life, but Neptune says no.
Yeah, the Hydra play answered by the Neptune play as they get back into it. But I mean, for NYSL, I mean, you've already got more points than you did through the first full rotation of Checkmate. So things have started out better.
Yeah, much better start.
So, yeah, you'll take that. But we'll see a lead change looming here.
That seems going to spawn out.
Mutineers. Yep. Yeah, I was about to say, whoever got caught there mid-map should be all the way out. So that'll be a seam. He's out deep. So you've got the 4-on-3. You got to go.
You got to go. Yep.
Depending on the timing, he's going to get here with the flank, and go they will. Awakening finds the opening. Now they surge on forward. Hydra, though, able to get 2. Diamond gets 2. And in the 3v4, well, making a 2v4 after Awakening's kill, they hold on.
How clutch has Diamond been? In respawns, we saw him have a clutch round. In Surge, they don't win it. But he's really making so many big plays for NYSL to keep them in this game. And now they're trying to push across the map as they have a 30-point lead. Mac knows the rotation for Mutineers is going to be a basketball. It's difficult to do. You can see he's all by himself. It's easy to get hunted, but there's still 20 seconds left. He can work his way back across the map.
Well, he already won one, but the pressure is coming, and NYSL have the lead, just fighting for their lives to get it to a map 5. Let's go to an Astro listen with NYSL.
Go, Paco.
Go P5.
I'm come from Zig. I'm gonna come from Zig.
Kitchen. Okay, I'm here. I'm gonna jump across to the right. Okay, Paco.
I got one top on you. Wait. Wait, don't go yet. That guy's in spawn in the back still.
Go now.
Okay.
Holding your money. Could be in there.
Nothing.
Yeah, I'm going back door kitchen. I'm gonna chow the back.
Okay, so we can.
Keep back.
Jungle going back. Chowing left side back.
Kitchen.
Or left side back, Connor. He's gonna chow you left side kitchen. Left side kitchen.
We're coming front.
Hold our money.
One shot. Try kitchen. You can try to work up.
Right side. I'm gonna try to work up. Yeah.
One's out.
I can chow.
Look out.
Eyebrow.
I'm
Eyebrow. Nothing peeking out.
Money.
I got him front right.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and go the front.
One more time.
I don't see one heavy. He went to the room.
I think there's two in time. I'm gonna rotate.
In the room. Watch it right.
Money
again. Money dead.
Nice.
Two in time, right? Two in time.
Back kitchen.
I heard you. Connor. He went money.
Let a fold. One more no time.
Money
node.
He's front money.
One kitchen.
Evo.
There's two.
I'm gonna hold bed. You can drop that. He's left side.
I got him.
I'm gonna stay P1.
I'll hold.
I'm gonna block Zig.
Go ahead.
I bedside right now. I don't see anything bed on me yet.
Connor, Mac, you just let me know if there's Zig or kitchen, alright?
I heard you. I'm just playing the low left corner.
I'm in P1. I'm stuck P1.
I hear them kitchen now. Got a trophy down.
I can help you.
I'm stuck P1, guys. These two P1.
2 P1, yeah.
Nothing bad.
P1. It's 2 P1.
I'm looking pillars mid. I'm looking pillars.
Yeah,
I pillars.
Okay.
Holding my kitchen. Dead.
I pillars, guys.
Watching the bench.
Another one kitchen. Dead.
And pillar in ring. Top ring and pillar, guys.
You didn't hit pillars.
I'll
probably spawn water. I have water again, guys.
I'm gonna hold kitchen.
Yeah.
Water, 2 water. I got one. Okay, 2 water.
One bottom.
I'm half gang time.
Okay, 2 water. Turn.
Pilas.
Open. 2 open.
Kitchen. By time we can.
Now, Joe, I know we were worried about what the comms might have been like in the search and destroy as they threw away a couple of rounds, but I think overall you heard a pretty big difference there between their listening and hardpoint versus what we heard in Mutineers earlier.
Yeah, very calm. What do we have? You heard some emphasis on things when Hydra, a couple of pillars, right? And that's, that's what you have to do. When there's something someone needs to look at, you put a little bit more emphasis on it. But basically the complete opposite of what we heard from Florida in that map 1. I think there was just so much intensity. The adrenaline was going for that first map. But yeah, New York is very calm, cool, collected, almost like what you would hear from Clayster's teams. But they have this 40-point lead. They do a really good job responding at P5 after that basketball hill. Now they're going to need a break at ring or try to get across towards kitchen.
Well, they're working on the break. I think Neptune was leaking away to try to get towards back kitchen, but he'll get caught. As soon as one spawned back kitchen for NYSL, he pushed forward, and the next 2 players spawn there from Mutineers. So you end up with a good spot. Thought it was be ugly for a second, but the decision to push back for these final 20 seconds might put Mutineers in a decent position to rack up some time, as now they have to win this fight. Not going to happen on Sky's watch. The tree, the concrete, all the cover in the world. He'll take down 2. And as the next hard point pops, see if Mutineers can now make the rally to go in front.
Yeah, I mean, they get that break, though, right? It could have been much different, but yeah, DiamondCon spawns up at kitchen. He was able to win his one-on-one. That just means it's go time through pillars, and they flew on through. They got the last, 25 or so seconds, so they keep this lead. They're going to need another break. They were able to split some time at kitchen last time through, but a lot more map control to Florida. You see Sky's all the way pushed up, and it looks like the push is going to be towards back laundry. Now, they have to be careful here, because the map will flip here soon. They're going to have the spawns they want, but there's only 30 seconds left. So if you're Florida, you'll take this to try to spawn out at all that garage. And right when Havoc spawns, that's where he goes.
So it's similar to last time in the sense you'll get the final 20 or so seconds, which, with how close you are to winning it, it could pay off. But at some point, if this goes down to the wire and suddenly Mutineers answer with a 50 to 60 second hold, that could be the difference. They've got a shot to set up a garage yet again. Big weight go big from the van. It'll be Diamond in his seam pushing on his left. Hydra will catch him on his right. Neptune throwing the trade. But that'll be 3 down. Neptune in a world of trouble. He will fall, and it is quick. It is clean, and on through go NYSL. A huge break at garage, and second by second closer to a map 4 win.
Yeah, and this garage hill is where you're going to have to circle if you're a Mutineers, right? Because you had the 2-on-4. They held. Now you have this setup, and it's a break. And this is good for NYSL. You'll take this all day because you're just going to take the scrap time if you're Florida. But look at basketball. You already have this setup if you're NYSL. You forced their hand. They had to go for the push. You'll take it. You'll set up across the map.
That's right. I was thinking in my head just that they were, trying on the hole with the 4v2, but that's right. They had the push after the Awakening pick and just got smoked after that. So the lead will sit right around 30. NYSL's in court. Hydra finessing at the rock. Awakening comes through. 2 will hit from water side. Can they get the break? There's another one for Awakening to get him out of the hard point. The in go Mutineers. But as the seam gets 2, Awakening's going to have to do it all, and he's doing it all. 2 to get in, 2 to hold. Can he survive till his teammates get there? Not going to happen as Mac is in. You still have a 1-player advantage if you are Mutineers. But nobody's getting a ton of time here. The dust hasn't settled. It might now after the Neptune kill. And with this time, we're going to be right around 2:30. And if you're NYSL, you don't want to see, we've seen teams push for this, fight for this, and then lose all the time. Just get set up. Get set up and put it away. He finds it right next to him.
Oh, but Diamondcon was ready for it. Diamondcon again finds 2. Oh, I thought Awakening was going to make the play and go on that wide play. He does, but on the rotation, Diamondcon, the difference maker. Now you have this setup. Florida, it looks like they're going to try and push from ring. You see Skies and Awakening try to find the angles. The SMGs taking their time, but they're going to have to go here soon.
5 seconds to go for subliners. Here goes Mutineers. They try to battle in. Can anyone get on the contest? For a second, they do. But NYSL, they get the win. They close it out. They were down 0-2 and now a map away from the reverse sweep. They won it in map 5 fashion yesterday. Can they do it again here? Mutineers can't put them away.
No, they cannot. Yeah, I mean, for Florida, this is just it's not good, right? I mean, you go up 2-0 and now you're back to where NYSL is. Dominated all year in these game 5s, and NYSL, they have the momentum now. You see them getting pumped up on stage. They're clutching on up. They're getting multi-kills. They're holding 2 versus 4s. Now we're going to a standoff where NYSL's undefeated on the year.
Well, it's pretty different, pretty similar to the hard point. And then, a team is picking a search that the other team's really solid at. They're both good at raid hard point. You see that in the scoreline, really tight game. It's what, 5-0 you said for NYSL, 4-1 for Mutineers, but a quick glance at the stats, but we don't want to waste a lot of time. We want to get to the important map 5. 1 team out of the event. 1 team moves on in Major 5. NYSL, Mutineers continues with a monumental game 5 after this break. It is time for an epic and glorious Map 5. Mutineers, NYSL in a Losers 2 match. Who will come out on top? As you can see, NYSL kind of grouped up in a little huddle, talking things through. And Joe, let's you and I talk things through. We're going to talk Game 5s this season, how it's gone. And, well, NYSL look a whole hell of a lot better.
Yeah, they sure do. 10-4, man. They've had to grind some things. I think that even goes back to like stage 1. Yeah, you know, with DiamondCon, but you know they're staying alive in the game. They got the momentum rolling in that 5-round offensive control win that we watched. Some big plays out of some big-time players in that game number 4 to clutch on up. DiamondCon really stepped up. Saw Hydra made plays, and now we got a standoff search and destroy. And as we said, for the Mutineers, 4-1. For NYSL, 5-0. Well, a very good map for both of these teams. Standoff, it's just it's a lot of fun. I mean, we saw it last night too in this Game 5.
I think it just comes down to like what form the current rosters are in on this map. I love showing the season stats, but again, there's just been so many changes with both teams. But this is a look at the Game 2 versus NYSL and how they fared. Neptune is what? He had a big map at 8-5, and that was a weird map too, Joe.
It's been a weird series. Yeah, it was a night. I don't even remember the amount of rounds that they won on offense, but it was a lot of offensive round wins on Miami. You know, Neptune's a big part of that, but Sky's an Awakening, they were able to step on up. It was a team effort though from Florida, and props to them. You know, a lot of the rounds they were down a man, able to clutch on up with their individual plays. You can see some players just talking with refs, just trying to get everything figured out.
I don't know if this is like one of those. Let's say you're watching a football game or something. It's like one of those games where there's a lot of brilliant individual plays that leads to some wild, insane moments. Or if this is one of those plays that's one of those series that's like sloppy and teams are making mistakes or like lots of turnovers in football and ends up being really entertaining. I don't know what it is.
It's that one.
Probably a little.
Probably
that one. But it's just been
5 offensive round wins. Yeah, checkmate. You're not sure which one it is. It's
I know
that
one. It's, I guess, but there have been like some big individual plays too. But yeah, it's just like this has been weird, like all of it. But it's been fun. That's usually how it works. But the anticipation is going to need to build a little bit more for this map 5. I'm not sure what the exact issue is, but something on the stage with Hydra is not quite right and ready to go. So we have to get that resolved. As soon as we do, we'll get rocking and rolling this map 5. We still have 2 more matches to come. But for now, we're going to head to a quick break. We'll be back as quick as we can.
This is your Scuff Team of the Week, a super team built with 4 of the top performers at the most recent event. 3 players were selected by the league and 1 was selected by fan vote. Stick around to the end to find out who made the team. Our first player, Priesta of the Minnesota Rocker. In the final week of Stage 5, the Minnesota Rocker only had 1 match to play, but it was a big one for them as a win would guarantee them a winner's bracket start in the Stage 5 major. The stakes were high, but the squad shone under the pressure and defeated the Florida Mutineers 3-0. While the S&D was close, Minnesota Rocker looked dominant across the respawns, with Priesta putting in major work across all 3 maps. By series end, Priesta had racked up a massive 1.7 KD, the second best overall KD of the week. Next up, it's Crim6 of the Dallas Empire. Crim & Company defeated both the Seattle Surge and the Toronto Ultra to finish out their Stage 5 as the #1 seed going into the final major of the year. If you know anything about Crim6, you know how serious he is about winning champs, and as the year comes to a close, it's clear the man is turning up. During the final week of Stage 5, Crim6 was one of the most punishing ARs on the map, dealing out some of the highest average damage per minute in the respawns and some of the highest damage per round in the S&Ds. He's back! What, you thought we were gonna go 2 weeks in a row without a Beezy? Atlanta FaZe only had 1 match to play this week, but after their tough loss versus Optic Chicago the week prior, it was clear they were out for blood. Unlucky for NYSL, they were on the receiving end of Atlanta's anger. To put it mildly, the series was an absolute massacre. And if there was a silver lining for the NYSL fans to find, it's the fact that the massacre only lasted for 3 maps. Everyone on the Atlanta FaZe was cooking at a Michelin star level, but it was Abizi who emerged with the most obnoxious stats of them all. Across just 3 maps, Abizi went 52 and 26 for a disgusting 2.0 KD. And finally, selected by fan vote, it's the second half of the Tiny Terrors, Sim. Now, when it comes to the SMGs of Atlanta FaZe, we usually talk about how Abizi's the first one flying into fights and taking the brunt of engagements. But this week, it was Simp who played the role of FaZe's speed demon. While Abizi had the best looking KD of the squad, Simp had roughly 25% more engagements than his duo and dealt nearly 3,000 more damage than him over the span of just 3 maps. The amount of map pressure generated by a player who finds and wins that many engagements per game cannot be understated. If teams don't find an answer for Simp by the time the playoffs come around, well, you may as well just go ahead and hand the trophy now. In the relatively short time Simp's been competing, it's been hard to identify any other player who's put on the same kind of dominant performances with the consistency that Simp has. That's your Scuff Team of the Week for Stage 5, Week 3.
Hello and welcome back to Major 5. We appreciate your patience. As you can see on the right side of the stage, still working through an issue. Not sure exactly what it is. Something on the PC side they're trying to fix on Hydra's machine to make sure we're ready to go. Obviously, from a competitive integrity standpoint, you need to make sure everything is locked in and performing the way it should be. I heard we're a couple minutes away from getting going, so hanging out with Joe and I as we get ready to go. But Joe, we never really talked about it. In YSL, you saw the Game 5 stats. They've been incredible all year. But you did think Mutineers should win this series. Who are you taking the map 5?
I mean, it feels like NYSL. I don't know, dude. I might go with them right now. Honestly, I was looking at stage 5 sets. Neither of these teams have played standoff. So we talked about how good their records have been. But neither team has played it throughout this stage. So I don't know if that helps you lean one way, but it feels like NYSL has a little bit of swagger in this matchup. Kind of lives in their head rent-free is the way it feels.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But, do you think, when you have a bit of delay like this, it's like any sort of momentum you had, you win the first 2 if you're Mutineers, you win the next 2 if you're NYSL. I know it all slows down and momentum goes up the window a little bit because you're going from respawn to search, but is the little break here played in anyone's favor, or it's just got to be a veteran, got to step up, got to perform?
I mean, I guess you would probably say it helps Florida to maybe stop the bleeding a little bit. But as you said, we're not going from a respawn to a respawn. If this happened after Game 3, that would be tough. You would want to get right back into Game 4. But I guess this gives both teams a couple of minutes maybe to just try to figure out what they want to do, how they want to approach this. Again, NYSL is this 4 still very new, and they haven't played standoff. Obviously, they're practicing it, but they got to be ready for this. So it should be a fun Game 5.
Yeah, maybe a little extra time to just talk to coaches, get a bit more prepped, get dialed in. But I think we're in the final stages of testing and making sure we're ready to go. As you can see, Hydra had his machine again, but maybe a little bit frustrated with what's going on. I think we're still a couple minutes out before we kick off this Game 5. Thanks again for your patience. While we wait, we're going to check out the top 5 plays of the week. Oh, he gets a couple shots.
Okay. Yeah, it
was.
was.
Hits as well.
It's one top tank, one stacked up in trash. The trades are going to be here. There's just been no window of opportunity for Florida to get anything done this entire series. I mean, I don't know if Rocker made a mistake in any of these 3 maps. This has just been pure gameplay coming out of Minnesota, and they sealed the deal.
He should.
Maybe he's really gotten into yoga, just really gotten flexible, just just practicing his form. I don't know.
Well, that's 5 in a row for Abizi. I think he got the 6th maybe right as they got the round win.
The bomb's still down. Kenny has eyes on the push now. If the play's being made, it's got to happen now. Oh my God. Chance, we're going to hold our breath for a moment. There's a lot of time to work with on the clock, and Kenny is going to post up in a corner. Scump's going to run by, damage dealt. It's enough to get the kill though. Scum, back and forth we go. 15 seconds, Kenny holds the line, gets the kill. The reverse sweep completed.
Deep into this round 2. 2 versus 2. Shotzi gets the kill. It'll be a 2v1. It's all going to be on Phoenix here. Try and work the clutch. Ton of time on the clock. Where bomb is down. Killing Shotzi from that spot is going to be hard. Oh, he gets a couple shots.
Okay. Yeah, it was.
He hits as well. And then he hits the shots. Unbelievable from Kleenex. Did he get the win? Prim gets a little damage in. 25 seconds to go. Kleenex goes huge. I don't know how he won that 1v2, but what a round it was. All right, so number 3 in Insight. He's working his way in behind.
Crim stayed catwalk stairs. Now he flanked the flank by just being very patient on this side of the map. He's a fine bolt.
Oh, give it to him. 3. Crim's a hungry boy. Oh, hey, look how hungry he is.
Look at him. He's looking at us. He's looking at us.
Jesus Christ, son.
We did it, dog! We did it!
15 seconds, Asim, he's running into the defuse. No one from the Thieves are looking to challenge. Can they get here in time? Can anybody take him down? They do!
Go set on,
Yeah.
You know,
they're both there behind you.
You're gonna have to check.
I'm telling.
I'm telling.
Double tap.
Hey, so I'm dead.
Nice! God, come on! Oh my God!
Welcome back to the league. Welcome back.
Bears Legion, they got 3 players inside, and Draza can't make the hero play. You try to flood in through trenches, and you get shot down. Paris Legion deflating any momentum Thieves thought they might have been able to get.
Win the game, winner. Low man, heavy low.
Top dead.
And one at the back, back arrow.
Back arrow.
Stay down.
He's going close right from back door. Close back door. Oh, these guys are...
Let's go, baby.
Ace as a flank. Very well, may work out the best, and it very well could. He's going to spot Sharny to start, but where's Afro hiding? He's right in front of you. Afro goes for the challenge and wins it for the Ravens.
You killed my BS player, Scott. Flank us. He's not there, we're back to B. He flanked him once, he went inside the room. He's in the room still.
You have an A.
Nice!
Let's go.
Gonna be a big one-on-one here at BZ. Hit down to 60, hit down to 30. The pinch is in, the win is in, and finally Optic, they get their win in the series.
How's that A right now?
Anyone missing?
Nothing on
bomb. One in the corner. B, and there's an A. There's on that.
Stay down. Stay down.
They have no time.
Play
like you just cross the ball.
I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check this.
You're checked? Okay, yeah, let's go now. Go now.
Alright, he's in. Cube. Outside cube. What's that? Cube.
Weaker, even weaker.
Yes!
Let's go! Go, man.
Let's get it, boys! Let's go, baby! Let's go! We did it, dog! We did it!
Hello, we are back, and we're almost there. So I'm just going to keep you guys in the loop. I know it's frustrating when you're watching and wondering why it's not starting. There was a PC issue, which has now been maybe narrowed down to being a controller issue that was causing it. We're trying to swap out controllers and see if that fixes it. So that's where we're at right now, as Hydra's trying to keep his head together. Joe, while we're kind of filling time, I guess I just want to know, like, 3-year long and incredibly sexy career. Did you ever have a time where, you know, you're in the middle of a series, you're feeling hot, you suddenly have, I don't know, 10 to 20 minutes where you're not playing? How did you keep it together? How did the team keep it together?
Well, I'll tell you what, if it's a controller issue, even today I am prepped. Ready? I got one right here. This one, that's Cherry Blossom Scuff, right? If that one breaks, I got this one. So that one, I got this one as well. If that one messes up, I also have this one. So I am always prepared, no matter what. Just saying.
Because you're an adult, Joe. You own a house and a dog, and you have a wife.
But, okay, maybe. But, I mean, in terms of, like, from Florida's point of view, their focus is obviously on sort of regaining composure. There's not a lot of VOD that they can go over with Diamondkin on this team on this map. Maybe they can see some of their older maps with Clay. What do they like to do? Maybe they'll have some, you know, bread and butters or defaults that we like to call them that they can try to counter. But I think for them, it's just try to regain a little bit. This break helps them. On the NYSL side, I would say maybe they're trying to do something, but they're just hoping that Hydra's game works or controller.
Yeah. I wish, like, they had a little time here to maybe, we thought the comms were kind of going wrong with the search. Maybe talk that through and how they can clean up some of those scenarios. But yeah, the focus is just on getting it working. And, you know, Hydra visibly frustrated. He just wants to get in and dominate, fry in this map 5 and move on in the tournament. But while we wait for that to get fixed, you're seeing it still go down. We're going to toss over to Jess, who I believe is with Brian Saint.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's right. We are here with Brian Saint, coach of the Minnesota Rocker. I mean, that was a huge win for you guys yesterday versus FaZe. What did that do to the players' psyche?
I honestly don't think it did too much because we felt like we were going to win that series going into it. So getting that 3-1 win was pretty much what we expected. Definitely would have liked to get the 3-0 because they haven't been 3-0'd in like over a year. I mean, that's even the first time they got 3-1 this year. So it felt good. We definitely got to clean up some things on control, but they are the best control team in the game. So, yeah, they came out strong in that game mode.
Well, so did you guys, and it's been a pleasure watching you play all event and all stage, really. And as we look ahead now to champs, I mean, getting that 6th seed would be huge because, of course, it would just kind of slot you right into the winner's bracket. Is that kind of a main priority for your team?
Yeah, our goal for this major is primarily just to lock in that 6 seed, the starting winners. Obviously, we want to win this one. If we do, that'd be great. But our eyes are set on champs. That's the end goal right now.
For sure. Well, thank you so much. Best of luck today and moving forward. And back on over to the casters.
All right, we are back. Thank you, Brian Sand, for hopping on and helping us fill some time. Trust me, for those of you watching, we want to get back into it too. I ordered my dinner. It's right next to me. I'm just waiting to finish and stuff my face. So, yeah, I'm ready to go for Map 5 as well. But let's just do a refresher here on Major 5 in case you're just joining us or maybe you missed the action yesterday. Joe, this is where the bracket currently sits.
Yeah, I mean, up top, we have some great matches of the night. Optic Ultra, that tends to go to distance. You have Empire and Rocker. A surprise there with Rocker, the 3-1 over FaZe yesterday. And that was huge for them for champs, for playoffs, what Brian was just talking about, because now the pressure's on LA Thieves down low to have to win, like, I think 3 games at a minimum if they don't win anymore to try and catch them. But just a refresher on today. You had the 3-0 with Seattle taking down London. They're still alive, and now in this game you have a Map 5, but up next, Dallas Empire versus Minnesota Rocker. Should be a fun one.
It's so funny that Rocker finally get this win because you and I, we haven't recorded like a Hard Points podcast in a long time, but months and months ago, we thought Rocker was a team that could make a run and maybe challenge FaZe because at the time they were like the second best search and destroy team. When you talk about just strengths across modes, they were just like pretty good at all of them, like pretty balanced. And that never came to fruition. They would take a step forward, 2 steps backward, step forward, backward. Never got there. Towards the end of this stage, it's probably the best we've seen them play with this unit, and they come in and beat them. We always thought they'd be a threat because of that balance. They get a big upset, which shook up things big time.
Yeah, I think another thing is, you got Standy playing at his best versus them. I think if you go look at Standy stats individually versus FaZe, it's a tough matchup, right? Going up against Sip and Abizi, as it always is. But you would need a superstar performance out of him, right? In big matches, you need your stars, and he did that yesterday. Priest did as well. It feels like he's always playing well versus them, running that flex role, and that's been a big key for them. But yeah, finally being unlocked as a unit. We'll see if they can keep things going later today.
And attached too, because I know you and I were a little bit critical, just because he's been a superstar at times. Just this year has been a bit up and down. And I messaged you. I was like, "You watching this map 1? Like, attached is going off." And what did you say? You're like, "That's just sort of been him during his career. Like big matches against good teams, he usually shows up."
Yeah, he loves it. He loves the spotlight. He always loved playing Optic when he was on FaZe or Denial when he was younger. Like, he just looked forward to that. I don't know if it was the pressure that kind of elevates his level, but he's always felt like he's always been a guy that's at times played down to people's levels, but at the big time games also played up.
Well, you can see they're still working through it on the main stage. Again, apologies and thank you for your patience. As soon as it is ready to go, trust me, we are getting right into gameplay for the Map 5 so we can continue on with Day 2 of Major 5. But as they work to fix it, we're headed to another quick break. We'll be back as fast as we can.
Yeah, blame Maven.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you waiting on, bro? Hey, chill, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go.
Let's go. Is everyone game ready?
Yeah.
Game ready.
Yeah.
Fuck let's get it going.
You.
The level of passion I want in the comms this map.
Just make sure our comms are good, bro, and we're playing at our pace.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, bud.
Yeah, buddy.
Silly, can you angle your cam a bit more?
I angled it a little more. Is that good?
That's perfect, thank you.
Thank you. You're perfect.
You gotta turn that off.
Lights are going off right now, boys.
I'm
Oh!
Oh, get locked in, get locked in.
Locked in.
Are you game ready? That's the question, actually.
Always, man. I'm always game ready.
I'm getting.
I promise to spit out my video.
American football is like the yeah okay. Maybe because football is like soccer for you.
It's so weird how the world allowed that to happen. It was.
Oh, try together.
I'm trying by myself. Oh, this f***ing house got me going, bro.
Thank you.
Sam, if you shoot 2 people in the back, I want to hear dead!
I need my ears to pop, bro. I'm losing full.
Yeah, I'm pulling like little stretches, like. I'm
loose for the game, mate.
Loose, mate.
Get loose for the game, mate.
Some stretches, bro.
Oh,
Sean's defo vaping. Game started.
Keep it down out there, you know?
Keep it down out there.
Get it, man. Yeah. Yeah, skirt. Skirt.
Nick, that AR game on raid earlier. Flawless, man. Flawless, man.
We are back! I know we've been teasing you. We've been trying to get in. I am told the game is ready. As you can see, there's not a staff, a legion of people behind Hydra trying to fix things. The players are all in the lobby. We're just waiting on them to start the map. And now it becomes a test for these players. Like, you've been sitting around a little bit. You had some time to chat through things, but fact is, you got to focus up, be ready to fry, try to get to tomorrow. That's going to have the fans packed in. Going to get loud. You want to get there.
Yeah, 100%. You know, hopefully Hydra's all good and comfortable. Comes out of the gates hot and in round 1, but here we go. Standoff, search, and destroy. Again, a good map for both teams, but neither have played it in Stage 5. So take it as you will. With Diamond Count, NYSL does not have a rep, and the Mutineers they haven't played it in a while. So, you know, they're obviously practicing it, but we'll see what these two teams are bringing to the table. We saw some interesting angles from Insight last night against LA Thieves. Maybe they wrote some things down, took some notes.
I just know it's going to be weird, like the rest of this series. Something weird's going to happen. Here we go, though. Map 5 underway. Thank you again for everybody at home watching and your patience. We still got 2 more series to go after this, but who can come out on top? Loser out, winner. Moves on to day 3. His offense for Mutineers. Battling around the point to Seam. He'll be able to find the opening kill for NYSL.
Did he just hop that wall too? Because Awakening was right there. You would hear that mantle, but it was looking like a Seam and Hydra were going to hit towards back alley, have a 1-on-2 versus Havoc, and they still might. But he just hops over. He gets the call out from his teammate, and inside Havoc, he gets punched in the face.
And Seam, didn't have the greatest map too. Couldn't really get much going. Here, a great start. 2-0 off the break. Awakening and Skies now looking to clutch. A little bit of time to work with. It's just shy of 40 seconds, and Skies is clearing out that A side. That'll be the call for Awakening to try to get across, and he's able to get through. Now, can they get this planted in time to have both players up and try to fend off this 2v4?
NYSL just don't care, right? They're kind of just trapping them in. Go for the plant. Now look at the reaction 3 towards the middle of the street to make sure that they're still stuck. Diamond is just holding. He's just trying to hold. There's the peek from Awakening. You could have an early one-on-one, and you do. So there's an opening, but here comes the rest of the team. And, well, he put enough damage in. It's an easy cleanup for Hydra and Mac. Asim with 2 kills. Do not forget yesterday in the game 5, he goes 12-6.
Some people are just talking about attach, like perform better in like big matchups or with pressure on. Asim showed he can get it done in the map 5. Maybe he can do it here again. Already a great start in the round 1. Yeah, there's good patience and teamwork. Group up and retake in the 4v2. don't allow for any of, I don't know, maybe the sloppy comms or mistakes that happen in map 2 to plague you here.
Oh, and I was looking at the wrong game mode and the stats. No, NYSL's 2-0 in standoff. Thank you to whoever, Charlie, for correcting me. I was just looking at the wrong section of my stats because I'm an idiot, but that's okay.
Well, and that's unacceptable because I'm supposed to be the idiot of this duo, but we'll let it slide. That just means that I have to come up with something smart before the end of the broadcast. But all right, so
and Florida's also 2-0. Okay. Yeah.
There you go, Joe.
That's my fault. I was looking at the wrong column.
That's all right. It happens. But it's another first blood for NYSL. This time it'll be Hydra leading the charge. She wins one back alley. Mutineers will be another tough spot as the defense gets spread thin. You've kind of got two kind of keeping eyes on that mid-cross. The pressure is building on towards A. It's going to be Neptune back there. How big can he go? Able to take down one. Diamond Con can't get through on the trade, and then Skies gets the angle. They're bringing this back. They did it so many times in the map, too. I think 3 different times they won a 3v4. Here, from the 3v4 to the 3-on-2, they have numbers in under 30 seconds to go. Hydra opened it. Can he find any more? But Skies is a beaming. Now all to Hydra. 1v3. And Skies gets a third as he takes over. And after the first blood from Hydra, they don't get another kill.
No, right? It's like a duo pushes towards the front. The other duo, it feels like Seam and Hydra again, that maybe just some miscommunication. When do they want to go and push that flank? If they're going to take this long, then Mac and Diamond have to wait for them, right? Like, why are you kind of two-splitting the map? There has to be some form of a pushing together. That doesn't happen, and well, Skies picks them apart.
Yeah, picking apart is a good way to put it. I mean, he just laced 3, just beams to give them the round and bring us to 1-1. Diamond, I think, gets tags into 2, but he gets the opening for Neptune to get in. He gets the kill. The nade, though, hits him down so weak that's like a straight bullet from Mac. You know, the free fire across that gets it. A flurry of kills, and it's a 1v1. It's Mac at 3-1 up against Skies, the hero of round 2. And there's a ton of time here. A minute to go on the clock.
Oh, that would be a nade.
Oh my God. Nearly Tom Brady, the arm.
It was close. It was close. He was weak as well. Just able to get that slide out. And now deep into 1v1 is Mac. Just going to reposition, try to watch the cross to the site, but going to slide down. Obviously, you know, Skies has so much time. Mac isn't quite sure where he is. There's a lot of different positions and routes he can take. And, well, the timing goes the way of Skies.
Skies, 3 in round 2. Here, the 1v1 clutch to put Mutineers up 2-1. From Neptune's POV, I thought he dropped so fast when he hit the corner that I thought Mac was just like pre-firing the cross. That was a lot different from Mac's POV.
Yeah, it was just like a couple of headshots. The nade hits as well. Yeah, he got a little messy over there today, but Sky's able to find the ace 4 in a row. Or sorry, not the ace. Able to find 4 in a row. On the other side, what, Diamond 0-3? Trying to get going, and a lot of the time, some of the standoff we watch, it is the ARs, right? Just taking these long sight lines, taking one-on-ones, and opening up the map.
Oh, just in that last round, like, even though he didn't get a kill, just the shots in allowed Neptune to get through and really start to open up the defense. Mac just trying to spot, and he was so big in the game, too, on finding a kill like that. Just these openers at range. Finding the first bloods. And then the question was whether or not NYSL could close it out.
Oh, he got either a good timing or a bad timing. I haven't quite figured it out yet. It might be a bad timing on one side of the map, but a good timing on the other. And, well, yeah, Awakening's toast. He's like, what happened? But now, Mac's thinking the same thing, but he stops doing it, and they wrap on back.
Numbers. NYSL again. But that doesn't always mean round victory, as we've seen throughout the course of this. Can Mac and Diamond Con get it done? Well, there they can. Both drop from the nade shot combo. Yeah, Awakening is probably like, what just happened? And he picks it up. Probably, I don't know if you heard a slide, but
no, he probably got
it, gets
told like
dropped.
back alley's open, right? Javi's saying like there could be a timing, and more than likely, and he checks it. He's probably, I don't think so,
right
but it's open.
Oh, and then I can't finish the kill on the other side of it. It gets dropped. It's unfortunate there for Mutineers. Subliners bring it to 2-2, and Hydra, he is leading the way. 6-2, 3 in a row. Mutineers try to take back-to-back offenses. They work through mid and out of Brown. And they're right on the B
side. They did this in round 1 too. Just a lot of early mid-map aggression towards the courtyard. You get Neptune in here. Inside of Deli. Bomb being planted for free. Can they get him off of it? Looks like Diamond Coun's going to have the opportunity to do so, but he dipped. Awakening is out. Now look at this setup. Neptune inside. They have no idea. You still have Havoc back alley. Trying to buy time for Havoc maybe to get there and help him out, but Hydra, Diamond Count able to find one. Hydra's now pushing it, but Havoc's ready for it.
It's all on Diamond. Didn't finish it at first, but now he does. So little time to work with. Has to get aggressive. Can't do it. And yeah, the all-out aggression getting Neptune in. They had the setup, as you said. And they're able to hold on behind it. I mean, Diamond Time, he got the shots on the cross. He got the angle behind the tank to at least take down Neptune. Right after that, 2 teammates drop. The Mutineers regain control.
Yeah, it was just so fast. Typically when we kind of see like an offensive team take courtyard, what the defense does is they get pushed out towards A, and they try to get to that tank where we saw Diamond out towards Statue because you have an angle onto B to stop the plant, but that just didn't happen. It was so fast. You got Neptune into Delhi, and I mean, NOISL just had nobody watching bomb.
Yeah, I saw like Diamond's arrow was at the tank. I just didn't see, like we weren't on his POV, but nice pick from Asim. He had the first blood in round 1 to get NYSL going. Finds another first blood here. They'll get the kill, they'll get the information, they'll wrap it out immediately. But at number 2, Skies is still in a position towards A. We saw what he did a few rounds ago.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds where subliners need to close this out with a man advantage, and Skies, he goes for the peak. He gets caught. Asim with another trade.
Yeah, that much better. I think it's just a cohesive hit. Now Havoc, he's got 31 health. 1v3. Bomb now planted today. Is the S&D Wizard. Tries to pull off something special. Not going to happen. Asim gets to the cover. He opened up the round with the first blood. He'll get the final one there, but yeah, a much better job dealing with the setup at A than what we saw a few rounds ago.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, you get those nades on a Neptune. He can't really help. Skies goes for the challenge, but he ends up getting caught out. But yeah, it was just cohesive. That was really the thing, that the timing was on point from NYSL.
Round 7. I mean, even the map 1 ended up being pretty close, considering it was a blowout early. And then it's just been, what, like 6-4, around 5, 15 or so point hard point. These 2 teams are going to war. And it's another fast plan at B for Mutineers. Hello. Well, we got the kill from there last time. Not this time around. Hydra. Peekaboo. Up to 8-4. Awakening can't finish the kill. The trophy will keep him alive, and then Skies gets the help but slides directly onto a nade. And as he falls, suddenly you look at the top and it's just Havoc at a 1v3 again, and they're immediately onto the bomb. He's trying to finish Diamond. They're still on it, though, and they'll finish it. The immediate hop pays off. The mix outside of Brown goes the favor of NYSL, and they go up 4-3 on the back-to-back round victories.
Yeah, there's the adjustments, right? They don't give up Delhi. Hydra's ready for this position, and there's that one-on-one onto Neptune. Gives them the man advantage in the first blood, and that's what you needed, yeah, because Florida goes right back to it. Hydra leading the way, but Asim keeps things going. Now 4 in a row for him.
And you got to think it's impressive from Hydra. He's a young player. You saw he was so visibly frustrated with what was going on. It was his controller, his machine, whatever was the case. But he has brought it, and Asim, I guess Neptune technically gets the first blood, but let's give it to Asim because he's got 2. Immediately after, not going to be a third, though. It's now a 2v2, Joe.
Yeah, you would have loved to have that streak. And, I mean, no trade again, right? Nobody there close to him. Neptune's just going to force this into a 2 versus 2.
Now, the two players who your eyes were on from NYSL. The ARs had to be big in this series. It's on Diamond and Mac. With bomb in hand and 45 to work with. The shutdown set up here from Skies and Neptune. Neptune's going to pounce. Skies got the angle for the top window, though. Mac, just over the wall, able to hit the shots. He gets to a one-on-one. I have no idea, but he beams him. Now, can he win the fight? He's got pistol out. He gets the tag in. He goes for the chase, and he wins it as Mac clutches up in the 1v2.
Look at Asim getting fired up. What a clutch. I don't know how Neptune gets this. I guess it's because he finds the second kill, but when they needed him most, Matt goes big. And it was another round where it was a 3-on-2. Man advantage to NYSL. They lose the numbers. He's just able to get over that wall.
I wanted to see it from Mac's POV so bad the first one. He's been robbed of the best play. NYSL, we're down 0-2 in this series, on the brink of elimination. Now just a round away from moving on and knocking the Mutineers out of the tournament. Diamond Khan and Asim nearly knocked out of that round as they both get hit down to 50 health.
Well, they're going with the aggression. Here comes Havoc and Neptune, but Asim is ready. The trades are there. Diamond is on the bomb. And, well, 3 versus 2. Sky's an Awakening. Trying to find the picks, but look at Hydra's position. He's behind them already. They have no idea that Hydra's here. This could be it. He just gets around the van, though. Just gets around the van. Now Hydra's got to play his life.
Well done. Well done. I mean, you'd love to get the kill, but the fact he stays alive, but then Skies gets the pick to put it to a 2 versus 2. And in the jump and chow and pounce from Skies. They're now in a 2v1. And Hydra, who gets away with his life, has to clutch up like he just saw Papa Mac do. They can't get across, though. The Mutineers again. Down a man, win the round, and it is Skies that makes the play.
Oh, but that timing for Hydra. I mean, obviously Skies is starting that movement. But then Skies immediately with the reaction, okay, he's back alley. I'm going to take Top Brown away. And he catches both players on rotation to keep them alive.
It's been a weird one. So we deserve a round 11. Match point for NYSL still. The Mutineers hold on the defense to put it all on one round. Both teams just peppering each other through the fence. But you've got all 4 here for NYSL. Havoc is lurking back, and Neptune, playing out of this world, gets 2. Another big multi-kill in a clutch position. The offense shut down for NYSL.
Oh, look at the bait and switch, the slide out. Neptune and Skies are on point in the A site. They're going for the chow on Mac. But he clutched around earlier. You might want to slow things down a bit. You see Havoc repositioning. You have Skies who's worked out towards the tank. So they have him pinned.
.35 to go, 1v3. Havoc gets the angle in the back. He's got hit to 5 once, this time down to 15. And I'm not sure what options you have at this point. There's just not a lot of time. Yeah, I don't know how he won that one, but he wins one before he falls, and now it is time for one of the wilder and wackier best-of-5 series you'll ever see at a major. It all comes down to one round. Due to a technical delay, the players were waiting, 20, 30 minutes trying to stay locked in, prepped, and loaded. And it'll all be decided over the span of this round 11. 10 for Neptune, 10 for Skies. And on the other side, Asim and Hydra have been leading the way. It's offense for Florida Mutineers.
Yeah, I mean, offenses have really been defined by early aggression between these two teams. And Awakening is going right back to it towards mid-courtyard. Has Neptune with him, sliding around, just trying to get some info. But it looks like they're going to try to go back for deli control. He wants it. He wants the one-on-one. He wants the one-on-one. He's going to have it. But the tactical doesn't hit. Diamond's able to find one. Hydra, he pops on out. He gets the other.
They've done it so many times this game, and NYSL continue to adjust. They deal with it the best they have to this point. 4v2 for the reverse sweep, and what a win it would be for NYSL. Havoc and Skies. It's all going to come down to them, and Skies has had some brilliant plays throughout this series, but he's still gets a foot.
Hide that foot.
Not enough of a foot to finish the kill. Under 30 to go. Bond does get acquired. Seam gets the angle, but he can't finish it, and they get out. Havoc will drop 1v4, 20 seconds to go. Not a prayer in the world for Skies. And he will drop. NYSL get it done. The reverse sweep and another Game 5 win. What an unbelievable weekend it is already as Seam is fired up.
And NYSL, they are just clutching up when they need to. 2 Game 5 wins in a row. And I guess, you'll take it. More reps, the better for this team. And on the other side, Florida, this New York team just has their number now. 0-5 on the year. Another Game 5 loss to them. That's now, 3, I think, that we've seen between these two? The Subliners stay alive?
Yeah, I think when we looked at that graphic, it was 2 or 3 they already have. They just keep going the distance. An unbelievable series against these two squads, and it just feels like at times it has been a year of heartbreak for Mutineers. Just so close to the winter starts, so many stages, and they come up short, and NYSL again sends them out of the tournament. And it was a lot of things. But it was fun. It was not lacking in entertainment. I'll give it that.
No, it's not. Some crazy hard points, crazy control, and then that round 11. Obviously, a very intense moment for both of these teams, but you kind of said it for Florida. It's just like, when are they going to hit that next level? And they just haven't. And you can see NYSL getting pumped up on their side of the stage as they were ready for that push again towards the B-bomb.
Well, yeah, it's like the first time they do that push. Well, I guess the second time, Neptune gets in and gets a freebie. The next time, Hydra's ready and waiting. The next time, I think Hydra was laying prone there, and Diamond, team shot on the cross, I think. And
he was on that tank.
Yeah, they were just getting better and better prep for it. And, it had been working, even finding some success. I get it. But it's a gamble. NYSL are all right, they're back to it. Let's shut it down. And they get their most efficient defense. Unbelievable stuff. Zasim, a big map. He'll get 9. Hydra, he was great throughout. But Asim, he had 2 first bloods and drops 9.
Their core 3, 10, 9, and 8 from Mac, Hydra, and Asim. What more could you ask for in a critical Game 5 like that? Around 11, all 3 of them stepped up, had their moments. Again, some things they have to change and fix, but they'll get right to that, I imagine. Probably rewatch that match. But on the other side for Florida, same old thing, really. Just not fixing those key mistakes. At one point, looking unbelievably individually talented and able to take over respawns, and then at other times, looking lost.
Well, the round that maybe turned the tides and really swung things was the 1v2 from Mac. An incredible play and display of skill. We've got him on the main stage with Jess. Jess, Mac, take it away.
Yes, thank you so much, Maven. We're here with our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with Mac. That was an incredible reverse sweep. And even though you had your momentum disrupted by some unfortunate circumstances there, how did you pull off that reverse sweep?
Honestly, we just stayed composed. I give a lot of props to Sim for kind of just gassing everyone up, keeping us in, make sure we're all locked in and going 100%.
So you guys have been through just so much lately. Of course, I don't need to detail all of the extenuating circumstances you guys have had to deal with, but would you say you have any kind of chip on your shoulder after all of that?
Yeah, I definitely think I have a chip on my shoulder, a little something to prove.
Do you have anything that you want to say about, how you're going to prove that?
Nothing much to say. I'm coming crazy.
All right, strong and silent. Love to hear it. Well, then, final question. Moving forward, you're going to be facing the LA Thieves. You're going to be coming into all this without Clayster. As you look at putting together a loser's bracket run, what does that look like without Clayster?
It's just really on the four of us to just step up as individuals, just give that extra effort, that extra, the intangibles, and then, put it together and make a run.
All right, well, thank you so much for the interview. This has been your Game Field Victory Spotlight. Back on over to the casters.
What a ridiculous series we just watched, and maybe no one in the building feeling better than this man. Asim fired up, and you heard him yesterday in the interview, he was overwhelmed at times, felt a lot of pressure to fill in with the void left by Clayster. They're getting it done, Joe. They move on.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously fired up, just giving a lot of love to him and his teammates. I mean, a long series, down 0-2, you pull off the reverse sweep in a very crazy way with 3 offensive checkmate wins, starting off with that, and then they keep things going on raid. At times, they look very solid. The NYSL that we know. Just got to fix a couple of things, get on the same page, especially in S&D when they have numbers. But that just comes with time.
Unbelievable. We're going to check out the scuff play of the game. It's got to be the round 11. It all came down to that. And it was what? The bread and butter. The same look. Out of Mutineers, but NYSL are ready.
Yeah, I mean, you have Diamond Count. You see it on the bottom left. It's Asim and Diamond right at the barrel, at the corner, just ready for that push. And Hydra, he's inside, able to find the second one. Then in a 2v4, did Asim and Hydra go through towards back alley, able to get some shots in towards the middle of the map. Havoc gets picked, and it's Skies in a 1v4. Just not a lot of time left. But Florida, they don't switch it up too much. They go right back to that strategy, and, well, they get countered.
It's a fired up NYSL that'll take us to break. On the other side of it, we've got Lottie, Nameless, and Study to talk about that interesting and very entertaining series. We'll be right back.
New York, smiles on their faces. Asim is getting hype.
Yeah.
Mac is sweating. He's coming in crazy. We've seen it all with this New York roster. We've seen a lot of highs, a lot of lows, and now this. A real run in this major, in the elimination bracket. This is crazy stuff. Taking down Mutineers, that close game 5. They're going to be meeting Thieves in elimination round 3. They're making moves right now, and it's pretty crazy to actually witness this because I think a lot of people kind of counted New York out, especially with Clayster leaving all of a sudden. And they've kind of had everything going up against them, but they just keep it going. They keep the momentum happening. And you know what? This dream is not dying anytime soon for this team. I'm very excited to see what you guys thought of that series overall. Of course, Mutineers, I feel like nobody really expected it to go kind of to New York there, especially with how Mutineers have been performing against top teams. But I've got to know, Stud, from your perspective, how hype are you right now for this New York Subliners roster?
Well, I'm really sorry to New York just in general because I had no faith in them coming out and winning this. But
That was an insane series. For Florida to go up 2-0, and then even after that second map, I feel like New York, there was a lot of communication errors. They should have been able to take that because they had multiple numbers advantages, but just kept crumbling in those final moments. But as they're down 0-2, they're going into a control checkmate, and they win it by winning 3 offenses. That was insane. I've not seen that on Checkmate all year long, so that's going to give some early momentum. And then you're going into that map 4, where Florida, it's their best hardpoint in a year. Raid, they were 6-1. They're feeling really confident. They think they're going to be able to close it out in 4. But no, New York do not fold, man. They force it to a game 5, and then after everything that happened, all the technical issues with Hydra, they stayed composed. We heard it right there from Mac in that interview. Composure was the biggest thing. The fact that those 3 players, the cemented stone players on this NYSL roster, stepped up in those final moments was insane, man. You can take the dog out of the fight, but you can never take the fight out of the dog, man. I love that team on the side of New York.
Yeah, well said. And I got to say, I've never felt better to have been proven wrong. I feel so good for these guys. You could see it after the game, just how excited they were. I mean, you think about those first 2 maps. Now, while the score looked like it was kind of close, Mutineers were really in control the majority of the time, especially in that hard point. It's just the way Checkmate is. New York was able to fight back a little bit. They get edged out in the end. And then you look at that S&D. They lost that purple battle on offense and defense multiple times. So Mutineers able to run away with that one. And this New York team, they go into that control like Jay said, and it's just gritty. You could tell the fundamentals, they just aren't there right now because this team is essentially a pickup squad, but they get it done. Going into the final 2 maps, I got to give also a special shout out to Mac, the player you just saw in the interview, because he turned it around. I mean, the map 1 that he had, it was not great, went 19 and 27, something like that. The next respawns that came around, maps 3 and 4, he turned it on for the squad, and all these guys turned up in the very end to get that win. And even that game 5, I mean, their offensive pushes over towards Square, the 1v2 out of Mac, like it's just these huge individual plays, and that's what you need when you're a pickup team trying to get a big win over a squad like Mutineers.
Yeah, it definitely kept them in the game, that is for sure. And it's special moments like that you really need, especially with kind of how New York are composed right now. They're really not composed out of tons of practice and tons of unity as a team here. This team has really been pulled together at the last minute, and they honestly, their roles have also been switched. Asim being the leader, you can see how excited he was at the end of that match, and honestly, it makes me excited for them going forward as well. And Mutineers, look, I'm going to say it. This is the last time I'm going to say it about this team, hopefully. We'll see it in champs, but I gotta say, Mutineers going out at this point in time in this major, how much of a roller coaster this team have been in terms of consistency is mind-blowing to me. Shout out to you, Nameless. I mean, just unbelievable scenes here from this Mutineers roster. They're so talented, but this is what happens when a couple of teammates are not on point, when this team is kind of broken down. You all have to be on point. You have to work as a team, otherwise you get picked apart. But I'll tell you what, GG's, that was a great matchup, an epic game 5 there as well. Now, we do have a banger coming your way, folks, and we're fighting right now in the winner's bracket. That's where we're heading. So, Rocker versus Empire. Rocker obviously taking down our Titans yesterday. Atlanta FaZe fell to Rocker 3-1. And Empire is going to be facing this new looking roster. Now, I want to know, gents, we've kind of spoke about it a little bit this morning at the beginning of the top of the show. Nameless, who is going to win this match and why, my friend?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Dallas Empire. I have a lot of faith in this roster and the progression that they've made over the last couple of weeks. It just seems like players are getting better and better. I mean, first it was Vivid, and then it was Krim, and now it's Illy. The guy's just been on another level. They played these guys a couple of weeks ago. They beat them 3-1. They did it by winning 2 hard points. They dominated them also in the control. So I'm looking at this Dallas Empire roster, and I just can't root against them. They've been playing so well, and even though Minnesota Rocker, they had a fantastic game up against Atlanta FaZe. They played super aggressive, and they were able to take that. They got to play another squad that plays just like Atlanta FaZe and do it all again today. It's possible. I don't see it happening. Dallas Empire looked too good. 3-1.
For me, I'm actually going to go opposite. I think Rocker has enough to take the series versus the Dallas Empire in a 3-1. And the reason why is because that match versus FaZe told me a lot. When you're able to beat FaZe in not only 1, but 2 hard points, you can beat anyone at that point because they're the best team in the game. So I feel like with the recent struggles versus Dallas Empire, 2-8 in hard point, this is where they're going to have to try to turn the story around. They have to come out and win both of these hard points, and I feel like they will be able to do so behind the great play of just every single player on Minnesota. 3-1 for them.
Yeah, you know, I've got to say, I understand both of your points and your looks here, but I have to also talk about Rocker yesterday. Yes, hard points are Dallas's bread and butter here, but Rocker's hard points yesterday were looking really damn good. Good enough to take down Atlanta FaZe, who have epic respawns as well. I'm really excited to see what this matchup is going to bring us. Now, I'll tell you what, folks, we do have a ton of individually talented players in our Call of Duty League. There is no secret about that. But something I do need to bring to your attention, of course, is with our final major also comes our final player of the stage. This Championship Sunday will be introducing Stage 5's player of the stage, and as always, your favorite CDL casters and analysts will be putting their heads together to determine the player who exhibited the skill, sportsmanship, and consistency throughout this stage in order to win this incredible title. We'll be announcing it after the final match, so make sure you stay tuned to see who is going to be that very player. Well, it's on. Here we go, folks. Miles and Chance have had the call up. Can the Rocker keep this going? I don't know, but the boys will let you know after the break.
In place. Massive stuff from Standy. The front line is now all theirs. Look for FaZe to try to make the counter-attack now. Through mid. Here come the nades. Trophies are in position. Major Menek are lining up. Attached, the first to drop. Can he find any members of FaZe? Here comes Priester. Priester gets two. Priester gets two, and Major finds the next, and it's all four down for FaZe. And we've got the lead going back into the hands of Rocker. And then now, Chance, they are moments away from victory. What an unprecedented upset this would be in the league here in the Major. And it is not over yet. You've still got to get a good break now for FaZe. It is now 10 seconds for the win for Rocker to upset the Titans. No one is in position to get it unchanced, and I cannot believe my eyes. I cannot believe what we are about to see. And ladies and gentlemen, Rocker have gone and done it. What a sensational upset so early on in the tournament here. Major 5. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. The second day of the final major of the year continues, and we've got a treat for you here in the winners bracket. Dallas Empire taking on Minnesota Rocker, and you can see in this beautiful RGB LED-laden room everyone's getting ready to march out onto that stage and put on one hell of a show for all of us. My name is Miles Ross. I'm joined as ever by the effervescent, the wonderful fountain of knowledge Chance, and we're ready for a big old day. But before we get into that, CDL points presented by Game Fuel. Both our teams going into this one, of course, the second-ranked Dallas Empire, and there is the sixth-ranked Minnesota Rocker. Not a whole lot separating them aside from the points at this place in time. But Chance, what do you think, mate? I mean, the sort of standings won't change too much here in terms of whoever wins this one, but a big story for whatever's going on in this wild and crazy major.
I mean, I think if nothing else, what we just saw in the CDL points is Minnesota, might be taking scalps, right? Like, FaZe is clear-cut #1 best team in the game, top of the point standings. Minnesota took them down in, like, not a dominant fashion, but a pretty efficient one. And now, well, they got the #2 team, Dallas Empire, right behind in the standings. That's who Minnesota's got on the chopping block next. And, of course, on the flip side for Dallas, they just want to get the win, move on, and get victory for the first time this year.
First time this year would be very impressive indeed. But the question there, mate, as you said it, Rocker have taking down the first-ranked team from last major. Can they take down the second? We'll find out. Quick look now at the Quick Scope, brought to you by Scuff. This is all from Stage 5, the match records for both these teams so far. Stage 5 has been a wild one, Chance, like a pretty wild one. We've seen a bit of everything, but what do you make of these stats here for both squads?
I think, honestly, that kind of gives away the story of the series, right? Right now, if Dallas can just keep winning those hard points, that'll give them a very nice cushion for the other game modes, because it's not like Dallas is too shabby the other two. And for Minnesota, hard points certainly been better for them. They won both of the hard points they had yesterday, but overall, it's obviously their weakest game mode, so S&D is where they need to clutch up, and that is where guys like Major Maniac and Attach have been completely on point throughout Stage 5. They've been running the show. Yeah,
they've been running the show. Two names you would expect to be doing that, Chance, but same has to be said for the players of Dallas Empire. You got your Illies, your Shotsies. Grim's been around the block a few times, and Vivid's really coming to his own form right now. And under the guidance of good old Coach Rambo, this is a dangerous squad, mate. It has to be said. No doubt about it. We are going to see one hell of a series. My biggest question, though, is again, like, I don't think many people saw Rocker taking that series yesterday. How far can they go in this tournament? Well, friends, I'm glad I brought up the Minnesota Rocker. Thank you, Mars. Now it's time to meet the team. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, Minnesota Rocker.
Rocker certainly come to play.
They can't stop it. They can't stop the kids. They can't stop it.
Oh, Breester.
It's Standy! Cuts them all down. What was that? Bang!
Major Maniac, 200 IQ, 10 out of 10 play. Oh my word! Attach is going to save the day. Rocker, our kings of the north.
Well, we'll see if the Rocker fairy tale can continue, because it may be a fairy tale for them, but for their opponents, it's been a bloody nightmare. And here he comes. Frankenstein's monster Standy had an exceptional day yesterday against Atlanta FaZe. Let's see what he can bring today. Chance, what do you make of the team? Priester, Major Maniac, Attach, and Standy, and of course, Coach Brian Saint joining them there in the middle.
I mean, I look at this team, and just from like purely the Stage 5 standpoint, they had like a solid run overall, but then they closed it off on such a high note that it was kind of tough to predict how they were going to be able to do. They come and beat FaZe, and it's like, oh baby, this team is here. But at the same time, they played Dallas in Stage 5. They did take an L in that regard, and especially because of the hard points. They ended up losing both in that series, so it is an opportunity for revenge, an opportunity to prove once again how far this team has come. A couple roster changes they made throughout the years, but this is the one they're sticking with. And well, if this tournament has been any indication as to why, they have just been so clean. And well, even Standy has really started to kick his gameplay up a notch.
The process is certainly being trusted right now. Attach, Major Maniac, Preset, Standy, the full Minnesota Rocker roster we will see play today. And they've been a lot of fun to watch. Again, for those of you who saw the match yesterday against Atlanta FaZe, it was an upset. There's no other way to put it. No one expected them to actually defeat Atlanta, and they did it with aplomb. It was great to watch. Very, very interesting. But their opponents, this is a tough one, though. Dallas Empire, the second place at Major 4, an incredible Game 9 series against the very team that Rocker beat Atlanta FaZe. Let's find out what they've got today. I'm going to meet Dallas Empire.
Dallas Empire have smashed the gates open.
What a brilliant three-piece!
Oh, it's a shot punch! Oh no! Once again, they saved the day.
Dallas Empire chance, of course, 3 of our current reigning world champions on the squad, and they've started to peak at the right time here in the 2021 season. An opportunity to maybe go back to back, but we will see. Here come the squad, and I'm hoping for some shenanigans on stage. They have yet to disappoint, and there's the pose. There, the porterhouse to the right-hand side of your screen, ready to get into this one. But for the whole team, Chance, Vivid, Shotzi, Illy, and of course Crim6, this should be a brilliant display of skill and see where they sit so far in the standings of this major.
And I'm incredibly excited to watch this team play, because keep in mind, like last stage, it was fairly short notice when they brought Vivid on the team, and they came away and got second place. And like, this is a team that they certainly looked like they were improving throughout stage 5. Now we get these guys at a major. You get Rambo Ray as a coach at his best, when he can just go to work with the game plan and try to work his way and find a way to beat Minnesota. You got guys like Krim. First time back in a while. It's just their Call of Duty that they've been playing is so clean across the board. Just an ungodly amount of potential these 4 players have. And even just to watch Vivid and Shotzi run together on the map, potentially, it's going to be a sight to behold.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic to watch again. True masters of the craft on the screen and on stage of the Dallas Empire. See just how far they can go. A very formidable opponent in the form of Rocker Chance. Game fuel keys to victory. Let's go through Dallas.
And I think I'm looking at this of like, how do you want to try to take down Minnesota? Because like the hard points especially is where Dallas need to capitalize. But that's where Minnesota's been making those improvements, and they have such a distinct style. You know, like, metal boots of Major Maniac gonna be posted up inside the hills. Like, they have a very unique sort of way they play the game. Dallas Empire, they need to have the game plan, right? There's going to be times when Shotzi and Vivid just need to fly at them when you have the time, or if they have a setup, you got to like switch things up, slow the pace down, and take your time to break those setups down. So I just think it's communication needs to be on point, recognition of where Minnesota's going to be on the map. It's all the basic things, but you got to kick them up to the nth degree. And then more importantly, I think the SMGs is where the focus point is going to be. Shotzi and Vivid need to have themselves a wonderful series and try to shut down the SMGs on the flip side. But game fuel keys to victory for Minnesota Rocker. Listen to the coaching staff. Miles, I don't know if you've been watching like the Minnesota docu-series they've been putting out, but the most recent episode that they had, there's a moment in it after they lost a match in the Stage 4 Major where Reppin is barking at some of these players like Stanny, Reppin being the analyst for the team. And it's an interesting thing. When you have a coach like starting to yell at the players, you have like 2 options of how you respond. Either you get pissed off that you're being yelled at, or you take the advice well. In that moment, Stanny responded exactly like you want them to. And it really seems like he's a player that's starting to hit those strides, starting to make those veteran plays. So I think the coaching staff for the Rocker have been putting in work. I think we're seeing it in the team's gameplay, but really that's just the first thing. I mean, again, it's the SMGs on both sides. I think that is where the primary battle is going to be, at least in the respawns, but that'll just be for your games 1, 3, and 4. Bunch of maps across the board, and frankly, Miles, I think both teams are happy to see all 5 of these.
It's going to be a battle, and now you know the battlefields that we'll be playing on. Garrison Miami, Raid, Checkmate, and of course, the mighty Moscow to end it out, or big old Red Dead finish. We'll see how it goes, though, again, as we're almost ready to roll here. Dallas Empire, Minnesota Rocker. Will the fairy tale continue, or is this the wake-up call for Rocker? Dallas, and honestly, going to be a very formidable opponent, but both sides of the coin here, Chance. This should be a banger, in the words of the great Van Prague, but we will see. So we're about to get into our first matchup. It's going to be a Raid, Hardpoint, and I'm very... Is it Raid? That's a lovely looking Raid there, isn't it?
It's Garrison.
It's actually Garrison, yeah.
I think it's supposed to be Garrison.
No, I'm loving it. But this stage is beautiful. I don't care. You can put Raid all over that thing. We're fans. But it is going to be a Garrison to start this one off. You're absolutely right, brother. Here we go, mates. Can't wait. Neither can the players. It is extreme seriousness across that stage. Maybe a game to some. There's far more than flashing lights and sounds to those boys on stage. Let's get it. Game number 1. Here we go.
And keep in mind, right, we see that 6-12 record for Minnesota flash up on the screen. This is not a bad map for this team at all. Garrison Hardpoint is what FaZe ended up banning against Minnesota because of the strides that they have taken. It is a map that they played against Florida to end their Stage 5, where they played it nearly perfectly. So make no mistake, Minnesota is a threat on this map, but obviously, Dallas, this is where they want to be for map 1. It has been their bread and butter as well, but just trying to set up and make sure everybody's aware this is going to be a battle.
This is going to be a treat. We'll see how this one plays out. Again, Hardpoints typically start things off with a bit of a mess, but we'll see if anyone can find a slight advantage to be had. Illy trying to catch a player through the wall there. And are you allowed to shoot the flag? I'm sure that's not allowed, but we can let that one slide. He's trying to wallbang attach there in that quick contest spot. But so far, so good. Rocket with a nice opening here. Nothing too wild and crazy in the kills department. Attach still sitting on 2-0. Lovely awareness. Again, trying to make sure that those players from all around know easy way in. And if the players are going to be there, it's an immaculate trades either side. But it can be said once again as Vivid finally comes out on top. Nice string of kills. Standy will also fall, but once again, teamwork flowing chance. Both teams looking very strong here in the open.
And it is worth mentioning, that's somewhat of an interesting decision by Standy. Maybe he could have set up a P2 and try to lock down those spawns, but he was playing for the kills, and hey, maybe you convert that into some decent time on P1. I mean, you got a 30-point lead, but now you're going to have to go for just the pure break. And Krim, well, playing so far away that Priest, maybe he picks up 2, but it's still a long way to go before Minnesota can get in the hill. At the very least, though, they are breaking spawn, so they got maybe a 5 or 6 second window before the reinforcements get there.
We'll see if they can get it done. Quick rotation now underway, and again, the hard point already in the hands of Dallas Empire. Attach has managed to slip on through, and he's being annoying, but he will be brought down finally. The crossfire's there. Illy once again, 3 in a row now. We're going to find number 4, does get it. Diamati in hand, picks up the last 2. Illy now making a case for streaks. This is a lovely, lovely run here on the second point. Lead now going the way of Dallas Empire. And these shots are going to make it very, very difficult indeed for Illy to stay alive. Not necessarily playing for those streaks, he remains on point. But the counter-attack now from Rocker complete. They're going to be on the point. The final 10 seconds, all theirs.
And right now, Dallas basically had the setup, right? You have that early rotation of P2. Maybe you get broken in the final seconds, but that's great because you get this setup for this new hill. So you go after the first hill down 30 points, and now you might be able to start running away with the lead, but it's just about evened up. And of course, on the flip side for Minnesota, they just want this one good break. Try to flip those spawns, but they are getting bullied out by the attacks and nades. No room to fly through caution, and Shotzi there to catch them. He's able to pick up 2, and that is just going to stop that push in its tracks. Now you get Shotzi just to do what he does best, trying to keep those players at bay. But even when he falls, his teammates now know where all the pressure's coming from.
Yep, here they come, Standy. Nice shots. So we're trying to find this break. Here we go. Rocker making the way forward. Krim with the early shots. Standy with the smooth moves. Oh, and he's looking for the 2-piece. Krim's hurt. There's the final bit of help, though, and Standy will drop. Now you have to Priester making his way forward. Gets a couple of decent tags in. But again, reinforcements now for Rocker. Slowly but surely trickling onto the point. We've got a lot of space to work with here, Chance, and they're going to have to get a little closer. Might chalk that one up. Now lock down that mid-map position. Here we go, though. Rocker now with an opportunity to hold a bit of time here, but the Dallas counter-attack is going to be fast, going to be furious. And who knows, it may be even longer than that wild film franchise.
Dallas, though, they found a way out just to make things a little bit mixy over towards the point. Looks like Minnesota responded to the pressure pretty well, but even then, they've gotten softened up just a little bit. Dallas able to strip just a few seconds off the clock, and not even a few. That was maybe 10 seconds they were able to buy for themselves, but still got to take a second crack and go for round 2. It's still all of these power positions Minnesota are in control of, but this has turned into a very scrappy hill. Even on the back foot, Dallas doing a very nice job of just trying to keep these players at bay, and Shotzi able to pick up a 2-piece, and that is good enough for the break. 20 seconds left on the hill, and Dallas going to collect all of it, or just about all of it. It'll be about a 40-point lead going into this next hill. Dallas, really outside of the first hill, have been doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, great job out of Dallas. Rocker still nipping at their heels, not letting this one go quietly. We'll go for a quick Astro Gaming listen now with Minnesota Rocker. See how the team's doing.
Nice,
guys. Just Eli. There's gonna be more.
Under B up. He's going front out box. He's jumping for you.
Yeah, front out, one shot. Krim. He's in L, guys.
Yeah, two out.
L.
Nice, one more L.
Nice.
Krim.
He's on point.
Top green, going break. We gotta kill Vivid.
Yeah, I'm dead. Tools hill and left. Tools hill and left. He could be archer.
Outer.
One outer.
Nice.
They have no trophy on time.
Wrap left. Make sure wrap left.
We have bricks right here.
I'm looking back bricks.
Brick. Shotzi.
Back brick. Shotzi. Dead. Nice. I'm lead.
One's back left by fork.
Green done. One more spawn. Brick. One shot, guys. Brick. One shot.
Vivid in green. Vivid one shot in green.
Nice job.
He's green. Green steady.
I spawned in the back.
On top.
Take your time on this. I'm trying to get you green. They could be bricks.
Oh, left side mid. I've left side mid.
L. Shotzi's in L.
Vivid's on point. I can kill him.
Shotzi's L.
L dead.
I pushed him on point. Absolute left side.
Time.
I should kill him. Nice.
Mid at 3. Look over. Let's get top bridge. Let's
get close. I got trophy.
I'm playing for him green.
Yeah, I'm looking over.
Keep it tank.
Oh, he's on.
I'll work left with you. I'll work left with you. Get that time right there.
Yeah, wait for each other. Stay up.
I'll be green.
I can work out her. I can look over your mid. Hold on.
Shotzi on point weak.
This is Krim.
I'm nading top green. I'm nading.
Out. I'm sliding in. Yeah, go on. I have a
top row, guys. Top row, Ender. Dead.
Nice, let's go. I can look over your caution. Under caution, deal. Under J1 shot.
J1 dead.
Nice, there's two.
Caution dead.
One shot.
Nice.
Yo, I can run up mid right here. Stay on top.
Oh, I died from caution. I died from caution. You can event. You can event.
Top caution weak.
Top caution now weak. Top caution now weak. He's low caution going to hill.
Yeah.
Rails, that was him. Nice.
Back mid tank. Back mid tank. Done.
Nice. Two.
Richards. 2 hill. I need help.
I can nade. Contest if you can.
I'm wrapping green. You guys can hit that.
I'm nading. Nading.
Make sure you're caution. Mike after.
What's you? What's you?
Okay,
You and Cubby. You and Cubby.
Still pretty
right here. Keep on. What's Cubby? Fuel?
Fuel dead.
Nice.
Hit mid Shotzi. He's under L.
Mid and L. Yeah, you might block my spawn. Big kill.
One shot. One shot. Try to stay alive, green guys.
Spawn.
Bricks. Look over us.
In L. Recent L. We got to hold, guys. We got to hold.
I'm shouldering arch here.
L dead.
Nice. I'm shouldering arch.
Front stacks. Front tools. He's tools.
He's tools no show.
I'm on back L.
He's weak. Bro, tools no show.
I'm holding green. I'm holding deep. I might need help.
I have your cross. I have your L cross. Eli, what stack?
Shotzi was close. I can help with the
L cross and stacks. Two of them. I'm gonna go no show.
I need help at the back. Hold my push.
Got one.
Tools.
Shotzi. Shotzi crib.
Charles, good comms there out of Rocker. Again, quite clean, concise. Really keeping a good awareness of everything that's going on. Anything that stood out for you there that's really telling the story of this game?
I mean, I think just that the most vocal players are probably the ones that aren't necessarily doing the most on the map, but that's because they're helping their teams, right? Major Maniac may have the least amount of gunfights, but very much directing traffic, trying to get people to coordinate nades, and really doing as much as he can. But Minnesota, this is a hill they had to set up on, and they ended up getting broken down. You know, Vivid picking up 2 with the pistols. And again, we go to P2. This is where the game started to get rough for Minnesota the first go around. And the exact same thing has happened once again. You have the bad spawns towards the tail end of this hill. Dallas Empire should be able to get set up with a free rotation. And the fact that they already have a 70-point lead, Empire, not a team that often throws this kind of lead away.
They should not, but we will see. 66 points now separating these teams. Dallas will be making their way across map. But again, bit of a split. It's a 2v4 hit now. Here comes the remaining members, but Shotzi's going to slow them down. As Rocker, they may cross over that threshold. You have to get through Shotzi, and this might not be an easy task. Major Maniac will win the fight. Spawn should be in the favor now of Rocker, and this is a wonderful opportunity chance to close the gap. Will they be able to get it done? Priester now trying to hold down the point. Reinforcements in position. The setup is on. Here's your game fuel keys to victory right here. Can Rocker find the time?
Well, they're certainly looking for it. The fact that they get the break is nice, but Shotzi, the thorn in their side again, picking up a 2-piece in the feed. But Standy is there to meet him. Standy responds with a 2-piece of his own, and it is just a scrappy battle for the actual hill time. Dallas Empire, I mean, you know, you give up the spawns eventually, trying to fight that 2v4, but they end up taking them right back. Maintain that 60-point lead and then some. Happy to play with scrappiness on Garrison is the Empire. They're now trying to just be able to get out of dark. Vivid doing a wonderful job just buying his teammates time to come and help him out. Spread the map out just a little bit and maybe taking a very eager challenge. He gets taken care of. Minnesota back to the setup they get. Player top green, player in lights, and a couple players in the hill. This is what they want to have.
Yep, that's exactly it. Now again, time now going their way. How long can they hold the kills though? That's going to be a big question. Standing still on that 3 spree. Wow, good shots out of Vivid. Can't make it a 4 after that. Shotzi drops to attach. Who gets a lovely 2-piece. Looking for his third now as Illy's starting to get a bit dicey towards the point. Oh, and he beats him to the top of the tank. The shots are there. Teamwork once again prevails. And back to the point we go. Major Maniac from atop the catwalk. That premium power position to land those shots and keep those boys happy in the hard point. Shotzi now still making his way forward chance. We've got Rocker in on time. About 20 seconds remaining here, and they will be able to get a decent lump of it. And again, that gap has closed. Dallas still may be leading. They don't have a lot of map control here. There's an opportunity for Rocker to chain point to point.
And Rocker are just letting no one get anywhere near that like 50-yard line. They have just been stuck in their spawn. No places for them to go to try to fight their way out. Really, Dallas just need to pick up a couple kills, but even when they find him, you know, the new hill pops, and look at the map control Rocker have. That is like 3 players over on the brick side of the map. Even if you lose a couple players inside of the hill, Dallas Empire are going to struggle to crew any of the time unless Shotzi has something to say. He can find 2, and now the player in bricks is attached, and well, these are no longer easy gunfights to win. Talk about a setup getting broken down. Empire just stormed their way through.
And that's what you called for. You wanted to see Shotzi and Vivid throw themselves forward from time to time, and Illy was backing them up there as well. A lovely run. Woof, what a kill from attach. And now an opening. 1 player left on the point now for Dallas. Will vacate. It's going to be Shotzi. He's still trying to play that live. 3 in a row. Able to get streaks would be great, but again, you're over the 200-point mark now, and this should be a wonderful string of events for the members of Dallas Empire if they can get this one going. They did manage to stop the Rocker advance on this point, as Garrison proved to be a little bit too tough to control so far. With a last-second contest chance, but we go back over to a brand new set of hard points. Over towards first once again. And Dallas still with a decent lead, looking to close this one out. They can get it done here.
Well, it's actually able to find two, just try to open up this hill, but anytime there's a two-piece, it seems like Shotzi is there and Vivid with the team coordination to keep him alive and buying that second piece. That'll make 4 down in favor of the Empire. Have a small little advantage just on the foot race towards the point, and now Illy just gets to slay. Post up to the middle map and look for the kills, and even if you can't find him, just look at the lead. 16 seconds left before they get the dub. Empire running away with this one is Rocker. That last-ditch effort trying to flub this point, but where do you go? Posted up on head glitches. Hill control, and if Shotzi is alive, people are gonna die again. A two-piece from him and make it a third to end the game. Phenomenal performance out of your MVP.
You beat me to it, mate. One of the MVP candidates with damn good reason. A very sweet and very commanding start here in the series for Dallas Empire. And again, you saw Krim on stage there. Not a sweat. These boys looking very strong here. Rocco a little slower here. They hopefully would have wanted to get a checkmate in there. Of course, the map they took off of Atlanta FaZe and that yesterday's series. But for now, our first map will go the way of Empire, and a lovely start it is, Chance. A good thing going now for the boys of Dallas. 1-0 in the series.
And this is almost as expected, right? This is the map pick Empire wanted to play. They have certainly had Rocker's number in hardpoint throughout the year. I think, 8-2 is Empire's record in the game mode against this team. So they've been there before. And again, Shotzi is very comfortable in this type of series. Man was literally a walking piece machine throughout the game. Nice amount of damage he's able to throw up as well. But that is just to kick things off. If you have Empire favored in the hard points against Rocker, well, you saw the quick scope earlier on. S&D, maybe a slightly different story, but there you go, 5,100 damage. Not even leading the lobby, actually. Priest got him by just a little bit, but nonetheless, 30 kills to his name. Shotzi, one hell of a game.
I'll wait to see what happens in that search and destroy. Again, these teams have got a terrifying and very eventful history against one another in the game mode throughout the majors this year. And on this very map as well, Miami coming up. After this very quick commercial break, we'll see if we can get any more historic and horrifying moments here in the Call of Duty League on this map and mode. But until then, it's 1-0 Dallas, and it's Miami Search and Destroy after the break.
Zenni, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armour your eyes with Zenni Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting zenni.com/gaming. Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Don't forget, friends, there are new unique rewards to be earned during Major 5 when you link your YouTube and Activision accounts. For the first time, you can earn double Battle Pass XP tokens all Major long, and the CDL is also giving away an exclusive rewards like that calling card. You thought I was going to press the button, didn't you? Well, I am! The Skr calling card, top frag emblem, you name it. The longer you tune in this Sunday, the more stuff you get. So stay tuned all day long to get the rewards, and don't forget to watch our Top 4 Sunday. Top teams competing for big cash and for a fantastic opportunity to hoist the invisible trophy here of Major 5. But again, we're all playing towards that champs as well. Can't forget that. Great practice and an opportunity to write COD history still. Chance, let's talk a little bit about Empire, my friend. Since what, Major 4, it's been quite the run for them.
And again, this is a team that on very short notice is winning like stage 4, the major run they went on. Only a couple weeks of practice with Vivid, so they even got a little bit better throughout stage 5, a team that will continually improve, but decent stats all the way across the board. They are absolutely a threat in every single game mode. Saw just a taste of it there in the hard point. But even for S&D, even like in spite of the fact that Minnesota was like a 5-1 record throughout stage 5, even Dallas Empire and a few of the Search and Destroys, Miami is a map where we are running it back. And Minnesota beat them last time 6-3 on this map. I think Empire definitely going to have a better game plan. Come out and ready to fight again. Talk about the coaching staff on one side. Rambo Ray absolutely is a man willing to go to the drawing board and get down in the nitty-gritty to figure out exactly what improvements the team needs to make. So, again, I'm expecting this to be a battle through and through.
Well, it should be a good one. Let's see how we roll, though. Miami, an exciting and oftentimes terrifying map to play on. This should be a fun search and destroy. And again, we are still in winner's bracket. An amazing run so far from Minnesota Rocker. Tight as they like, Chance, in that first hard point. A little bit more to be desired there. Let's see if they can get the bounce back here in the search and destroy. Dallas Empire, Minnesota Rocker, here we go. Miami game 2.
And honestly, Miles, because it's Miami, I kind of wish we had players like post all of like their like settings, because I know Krim has joked about it, but I think he might be serious of like really turning down that FOV and make sure that you are lasered in for the long distance gunfights. And well, maybe Krim will be the player with all the pressure on him, the lone man right now for his team defending this A site, and that is exactly where the pressure's coming from. He's got the gun for the job, and maybe the nade will be on point. Lands near Priesta, but everyone alive, and that bomb going down.
It did actually hit Priesta, so Krim threw a sweet one there, but the bomb planted, 4v4 retake. Bit of an awkward setup, though. Attach is a little slow. Oh, and he's going to land one kill there. Standy gets another one to Illy. Krim by the back. What will he find out there by the diner? So here comes Standy, looking to get another this round. Vivid on the flank. This could be a very sneaky opportunity. Krim goes down. Vivid last left alive. 1v3 situation. And there you go. Great coverage from Rocker and a wonderful opening round.
And again, well, wonderful is the exact right word, right? Just of how aggressive they were on the play call. Pretty much 0 time wasted. And again, if you know a guy like Krim's going to be up top visitors, if he's by himself, you might as well just sprint up at that site, get the bomb down as quickly as possible. Frankly, I mean, just kept surging forward. Priest is super aggressive on the beach as well. If you can ever get the bomb down towards A, you are feeling wonderful about your chances of winning the round on offense. Rocker kicking things off very nicely.
Dallas' turn to attack now. They're going to bomb in hand. We'll see if they also go towards Zane. It looks like they might just be doing that. Shotzi carrying that bomb. It's going to be on Vivid now to sort of hold that back street side. And again, you've got Crim 6 on top of the front of the driveway. So with that, you've got a lot of coverage. Rocker. And I love what Priest is doing. Ah, there it is though from Shotzi. Great angle, great awareness. We're trying to get that boat position. That's really what they wanted there. Priest to caught out. That opening blood is going to be huge. And this is an angle and a half from Illy. Can he catch Attach from there? He might. Timing was a little off, but Attach may have saw him cross. So Chance, this gets that bit more interesting. Major Maniac, old iron boots, hanging out way deep at the back of South Beach.
He couldn't quite find the kill. And meanwhile, you see the idea from Rocker sending 2 on the flank. And it's one of those things on defense. If you lose a little bit of pressure, it is operation get to driveway and don't let the bomb get planted. But in a 1v4, there's only so much you can do. Attach finds a freebie, but you got, what, 30 seconds effectively to work with before you got to hop the bomb. 3 players to kill and nowhere to go. Good luck, have fun. Attach gets dropped, and that is back-to-back rounds on offense for the teams. Just go to A, find those bloods, get the bomb down, and not really playing any games. Neither team wasting any time playing the map to a T, at least on the offense side of things. And you got to imagine there will be a response, right? I don't think Krim will necessarily be the lone man playing visitors this time. I think he might get at least one reinforcement to come help him out.
Tricky enough for Rocker to change things, maybe go towards B. And early rounds, potentially looking to train Dallas to a certain expectancy. But yeah, I think we're going to be going towards B this time. So Major Maniac going to be playing the island role. But look at this defense now from Dallas. They're reading this one fast, and they've got more players on the defense towards B, and they might be, after they leave A, making their way across. Shotzi, though, ants in his pants, has already left Piano side of the map, and he's now coming up on behind Major Maniac. This could be huge, or it could be disastrous. We'll find out as the kills start to flow.
And I feel like Dallas just got completely bamboozled because they're getting picked off for free. And yeah, Shotzi might have found one before he falls, but I think the players on visitors, I don't know if no one has engineered to see where the trophies were landing, but they end up getting played. Illy, though, going to even things up at 2-2. That bomb is down, and you know you need to clear out that Doc's Heady side of things. And that's where Krim is going to be trying to work, but obviously time is not on their side. Krim is going to have to start to fly.
Got to fly towards this backside of the map. Krim now last player left alive for Dallas. Another attacking round in the bag for Rocker if they can take care of him. And Major Maniac trying to hit with a fadeaway, and it's back up the stairs he goes. Shots in. There's the round once again for Rocker. Another offensive round. 3 so far in the game. And mate, are we going to see it again? Are we going to get non-stop offensive round wins? Until what? Round
Miami,
10?
I doubt it, but...
I also doubt it, but hey man, this major has kept us all guessing.
You never know. And I will say again, I think bamboozle is not a terrible word to use there. Again, you know, Minnesota throwing out a couple trophies, and I just think there was zero attention turned on Garage at all, and even Attach. I mean, basically from Garage, able to find that first blood. I think Empire just kind of got caught in that round and let it slip through just a little bit, but hey, might as well just get the response, right? Win your offensive round as well. Looks like they're going to be playing for picks rather than going for that aggression, but at the very least, you see the idea from Vivid. Get the information. Priesthood tried to get to the boat last time. He might be doing the same once again, or make the adjustment and play the heady, which Shotzi and Illy want nothing to do with. They back down.
They're back down, but only for a moment. They're going to re-angle. Take the fight now through mid once again, but Krim's trying to keep him safe. Speaking of trophies and bamboozling Dallas, we've seen that FaZe did that to him in the grand finals last major again. Back to the game though, Illy with that first blood. He and Shotzi now have got a lot of coverage over towards that A bomb site. Major Maniac still sitting on that 3 spree, 4-1 overall. Opportunity now to catch a couple more. Meanwhile, mid-map is getting very, very busy, I'll tell you that. As everyone, eyes on. There's no way you're leaving that purple building without finding someone. Crib, oh my word, Crib and Standy! You couldn't smell each other in that situation, and Standy, you may be able to get away with a little bit more than just 1 kill here, as Krim still hanging out. I mean, he may still be on his belly, and he's going to be able to shoot Standy in the back at this right moment. There's the trade. Major Maniac, though, still from up high. Last player left alive for his team now after a bizarre chain of events, and Shotzi's going to get it. And Shots, what the hell just happened?
I mean, well, I don't know if Krim heard those players drop down, slide around, whatever it's going to be, but even still, he has the complete right idea. He does not want to be the guy to take those gunfights, because after you get that bomb planted today, whoever is near the driveway, their only job is to not die. They are the saving grace of the round. It is an incredibly difficult position to root the players out of, so at the very least, whether he's belly down, waiting for Shotzi to get the kills instead of him, it does make a difference. Krim ends up playing that very well. Just for the sanctity of the round. And even again, the aggression was the factor over towards 8, right? You had Illy keeping Major Maniac on the bushes, pinned down, or it wasn't Illy, whoever it was, Vivid. But then the play call was then to root out Priesthood. They double hit him, pushed him out. And of course, Major Maniac, if he's pinned down, can't come in for the reinforcement. So Dallas, again, just the coordination they bring, oftentimes just incredible as Illy spots a few.
Not enough bullets to get them all, though. Vivid's going to help out. First blood. Christy yet to get on the board. We're seeing him in the 0-3 so far. Woo! Almost 0-4. Gets away with his life, though. Now the slow and steady approach towards the bomb site. Attachment his 1v1 on the other side of the map. Krim will be the lone defender. Oh, and he's done a good job. Not enough, though.
Shot.
Priester finally gets himself onto the board. Eyes on Illy, though. Oh, slip slide! Standy, what a kill! Beautiful slide in the shot, and now Vivid has had to bring his gun forward. Will he be able to get onto the bomb site? The answer is hell no. As Rocker and Priester gets the kill, and they get on the board once again. They take the lead, 3-2.
And we're going to get to see... Oh, we don't even get to see Standy. That is criminal. I thought since he planted the bomb, he would get the best play, but maybe Attach earned it. And that's the second time Attach has done this, by the way. It is one of the, good or bad things, depending on your perspective about Miami, is how big this map is. You can afford to play deep pocket corners of the map, and it's just, I mean, imagine you're the guy coming for that top balcony. You have to check literally 20, 30 different things, and Attach, again, just a nice spot he can find. If he's playing spots like that, I don't even know if Empire are ever going to be able to flank through B when they're on the defensive side.
A lot of love for B this round. Attach in the back alley position against Shotzi, Illy lining up to push their way through. Krim's got the front side of the purple building covered, so we're lined up. We're waiting for the fight. Priester won't get involved yet. He's over towards A. Number 6, Major Maniac still watching it. Here comes the cross. Standy pounces. Eyes on Illy. Everyone's a little hurt, and it's lovely work from Standy. 2 brought down before he goes, and that is enough damage to slow down this push and make this a very, very difficult round indeed for Dallas.
And now you got bombed down literally on sight. You don't have a ton of control, but at least you got one of your ARs up. But you see the shoulder just from Major Maniac. He's setting it up for his teammate. Now Krim in a sticky situation, getting nade, getting tagged up and hunted down. Leaves Vivid in the 1v3 that he turns into a 1v2 very quickly. And maybe an opportunity to plant the bomb, but even still, I think Rocker very quick on that rotation, already top piano, and he's going to get shot in the back as soon as he gets this bomb down, or maybe even before. Minnesota on defense hold strong and really just break the chain. First defensive round win we have seen the entire time, and Standy absolutely the reason why. Nice ratty spotty plays here, and he just turns it into 2. No fear in his heart, taking that gunfight against Illy, and really just solidifies the round. And interesting for Empire as well. It was the first time they tried to attack B on offense, and they just get completely shut down. Not sure if they'll make that call again.
We are seeing that search and destroy prowess start to spill through for Minnesota Rockers. They now have a 2-round lead. 2 more, and they can level up the series. But here we go. Past the pool, on to dip a toe whatsoever, and once again attach over by that driveway side of the map. Keeping that long street safe. He's been there for quite some time. He's found a couple of big kills there. Again, watching the aggressive flanks that Dallas like to make, those mid to late round flanks. Once again, they're on the other side of the map. Krim. He's got his binoculars out, and he's going to be looking down that beach. Eyes on the first. There's that trophy to keep the bomb site safe as Standy now makes his way in on it. You do have Illy now providing the reinforcements. Now through mid-map. Here comes Shotzi and Vivid. They've left the B bomb site, and they're making their way forward. Krim, great eyes on. Lots of info passed, but this is going to be a real fight. Tatch still playing alone on the other side of the map. No one's managed to get any kills yet. The bomb will be planted. Here we go, Chance. This is going to be a bloodbath.
And while this bloodbath is happening, I was going to say, I don't know how Shotzi just found timing to find a Tatch in that situation, but he gets through. Now mid-map is just completely owned and dominated by the Empire. You got the man advantage, but they don't have a ton of time. The first trades are through. You got another set of gunfights potentially going on the bomb. Players dancing around each other. Major Maniac on the boat gets taken care of. Priesta, 1 shot, last alive, and Shotzi sees him in the bush. Empire on defense. They found their way through, and again, I don't know how Shotzi does it. I don't know what kind of wizardry he just pulled off, but it was a thing we touched on just a few rounds before. If Attach is playing one of those deep pockets of the map, it is incredibly difficult on defense to push through B and flank, but I mean, Shotzi, he finds the opening. He takes the time to clear Attach out. Shotzi, clearly a man that learns from past mistakes, makes the adjustments, and gets the best play off of it. That is a wonderful job by Empire, again, just to make the reads on the Rocker setup.
I love Krim's work there as well, playing from that back lifeguard. Stops Major Maniac really finding any kills or actually be able to cover the bomb. So wonderful work out of Dallas there. 2 kills that round there for Shotzi. Krim managed to net it was the 1, but again, they were incredibly important ones nonetheless. 1 round now separating these 2 teams. Players on defense towards B and A for Rocker. Vivid's got a couple of shots in, and he lands a few onto Major Maniac. So now we go slow and steady. Bit of a mirror of last round. 3 players in on towards A. You've got the 1 lone defender. It's going to be Vivid, though. He sits back towards B, Chance.
And right now, I think on the defensive side, Major Maniac's going to have a ton of pressure on him, right? You already know the idea from Empire. They're going to try to fly their way through, but they might be working the beach side, and this is just where Priest is calling this out. So again, Major Maniac right now sort of by himself on an island, and you see what he does, right? Makes the adjustment, hops over the wall. And this is going to be one of those things, if Priest ever calls out, hey, I think they might be on A bomb, Major Maniac has a very easy path just to poke his head out and get the kills, but this is where the information and the communication needs to be on point from the Minnesota Rocker.
Major Maniac, he's going to have the ability to get maybe 1 kill before Krim springs to life. There it is. There's the kill. Here comes the flurry of activity. Illy has to get involved. Krim makes his way to the bomb site, but again, trades are on point. Priesta with big tags. 15 seconds on the clock. Illy's trying to get this one down fast. Vivid trying desperately to get across to the bomb site. Priesta, he will take care of the bomb planter. The bomb will be armed. It should be an easy defuse as now Vivid, can he catch it? Oh, the body block not quite there. 35 seconds still left. Standy gets it. The numbers pay off for Rocker. And now, with this bomb defused, they put themselves on map point.
And you saw the idea, right? Again, it was exactly as, sort of predicted, right? Major Maniac just playing sort of an off angle. As soon as they know that pressure's on the bomb site, he pokes his head out. But the secondary part of that plan is making sure Major Maniac is expecting the challenge to come through from both mid-map and the beach. So he's trying to make something happen, and his teammates are there to protect him. Even after he falls, Attach takes Crim down. He's trying to make a play towards the middle of the map. So Rocket really, again, just too strong on the setup. They had all their bases covered. And meanwhile, in the background, talk about the setups and the strats, but Standy's found himself 9 kills so far throughout this game, leading the lobby, having a very strong Game 2 performance.
Yeah, wonderful stuff so far. Here comes the adaptation towards what will be, hopefully, for Rocker, the final round. Looking to close this one out. Solo bomb carry now for Priester all the way towards backside of B. You've trained Dallas to think about the A hit, but they're not taking it this round. The cell's there, but it might not be an actual final exchange, as here we go. Will those Dallas defenders leave the bomb site, try to push out towards the street? Attach did fire his weapon. He does let them know he's here. Vivid and Shotzzy now down low, looking to clean out the bottom side of this hotel, the bottom side of purple. Illy watching the back. This is great out of Dallas. All bases covered now, chance. They saw Priester. Oh, the jig may be up. We'll see how this one goes.
Oh, and that spot just too clean. Shotzzy, though, he's going to hunt for the kill, and he's going to find it. And now you have bombed down on the side of the map that Rocker does not have a ton of pressure on. And even towards A, Crim is making the reads. Vivid finds another. And the defensive setup from the Empire finally pays off. Major Maniac, almost in a sense, is playing for stats, but he finds the second. It gets a little bit spicy. Illy's there for the trades, and things work out towards the end, but that is the second or third time on defense Empire have triple stacked the B site, consistently pushing through it and occasionally getting caught. This time, nice and patient. Nothing was happening on the map. No need to overcommit. And Shotzzy, as fast as he can be, again, just the patience that he has to wait for Priest to wrap back around. That is very much, again, just a calculated setup that Empire are working with. Something they certainly talked about before this match.
Here we go. Dallas by himself, the lifeline. You see the eyes on mid-map. Vivid, look deeper though. Catches Major Maniac out and about. First blood, Dallas. Slow and steady now, making that bomb in on towards B, waiting for the kills to come through. Trophies to top purple, so Paramore Hotel will not be receiving any unwanted flying objects. Standy and Attach up top now. Shotzzy making his way through driveway again, trying to just clear out these angles. Now the rotation over towards A chance. All on Priester on that side of the map.
And I love the call, right? You don't want to have to deal with like finesse central, some random guy playing a ratty corner, picking a two-piece. Nope, just go over towards A, where it is much more of an information battle. And Vivid, the vision on him. He might get traded out, but you just killed the guy over towards A. You get the bomb down. You got a man advantage. Empire, there is a incredibly low chance they lose this round. Vivid making things very easy for the rest of his team.
And Priester let him walk by. He saw it. He held his trigger. He didn't take the shots. And it cost him. Standy, though. Merciless assault now onto Crim, in from behind. 25 seconds on the clock. Attach making his way through the backside of the beach. It's a 2v2. You call it chance. It's a good opportunity now for Rocker to maybe make the pinch happen. Good timing from Standy once again. 3 kills in a row. Shotzzy. Oh my word!
Oh my
Attach absolutely rips him. And there you go, friends. Onto the bomb they go, and we've got a tied game. The equalizer there on Miami. Rocker level up the series, and boy, oh boy, didn't expect that round to go that way. I was all with you there, Chance. There's a very good chance Dallas have that round, and Standy said, hold my beverage. What a play.
The last thing I expected was Crim to just get caught with his pants down, right? Like, even a couple rounds before, it was the same thing. As long as Crim is alive, it almost doesn't matter if his teammates die on the other side of the map. If he is, like, towards the middle of the map or towards driveway, he has the easy line of sight towards bomb, but doesn't even watch his own flank. Just gets completely caught off guard, and, well, there are very few ways you can clutch up in that situation, and Rocker just played it perfectly. Take down Crim, go for the double challenge on Illy, and they timed it perfectly and found the final kill as well. What a way to bounce back in the series. Clutching up like that has got to feel good.
Oh, gotta feel great. Standy, once again, 12-6. Beautiful stuff out of him. He's had a wonderful tournament so far here in Major 5. And My, Chance, the plot thickens. Everything gets a little bit spicier, is what we think is going to happen, really does. But now, friends, we're going to take a quick look at our US Army tactical play, the final round there. Again, kudos to Sani, that wonderful kill on top hotel for Crim. But Chance, walk us through this one, our US Army tactical play, the final round.
I mean, genuinely, it is just a pure tried and true, like 2 versus 3 retake. You have both players from Rocker just swinging out, sweeping both sides of the map and taking their time, clearing things out. But even when I say taking their time, it's not like they have a ton to work with. And I think really just the biggest mistake of the round is just the fact that Crim6 ever gets caught. I mean, he could lay down on the other side of the bed, top balcony, and that would, in effect, be a better play. But as soon as he falls, now Rocker had these other 2 players trapped in. They've cleared out a decent chunk of the map and then attached. As soon as he sees Illy, it's the guarantee. Knows he's not on the boat. You don't have to worry about back Tiki. And then poor Shotzi, I mean, just left alive in 1 versus 2 after that. Like, why is everybody dying? What is going on? But again, just an efficient clearance and attach, of course. If there's some player in Rocker making the clutch, you know it's got to be him.
Big clutches all round. But there we go. Map number 2 completed. And Rocker tie up the series. A wonderful equalizer and now an opportunity for one of these teams to drive the series forward. Raid control coming up after this break.
Welcome back to Arlington, Texas, where you just have to know it is 100 degrees outside and players are sweating, but not because of the heat, because of the action we have right now. A back and forth battle. These teams going at it, and honestly, somewhat expected, right? Dallas Empire had that slight edge in map number 1. Go to the search and destroy on a map the Rocker had beaten Dallas in previously, and they execute once again. But it has been a crazy time to be a Minnesota Rocker fan. They have been on the up and up, and this is their look when they took down the best team in the game. And the most important thing on my mind is the fact that Standy, 80 kills, leading his team, a 1.19 against the Tiny Terrors, where the Tiny Terrors dropped 0.8, almost completely unheard of. And if you look at that specific match, Standy before and after that match yesterday against FaZe, he was the guy dropping a 0.8. So he has massively improved his gameplay. Now you go to a series against the Dallas Empire, and from Standy's point of view, it's a similar situation. He's got like a 0.85 in the respawns against Dallas, because you got guys like Shotzi and Vivid just flying at him constantly. So he's had a problem with these guys in the past. Standy is the guy to pay attention to and see if he can basically replicate the gameplay he had yesterday and drop numbers like that once again. And if he can provide that in the respawns, Minnesota, oh, they'll be living the dream.
It's a wonderful feeling, though, again for Standy. Yesterday you had to deal with the Tiny Terrorists. Today you're dealing with Shotzi and Vivid. After this, it's like, well,
that is the gauntlet.
Yeah, it's after this, you're like, well, no one is quite as ferocious. So, like, I've already gone through hell. What's next? Presumably heaven. Well, we'll see. Whew. Well, an exciting moment now as we get ourselves geared up, ready to get into raid control. And thanks for hard carry, brother. Appreciate that. And again, for Dallas, I'm not sure if, with too much of a disappointing loss there on Miami. I think there's an opportunity for them to certainly make the run here, but Control is a dangerous game mode. We've seen the games are either incredibly close, we go to those round 5s, or we have those 3-0 blowouts. And as you've seen in the series so far, it's been a little bit back and forth, Chance. We've certainly got an even match on our hands.
And again, I've already said it however many times, right? Dallas in this matchup has had the edge in hardpoint. On the flip side, Minnesota had the edge in Search and Destroy. Much more back and forth in the controls, and Raid is the map that these two teams keep going back at. It is a slight edge for the Dallas Empire, especially so they've been a little bit more clutch on their offensive rounds, but effectively negligible. Like, they've traded this Raid control throughout the year. It is very much who turns up on the given day. And again, I'm on the side of Minnesota, standing attached. The SMGs are the players I'm looking at. How can they handle the pressure from Shotzzy and Vivid? And maybe especially Shotzzy, because, right, 30 and 22 is what he went in the game one hardpoint. The man was a walking piece machine. If you can't contain Shotzzy, you're going to have a bad time.
I'm going to have a bad time. So those of you following at home, Shotzzy dead. Very good for Rocker. Shotzzy alive. It's very bad. It's nice giving the fan. It's just like dumbing it down sometimes, Charles. You're good at what you do, but sometimes you got to just give it to me. Plainest of English. Here we go, mates, into the control map. Number 3. Here we go. Back and forth this series has been so far, and smack bang in the middle, the hump map, which no one has ever called it. But now we find ourselves here. Dallas versus Minnesota. Map number 3. Let's get it.
Yes, control the Wednesday of the map and modes as far as it goes. I don't know what the Monday would be, I suppose, because it doesn't feel right.
Monday's hardpoint. Monday's hardpoint.
No, hardpoint's the weekends for sure.
Oh, come on. There's nothing wrong with Mondays. It's just another day. It's what you make of it. And right now, what we're making of it is a couple of kills going the way of Rocker and a decent amount of progress in or towards that segment on A, which is now gone. Shotzzy, as he maneuvers his way across the map. Again, the finest left stick in the league. Nobody moves like him. Decent tags, decent shots, good work. They are keeping the pressure on. Second segment A is gone as well now, and it's going to be on Illy trying to stop it. But meanwhile, Shotzi's flying around and got himself 4 kills in a row.
Yeah, if you never respond, if the SMGs just can't go toe-to-toe with Shotzzy, I mean, again, it's incredibly simple, but you're going to have a bad time. But as it goes, the setup over towards B, I was going to say Minnesota, instead, working themselves towards the middle of the map where Vivid finds them all. Rocker now are in sort of a weird spot where they're towards mid. What direction do they want to go? They're sort of waiting for these kills to come to them, and Major Maniac, the guy with the sub in his hands, piercing his way through the middle of the map. And these are the battles you gotta start winning, these SMG engagements. But Empire are shutting them down almost every way they go. The SA gets captured, but a nice little life lead that Empire have, and more importantly, you see Shotzi's positioning deep in their spawn, the thorn in their side. The man is 5-0.
It's a bit more than a thorn right now. The man is a massive piece of Lego on the naked foot of Rocker right now, and he is very sore. Make it 6. Oh, he just gets the last bullet in, and it counts. 6 in a row. Or Shotzzy, who was a colossal nuisance. I was going to say it took the absolute gunny of Major Maniac, who only sort of went to half health in that exchange to finally bring him down. But there it is. With that kill, you've got players now for Rocker on the B zone. The excitement now will die down. Here comes the counterattack. Couple of bodies on point. Priest is trying to hold the top side, and he's doing a wonderful job. He's on a 6 spree. Looking to get the 7th. There's Illy. The shots are in. The kills come through. There's kill number 7 in a row. And B is as good as gone. What a turnaround from Rocker.
I mean, that is just a ridiculous round, right? We're over here watching Shotzzy, trying to figure out if he's getting streaks. But meanwhile, from Shotzi's point of view, kind of similar to that final round at the S&D, all of his teammates are just dying. And this is when it started. Priest, who I think opened up the game like 2-2, maybe 3-2, doing fine, goes on a 7 spree towards the end. And winning gunfights like that, you can see why. If you're shooting rockets, well, you're in a couple rockets as well. Artillery and crew secured. And what a way. I mean, again, if there has been any like semblance of struggle for Rocker against Dallas Empire on this map, it has been the offensive rounds. Well, that is right out of the gate. They deliver. Priesta, I mean, what more could you ask? Fully streaked out, and his spree still alive. What a way to kick things off.
I mean, we were gassing Shotzzy for not dropping anything there, but Priesta, 9-3. Lovely opening from him. No more kills to be had, though. And that's it. That's the end of that praise until he gets back into the ring and finds a few more shots. But here we go. Defense towards A now for attach. He's playing that one alone. The rest of the squad's going to oscillate over towards B, and that's where the attack is really starting to line up. Shotzzy making his way through middle. Still sitting on that 6-2 after that first round. It was a wonder to watch. So though, good defense. Lord. Man, he's shoot. I mean, like, what? Shotzi and Priester, the champions for their respective teams. Vivid now trying to clean up. We've got players now on A. Here comes the second, the third. You should see A vanish very quickly. It's going to be almost 2 minutes to play with. Oh, wait a minute. Priester says, not today, lads. Streaks are out. This is going to slow it down. Crim not going to be able to get away. Nets 2 with a cruise missile. Keeps A safe.
Oh, and I love this too. This might be the blender, right? You got Major Maniac pushed up far enough. You know you got that ring pressure coming through, and Standy trying to stay alive. Where he's going to fall, but the teammates have the cross, but you can't find any kills. Barista, the first shots he has missed all game, and well, that ends up turning out. And Dallas are going to love this. You just burn a cruise missile. It takes you all of, what, 3 seconds on the game clock, and you go right back to secure A.
Wow.
That was a very close to blender situation that now Dallas Empire have turned into a little bit of pressure on B. Shotzi's over towards Tiki, making a bit of noise. And, well, if it's Shotzi, you know he's winning the gunfights. Picks one up in the feed. And really, as long as his teammates can get to him, Empire, I mean, how quickly the tides can turn.
Oh, they turn incredibly quickly. And now, Rocker may be caught out and about. Well up, truly, a certain creek without a paddle. We'll find out, though. There's Major Maniac now holding down the line. The attach from up high. Trey's coming through. Standy winning a couple. Illy, though, gets 2 more. Shotzi opens up mid-map. And, oh, dear, you've got an open field now. And this could be B zone captured. Here come the bodies. Priester, though, investing the streaks once again. We saw they weren't as effective with the cruise missile. Let's see what the artillery can do. Bang, bang, bang. Gets Illy out of Tiki. Good stuff. Rocker's defense now will hold for a few moments more.
Still, though, mid-map and kitchen right now, Empire just have full control over. Vivid needs to trade the kill, and he's successful. So Empire, this is what they have to work with, right? Ton of map pressure. Most of all of Minnesota going to be stuck in their spawn. You got to attach wrapping back just to try to be the cutoff man. But Shotzi, as unfortunate as it gets, he gets stuck. And, well, Crim now forced to make the play. Trying to make something wild happen, but unfortunate, again, just a stick like that shuts the push down. Empire gonna have to spawn up, gear up, and try once again. 30 seconds left on the clock.
A lot of time. Rocker need to hold on for as long as they can. Dallas have 7 lives. Just about 20 seconds to make something happen here. Dash making that slow and steady flank through the back. He's going to take care of this player through mid. An easy corner, one that you don't often check. Dallas now, lives spent. Last 4. Last 10 seconds. Lee will find a little bit of space to work with, but they don't simply have the ground. Crim, these kills help, but it's not going to be enough. Rocker will take round number 2 here in the control. The series may have been a back and forth, but Rocker now have had enough of that. And they're hogging the ball 2 straight.
And it's as good as it gets, right? I mean, yes, you use the cruise, and it turns out to technically be wasteful, but I believe it. Or no, they use the artillery too, but that's what they're there for. You're in the streaks, use both, win the round, and even some gunfights they started to have, right? Major Maniac picking up a couple pieces, back basketball, and really, he's only 7-9. His teammates having just a wonderful time on the map. I mean, Priest obviously with a dominant first round, but Attach kicking things up as well towards the latter half of the round on defense. 2-0 up and a ton of players working themselves towards A. Vivid maybe the cutoff man, or maybe he wants to flank, but we've seen it time and time again. Teams on defense happy to give up A. They just want to keep players trapped and get as many kills as possible.
Doing the best they can. Ooh, Attach steals 2 in that situation. He was very hurt. Dallas coverage, there was a blind spot, and he managed to slip through. Currently on a 6 spree, backing on up. Major Maniac will lead the way. We'll see if Attach can get streaks now as well. Shotzi from up high. Lovely spot to be in. Looking to find one more here, and Attach dips back. I love it. Shotzi's hurt, but we've seen what the man can do in a doorway. A dangerous opponent in these situations now. And Dallas, on this defensive round, they're doing a good job, Chance. They're burning the clock in a big way. 50 seconds remain. And Rocker have not really found a way forward. I say that.
That's unfortunate as well. I was going to say, you want Attach to get those kills. Like, you want to feed Attach. Like, the offensive round, you just want to go into a round on defense, worst case scenario. But if you get the streaks, you're happy. But he's getting naded, shot in the side and everything. And he ends up spending, what, maybe 30 or 40 seconds of time playing for the streaks. That does not happen. Empire. You talk about the response they needed on defense, and Shotzi continually the man leading the charge. 17 kills to his name, and finally gets dropped, but 25 seconds on the clock. A little bit of progression over towards A, but that's 3 down. This is an opportunity to fly, but Crim wins the big one-on-one. I think Rocker, gonna have to chalk it up, go towards A, get that extra time on the clock, and then get back to work. It will be down 3 lives, but 16 available. They still have a lot to work with.
And we've seen the way both teams like to play this. They're very, very decisive. Once they get those kills, they stack those points. One decent opportunity is all Rocker really, really need. And no, that's 2-piece. Cleans up mid. Illy versus Major Maniac on the back lines, no. Nice nade. Illy will dodge it, and Major Maniac, not a clue. Beautiful play from Illy there. Over to Crim once again, finds kill number 4. Ooh, good nade from Priester will slow him down, and that is that. 50 seconds remaining chance. And Dallas, they've managed to turn up the heat here on the defense. Will Rocker be able to find the opening?
It's certainly not looking like it, right? Because now they're actually trying to work through a bedroom, but this has been Shotzi's home. He's still roaming around, and even when there's no pressure on the map, this man is just running circles, dancing around the opposition, but finally gets taken down, but it still costs you your life just to find that kill. But at the very least, they've cleared out bedroom. 6 lives remaining. You got to set up and have one good team push, but even still, Crim6, he's playing off angles over towards ring. He's catching players on the cross. This has not been a fun round for Minnesota Rocker. And again, the fact that Attach was not able to get the streaks is a wonderful window of opportunity for Empire to get back in this game, as maybe the last ditch effort is through. 5 seconds left. Rocker, they're going to try to make the play.
Oh, they're going to go for it. And is anyone there? No shots. He finds the kill. No one able to contest. Stanley will keep his streak alive going into the next game, or his spree, I should say. But Dallas with a much-needed round win there. Could have been a 3-0. Had Rocker had their way. And Crim, instrumental in mid-map. Great best play. We managed to get a couple more here and managed to turn the heat up indeed, Chance. But now, another round still. Rocker sitting on map point.
And certainly Crim putting in some work, but I mean, Shotzi's got to be the hero of the round, right? It was when Attach is playing for streaks, Shotzi gets inside of Art, Attach is forced to back down, and Shotzi, I mean, just buys so much time on the map with how long he's able to stay alive. 21 kills to his name, and again, just making sure that you're able to shut those streaks down makes offensive rounds that much easier. It is a massive stack over towards A, and well, opening breaks, got to win a bunch of these gunfights. Crim delivers at least for the first blood, and it looks like the ARs right now for Empire cruising along, and shots finding them at all. 4 down, triple stack on A. Took 9 seconds on the game clock for Empire to deliver. And add just a minute more. 2 minutes and 21 seconds these guys are going to have just to capture B.
A stunning offensive towards A. It's long gone. 2:15 on the clock now to play with. As Dallas yet to lose a life with very, very solid work there on the clock. And here we go. Stanley will get that first blood for his team. The rest of the gang, though, making their way forward. Dallas Empire pressures on. Priest has got a big job here. Catch these players out. Start to whittle down these offensive players as they're making their way forward. Nice 2-piece. 24 and 20 overall now for Priester. Still got to deal with Crim, though. Sitting inside kitchen. Will Priester be able to find it? He does not. 2 out of 3 defenders ain't bad, though, but Crim keeps the play alive.
And it's a 2-front war as well. Crim basically looking for spawn kills, and well, he's able to get a couple before he falls. But kitchen control, more important, bedroom control. Rocker, I mean, this is just the setup. They are happy to double stack up top, and until they're cleared out, you're never going to be able to win an offensive round, but they get one. The trades are through, and there you go. The 2v2 battle they had, they do enough, and even the third looking to go up top. Illy is prepared. Eager on the challenge, though. It looks like Empire gets stopped, and the craziest thing, you got players going towards ring. All of that effort to clear out bedroom, and Rocker, well, they are right back at it. 2 players up top once again. Maybe the top-bottom split, but either way, Empire, I think they want nothing to do with this side of the map for the next minute or so.
Oh, Stanley, nice angle. Great nade. Should tickle those players now. We finish the job on those softened shots. There's Standy finding the first. Second now through mid as Illy goes down as well. Standy 22 for 22 on a 2 spree, now over, sadly. There we go. Buying valuable time. Attach finding the kills as well. Here we go, Dallas. Time to go big. 35 left on the clock. They've got 15 lives to play with. Shotsy. Great job once again from Standy. Standy. All we can seem to say here, Chance, the plays have been on point.
Well, finally, again, Dallas Empire clear out better control, but even still, it's not easy to get past the first big opportunity they've had, maybe even just to get up towards Tiki, but Standy, the cutoff man, is trying to sit him down. Finally, he gets dropped, and you got 8 seconds left. Empire, this is the first time they've been able to get near the point. A couple gunfights coming through and Attach. He feels the pressure. He's going to back down, and this is going to be Shotzi right now by his lonesome on the point. He's got a couple teammates with him, but Attach, he repositions, and he's just softening up this blow. Empire, only 5 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to stand up. The time is ticking. Someone needs to be there. It's 3 and 4. Crim6 and Illy basically by their lonesomes, trying to buy the time. They cannot afford to get a foot off of this point, and they do. Now just a second. You gotta stay on it. You gotta stay on it, and they're there. But standing for the cleanup crew, the 4 down is in, and Minnesota in the control, clutch up and clean them up. They get the victory.
They take the lead in the series after what was an incredibly careful moment there for Dallas. Walking along the razor's edge, not able to take a foot off the point, but they have to find every single kill. Unbelievable turn, though. I mean, back and forth we went there. Dallas showing true grit, but not quite enough as the driver's seat. The aux cord is firmly in the hands of Rocker now. 2-1 in the series.
And I think there's almost like somewhat of a butterfly effect, right? They're just like little plays early on that really set the scene for the rest of the game. It was a massive problem. Shotzi kicks off from round 1. He's like on a 5 or 6 spree. He's thinking about score streaks. Not only the fact that Major Maniac wins a big one-on-one gunfight to shut that down, but while that was happening, Priestess doing the exact same thing in Empire spawns. And you have a round where you're put in a tough spot on offense. You turn that into not just the round win, but you get fully streaked out. I mean, you get full streaks. It's just a guaranteed defensive round win for the next one. And well, then at that point, you're just smooth sailing. You got the comfort round in the back pocket. And well, Minnesota Rocker delivered again. Struggled a little bit in game number 1, but the bounce back is real. And again, they're looking to take some scalps. Took down FaZe yesterday. Working on the second best team in the game today.
Oh my. There we go. Rocker take the lead here in the series. We now go to a checkmate hardpoint for map number 4. The Crows, the Roosters of Ragnarok are making a ruckus. Will this be the end of times now for Dallas? Or will they be able to find some safety? Push that game 5. We'll find out after the break. Rocker take the lead in the series now and push Dallas Empire the distance. They've already taken down Major 4's winners. Now they're looking after Major 4's runners-up here in the winners bracket. And the up-down arcade bar, they're back at it again, and they are loving life as Rocker have continued to have another standout stage here against another top team. The Giant Killers, the Jotun Slayers. We'll see if they can keep that one going. I think it's actually Jotun. This is the plural for Giant. But here we go. Into checkmate chance. Empire, what have they got though, mate? Let's talk a bit of Shotzi again. One of our MVPs of the league, last year's MVP as well. An incredible performance and an amazing debut, really, in the professional Call of Duty world. What's he got today though, mate? What's he been like so far?
I mean, he's got the sauce, and he has been just a menace on the map. I mean, he's having, make no mistake, over 3 maps, he has not had a bad map. He's been playing incredibly well. Maybe a little bit more 50-50 in the Surge, but in the respawns, I just want to see from Minnesota's perspective, he has been piecing them up like crazy. I mean, honestly, there's a little bit of truth to it. His team's letting him down at least so far in the past 2 maps, but that being said, the scariest thing, he's getting better. The player that was MVP last year, best of the game, that has been making progress even still this year. He's got a feel for the game. Watching him play, he genuinely just does magical stuff on the map. We even saw it, right? He gets into art, just picking up a couple kills and just buys everyone on the map so much time for his teammates to come and help him out. But there's just a few small things right now for the Empire that are going wrong. And Minnesota, on the flip side, taking full advantage of that fact, right? You have 2v3 clutches on a map like Miami in a situation that is nearly unclutchable, that they played perfectly. You get the win on the control just to give you the edge on the series. And, well, now we go into their map pick. It's not like Dallas are going to be shying away from checkmate. Obviously, the map records are close for both the teams, but this is where Minnesota has been getting even better. And this is also a map where they took down Atlanta FaZe just yesterday, so they are prepared to play near the plane.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. All aboard. Please stow your tray tables and get your seats in the upright position, kids, because here we go. Time to take off here into game number 4. Rocker, towards the plane they go. Charging headfirst into the gunfire. You can see the braveries. The nades are there as well. At table position, Major Maniac's going to get the first blood. And Shotzi tagged up. Will they bag him, though? That's the question. Again, trying to stop the contest here. On our opening hard point here on Checkmate. And man alive, what a wild one it will be. Standy's already managed to make his way across. And he's doing what he can to hold this position. And it's a nice shot. Vivid there as well. Standy on that 2 spree already. Prim, though, still fighting for the back line. As this hard point now falls the way of Rocket Chance. Fighting for the second. Still taking place top right of the minimap.
And Standy, by the way, yeah, he's just causing so many problems for the Empire. He's got 2 players currently going to hunt him down.
Oh my God.
And again, he is just buying his team so much time. It's actually Illy from in the plane that shuts him down. And Illy, he's able to find 3 from God knows where. Even still, even after that play, it's Minnesota that collects the time, and it takes a 3-piece like that just to stabilize the rotation. I mean, just a wonderful job by Rocker off the start, and Standy, one of the biggest reasons why, again, just dragging all of that attention his way. But as it stands, this is the big thing, right? If you can't break P2, it is a money hill. Empire could really bump up the numbers. And right now, Rocker struggling to try to get to this pill.
Get in there, friends. Attach. Trying to make the case. Can't make it work out. Standy, though, unable to get the second as Shotzi lands the kill. 2 in a row now for him. As the rest of his team, all of their streaks have come to an end, but you still have yourself a decent amount of hardpoint time. There we go. Back on it is Dallas. 25 seconds remaining here, Chance, and they're going to do what they can to hold it. In map, though, covered by Minnesota Rocket. Can they keep Dallas pinned? Rack up as much hardpoint time going into third as possible. There's no chance really breaking this one here, but they may be able to find a few kills. Here we go, Rocker. Got that map control, but you could not break P2. Dallas simply too strong.
I mean, that is literally the perfect response you could have, right? That Illy 3-piece that he got before this hill popped really just opens up the map. There's no funny business. You get just the clear-cut setup that the Empire want to have and, well, take full advantage of that fact. Towards the outer street, though, Major Maniac wins his one. He's got the trophy down for support. And Attach is looking for a couple that he's going to find. The mantle helps him out. And he gets the third as well. Doesn't need the support, but the support he still has. Standy, though, does get dropped. And, well, Attach might have made the play, but Empire respond very quickly and immediately get that hill control. Empire, it's so quick on the responses to the pressure that Minnesota is putting on. And, well, that's turned into a 30-point lead so far.
Point lead will do it for now. Easy comebacks are happening here on Checkmate. We've seen plenty this season already, and I have no doubt in my mind we'll see a lot more. 4 in a row for Vivid. Holy dooly, get the 5th corn, son, it's yours. Okay, fine. Standy, a little too strong still in this series. Not an easy 1v1 to take on the best of days, or on the worst, I should say. Azili, back over to the point we go. Flips open, it's all his. And he's going to be the sole player here for a brief moment. Standy, though, still making his way in on the hard point. Reinforcements from both sides as they will clash. A brief second, Chance, and there's the contest. Nearly doing a lovely job holding the hard point down. Here come 3 members of Rocker, though, surely able to get him off the point at the very least. There's the contest. Here we go once again. Reese is going to be able to get it. But we have a war raging on this point, and Dallas still on top.
Dallas on top, and again, if they're able to get this scrap time, they're just going to have such a huge lead going into the new hill. And, well, Attach knows that. He's trying to pick up some pieces. He's on a 3 spree to potentially break this hill and buy Standy time. That SMG duo putting in work. And keep in mind the positioning. Standy was actually in the plane. So he's bought his teammates enough time to know that at this point, maybe players are starting to go for that rotation. But Minnesota, they've got the map as covered as they want it. Standy up top, finding a couple kills. He's dancing with the entire Empire squad and ends up taking a couple down. he might have just gotten stuck by his teammate that drops the nade in a Shotzi. I'm not sure how it panned out, but either way, get a couple kills. Minnesota, the money hill that they need to get back in this game. Right now, they've got it.
Rocker may have the money hill, but Dallas still have the hot hand on the map so far. Let's go for a quick Astro Gaming listening with Dallas Empire and listen to the break.
He's there.
So behind me, he's top pillar. He's still holding. Good shit. Hold cross.
Yo, Priest is still up.
37.
Priest is top right wing.
Top right wing.
Looking at it. I got you.
Side of thing. You guys
He's
need
out,
no trophy.
Yo, he's on pillar. He's on pillar.
I needed it. Yo, reset behind him as well.
What up?
I can kill him.
What dead?
Still on time.
I'm watching. What
On
up?
time.
Yeah, under you.
We're done.
I got one.
Me as well.
Point stairs, last guy. Point stairs.
Sit down.
One shot. I'm sitting up, Porter.
Sit down. You want to exit.
I'm playing new
back.
I'm needed.
Yo, he went to new. Two went new.
New.
He's graffiti. Two graffiti. Two
Flash
graffiti.
over left.
Two new guys. Just hold.
Standing one shot hold.
I'm holding. Reese, stay down.
We're
Gotta
good.
close the push. I need it.
Yeah, I'll watch left wing. I have left wing.
If you want Reese. No one's right. A lane.
I have left wing.
I'm all banged. One shot.
Gonna go left.
No dead. One was A lane.
Up to right now. I'm trying to pick up A lane.
Lane.
Someone's
Last guy.
Low left.
He's going mannequin. He's going behind desk. Lower somewhere attached.
I need it behind desk.
Yo, low attach at the one shot. Dead.
Our side hill.
What's P5?
Mid side hill. Yeah, mid side hill. Yeah.
And what's P5? They didn't flash.
He's mid. Ender. Mid.
One is low left.
Yeah.
Low left, guys.
They
have only a trophy on their side. You can name it.
Ender, I needed mid.
Now.
Silver low left wing.
I'm one shot, guys. I'm one shot. I can't tell you.
Yeah, mid.
And one guy going A lane as well, guys.
Can you go touch her? Watch out.
Major one shot mid lane. Major one shot mid lane.
Attach and exit.
No, I got one nade.
Make yourself up. Yo, get this time now.
Yeah. We gotta get it.
Up under now.
I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna try to pick a guy touch us.
You need it. The our side.
Someone help me our side, guys. Major dead.
One's
behind us.
Pinch me again. Attach.
You start playing more towards hill as well. Yep.
He's above me.
Chance, what is it? Is it panic? Is it desperation? What is going on as Dallas start to slowly but surely crumble under the might of Rocker?
They've just been getting worked. There's no other way to say it. I mean, they are being forced to just be completely disconnected. Vivid nearly has 40 engagements. Crim on the flip side is 16. Like, it's absurd, like, the amount of production Vivid is, like, trying to output, but it has just been scattered from start to finish. But, hey, you're going to a Money Hill, and you got to make the break. And, of course, it's Shotzi. He's on a 4 spree, cakewalking his way towards the new hill. And the break that they needed is the break that they get. A massive moment, potentially, in this game, because, again, things starting to get a little bit spicy, a little bit delicate, because Rocker really was starting to crank up the pressure. But Shotzi at this point, now he's the one playing for streaks. He's taking gunfights like this, and it takes 2 to take him down. Finally, his spree gets stopped, and just a scrappy P2 hill this turns out to be. But clearly, Empire have a ton of fight in them. Things started to get out of control, but they very much stopped it. And we will have effectively a tied-up game going into this new hill.
Man alive, what a hard point this is. Dallas right back in it. New hill's about to pop down low under the plane, and Illy finally gets attached. That was a bit of an awkward gunfight. Finally comes to a close. Rocker, first player's in. It's not going to amount to much. As Major Maniac, the last player left alive, now fighting from the back, somehow slipped in behind Illy. Does take care of him, but a reinforcement's there to make sure those trades go down. And look at that scoreline. We are even Stevens going into this one, neck and neck. On this hard point, not an easy one to accrue a lot of time on, and we're going to see both teams still vying for control. But Vivid, man alive, he is putting in a shift today, Chance.
Roaming Slayer. I mean, again, what is this? Like 47 engagements he's had so far. The AK-74U, Krieg, whatever gun he needs, he is going to find. Just an absurd level of production that he can output, and just a weapon to have on the map. But he gets dealt with in Minnesota. At least get the final few seconds, and more importantly, clean 4 down. They're on the left side of the map, and now this is a very important time for Minnesota. They can start to run this score up, keep them spawning on the right side of the map, and you'll be good to go. But you see the idea, just flooding through Tetris, flooding through every side. Empire just trying to alleviate some of this pressure. Find some sort of opening on the map, but while they're working on that, Rocker just working on the score. Bumped up nearly 20-point lead, and Standy can't find the pieces. But Empire can barely find the hill. Shotzi by his lonesome in between the Rocker team, and he gets dealt with. Rocker keeping the pressure on.
Wow, what a win from Attach. I was going to say, not an easy fight to win with no trophies down on the point either. So Rocker doing this one without any kind of Guardian system, and that is going to make things a little bit harder. But they've now pushed the front line out. They're picking up so much time, and this is unbelievable. 3 in a row now for Attach, 2 for Priestess. They both find those kills on the hard point. Vivid finally, once again, back at it, and man, he really is everywhere right now on the map. Over to Standy, another player we've talked enough about. 27 of 16 so far in this map and trying to make it the final one in the series now for his team. Hard point chance. It is up. Rocker once again in control.
And this is 2 for 2 for Standy, where he has just dominated the plane and making sure no one can go on those like long route rotations to get to this money hill. So they have the map contained. You get Priesta on the top left. You get a man inside the point. Of course, that's going to be Major Maniac. And this is just the setup that they want. I mean, Rocker, they are 2 for 2 on these money hills. And it is just so tough to try to fight your way through. The streak's probably not going to even make a difference. But Priesta, he can be playing for him, but he's just piecing up left and right. Finally gets taken down. But this is Empire. I mean, Tournament Live's not on the line, but the winner's bracket run certainly is. Rocker, 20 seconds away from closing out the game, but Empire able to take a breath and stay alive for a few more moments. They broke through the money hill, but now the problem is the plane. And again, Rocker, the map spread that they have, always in a comfortable situation.
They've done the hard work and they're setting themselves up now for the victory. Question is, though, this close to the finish line, can they get themselves across it? Priesta and Standy atop the plane, landing the kills. Major Maniac from other side of the map. And on the furthest extremity, once again, it's Standy, keeping these safe lines. Oh, my word. The trades are there. Illy now. Reach and clear. Looking to find the shots. And the transition onto Priesta for the second was unbelievable. That contest is massive. He has to stay alive. He's going to get stuck. 5 seconds now for the win. And Rocker, the giant killers, are back at it again. Vivid, Shotsy, they get a couple of kills on the point. Priesta right back into it though, and with that 2-piece, oh my goodness, they've done it. First place yesterday, the second place team from Major 4 right now. Rocker continue onwards here in Major 5.
They have figured out their game. Let me tell you, because both of these in 3-1 fashion, they're not needing those game 5, round 11 clutches. Their hardpoint game, they have kicked it up a notch from where they were throughout stage 4. I mean, playing incredibly well. Like, how comfortable they were afforded to be on the map, like early on. It's a couple of those plays for Standy, where he is just buying his teammates so much like pressure on the map that they just get to run the play for free, or the plane, excuse me, for free. You have what, the P4 or P5, excuse me, money hill over towards wood, where both times Minnesota have the spawns. You get your anchors in the far side of the map. They never let those go. And Standy just gets complete freedom. Do what you want on the map and just doing his thing. I mean, playing incredibly well. And again, back-to-back days for Standy, where he is going against teams that he has been dropping 0.8s against, where he has just kicked it up a notch here in Major 5. Playing incredibly well, and it is all smiles for good reason. I mean, they had the toughest bracket you could possibly have coming into this, at least for the winner's side's a thing, and well, they are absolutely taking care of business. 2 for 2 with the 3-1 wins.
You say that. I mean, what they didn't realize was it was FaZe and Dallas who really had the hard side of the bracket, and that was something that we're starting to find out. We're not. Rocker thought they were locked in there with FaZe and Dallas. It's the other way around. 3-1. Another 3-1 over a top-tier team as Rocker, they will march their way forward into this tournament. My goodness, what an unbelievable series it was. Well done to Rocker, another hard-fought victory. And look at those stats, friends. I mean, we were given a lot of love, and Priesta, once again, 6 free for him, 30 and 20, 5.6k damage. The same thing on the bottom side, 33 and 24 in a row there for Standy, 5.6k as well. Massive, massive work out of both of them, Chance. And my word, baby, another upset. Or is it an upset anymore? At what point is it not going to be an upset and it's just like Rocker are just the real deal and they're a brilliant team? At what point? And you know what? I bet the up-down arcade bar, everyone is jumping now. Everyone is jumping. We wish we could be there. We wish we could be here in the Arlington Arena. But hey, we got ourselves another game still to go today, mate. We're still rolling.
Yeah, I forgot. It's a good one, too, like Toronto and Optic next. But, yeah, maybe you're right. Minnesota, the team to beat in this tournament at this point, doing the seemingly impossible, but they're doing it incredibly well. And even trying to think, it is just like mistake-free Call of Duty that they're playing. I think on the P1 of the Garrison, Standy should have rotated to P2 a little bit earlier. Outside of that, basically could do no wrong. The Search and Destroy, if they were losing rounds, it's just because they're getting blooded, but clutching up the 2v3s. In the control, you got Priesta popping off, getting fully streaked out. You and Standy running the show on the plane in checkmate. Everything you could want Minnesota to do so far in this major, they have provided. Again, right now, the Giant Killers, the team to beat.
The Giant Killers, the team to beat. Well, we're going to hear from one of the Giant Killers themselves. Jess, take it away. We need to hear from the players themselves.
Thank you so much, Miles. We are here with our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with Priesta. Really impressive stuff to see you guys just dismantling first phase and now Empire. How good are you guys feeling right now?
Oh, I mean, we're feeling real good. We beat 2 of the top teams. We've been working really hard, so it's awesome to see that we put all of our hard work and it's paying off. But we still got more games to play, so yeah, we're just going to keep going hard and we just got to keep being focused.
What is it that's just clicking lately? What's the biggest change you've made?
Just our teamwork, our communication and teamwork is just next level. It's been something we've been working on for the past couple of weeks. We've been heavily working on just communication, because when our communication's on, we're just teamworking. Our teamwork's on point, and we're just working on the map very good. It's smooth, and yeah, that's what I would say.
Now, if you had to rank yourselves as a team among the elite of the league, where would you guys stand?
I mean, right now we're definitely up there. We've been playing really good this tournament, so we got to keep it up. I think we're definitely a top team right now, and people are going to start seeing it. We just got to keep playing our game.
Well, very well said. Thank you so much, and good luck as you wait to see whether you're going to be facing Ultra or Optic. But for now, we're going to head back over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Jess. Well, you heard it there from Priest himself. A renewed sense of focus, and they should absolutely be considering themselves a top team right now, because let's face it, friends, they are handing out punishment. Scuff player of the game now, though, on your screen. We're going to look back at the moment where Rocker took control of the map and never looked back, Chance. It was all plane control, and it was all good for Rocker here in our Scuff player of the game.
And now I'm just even trying to remember the moments, but this is where it kicks off, right? You get a clean 3 down. And yeah, this is the exact moment where you just get the setup that they want. And they were 2 for 2 on this, where, again, Major Maniac, probably the most metal boots kind of player in the league at this point, lives on the left side of the map. They never made the mistake of giving up spawns. They never left the bottom side of the map. That lane was never really open for anyone to make plays. It was always covered. You always had the ability to make the roaming slayers, and this is really just where Attach and Stanny started to go crazy. I mean, just lighting up the kill feed. He's already got 25 kills at this moment, but you're just able to afford that ability to constantly fly at your opponents when you know your AR's in the back of the map just hanging out. Well-oiled machine, man. Minnesota right now, their gameplay is just incredible.
If you enjoyed what you saw there, friends, you can see it in person, live at the Galen Center, the playoffs and championship Sunday. Tickets now on sale. You can see the link at the bottom of the screen, callofdutyleague.com/championship-weekend. We'll be there. We want you to be there. It's going to be one hell of a tournament. You know who else is going to be there? Rocker. And look how happy they are to pick up that big win over Dallas. Well, that's it for our series here. We're going to take a very quick break, and when we return, it's Lottie, Nameless, and Studdy on the desk to get you all excited for the last match of the day. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by GameFuel. Unlock a CDL team pack with any purchase on gamefuel.com/CDL while supplies last. Offer ends on August 31st. Tournament audio and team listen-ins are powered by Astro Gaming. the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League.
Well, they've rocked the boat once more. Minnesota Rocker are doing bits on that main stage this week. They take down Empire 3-1. What a victory that was for the lads. Not only did they prove themselves against the Titans, but they proved themselves against our second seeded team in the league here. As you can see, Empire, they've been knocked down to elimination round 4. Rocker proceed onto the winners finals. Big stuff for Rocker, especially at this stage in the game. I mean, considering it's the last part of our season, we're preparing for champs. This is peaking at the perfect time.
It is.
What a series, lads. I got to get your reaction off the cuff first. I mean, Nameless, what did you make of that series overall and Rocker's performance?
Yeah, man, beginning of that series, I'm like, okay, Dallas starting out on the good foot, and then they lose map number 2, and that was actually their best record in Search and Destroy was on that Miami. They lose that map, and I'm like, okay, this gets a little bit scary, and what happens? Minnesota turns up, man. The amount of gunfights that Standy wins in crucial moments, I mean, just go back to that control. You'll see there's multiple times where he bails them out with a big gunfight. The clutch at the very end of the S&D, and then that last hard point there. It's just masterclass. Rocker looking phenomenal right now.
Yeah, definitely a great series between both of those teams, but at least for me, that checkmate, I mean, that raid control was everything because obviously Minnesota, they started off by taking that first round, and they were also able to pick up some early streaks, and then going into that second, in the back of my mind, when they use that streak, at least that cruise missile on towards that 8 point, I'm sitting there like, oh, you're going to have to invest both here. You cannot lose this defensive round if you're Minnesota, and that's exactly what they do. They use both streaks. They secure that defensive round. They lose the next one, but then they bounce back with another one to close that out, and I feel like that was that map where Dallas Empire needed to win there because once you lose that Search and Destroy, like Nameless said, which is one of their best maps, you have to be able to bounce back strong, but Minnesota, they shut the door on that one easy.
Definitely. Let's actually talk about that third map. Let's talk about control, obviously, on raid here. Round 2, Nameless. On the defense, Rocker really sealing the deal here. How do they do it?
Yeah, I mean, on this control, you're going to see they're on defense, and Priesta uses his streak to get them off of A, but what happens, Dallas gets back through, they get on A, and then they cap the point, so they use all their streaks, and we're like, okay, me and Jay are screaming at this point. We're like, okay, Minnesota has to win this round, and you see right now, Dallas, they're pushed up inside a kitchen, they have control, they're getting ready to initiate their push, and since it's 12-12 life count, the players at Tiki, they waited, they didn't want to push over to bedroom and potentially die. Attach gets a kill with the nade, Standy with the kill, Standy with the 2-piece, those are the big gun fights that I'm talking about. And then when you need another one, Priest is there to turn around, pick up the kill on the flank to get the final kill to reestablish map control. And then now with 30 seconds left, this is a lot of pressure for Dallas Empire. They're having to flood through bedroom. Attach wins that final gunfight middle, and now Dallas are basically screwed. They don't have any avenues to get control, at least fast enough to get to the point and make some progression at B. So basically, what you saw there is Rocker, man, recovering from a tough situation. They adjusted in the middle of the round. They knew that they couldn't get to bedroom fast enough, so they waited. And what do? They win the big gunfights to secure the round. It's beautiful.
And just to tag on it, just going for Rocker into that map number 4, obviously they didn't start off that game hot, but it was all on the back of Priesta and Standy. Those guys really flipped the switch in the middle of that game. Standy put up like 34 kills, and Priesta put up like 30 as well. And I said it this morning, in order for them to come out and beat Dallas, they had to try to take a hard point versus this team, and those two players needed to step up. They answered the call, and they get the job done.
Well, I'll tell you what, you were both spot on. I'll tell you what, Jay, you were spot on in terms of the hard point, the respawn, a factor of it. But I got to say, Ant, as well, the end of Stage 5, you were spot on. You did say Minnesota Rocker were going to be the dark horse of Major 5. And my goodness, there is a stallion in this arena. I will tell you that. Now, I'll tell you what, we do have a banger coming up next. We have literally the smallest bit of time to talk about it. So, folks, I want to know what your predictions are. Gentlemen, obviously, Optic versus Ultra. Who are you taking for this game? Nameless, I'll start with you, mate.
Yeah, this was a tough one to predict. I mean, you think back to their match that they had previously where Optic were able to take the hard points. So I'm looking at Optic. I think Optic's going to take this one in a 3-1 fashion. They have some great maps for them. You look at maps 1 and 4, both those hard points are the same ones they beat them on. I think they take it and only drop the S&D.
I completely agree with you. The only thing opposite for me is that they're actually going to win the Search and Destroy this time around because Optic so far in the year, they're 0-4 versus Ultra. Something has to change, and I'm looking at Scump to be that guy to change that page in the book. So they're going to take that Search and Destroy, win 2 respawns, close it out in 4.
Beautiful stuff. Love to hear that from you guys. And I'll tell you what, I also love to hear from Jess. She is with right now with Sender on standby. Let's get his thoughts as they head into this game.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Yeah, that's right. We are here with Sender, coach of Optic Chicago. So you guys beat FaZe this stage. I mean, was that the boost that the team needed to propel them through these final 2 events?
I don't think that's like any like real morale boost. It's just like extra confidence, I guess, going into the major and obviously leading into the champs. We mainly just wanted to try to secure first seed going into this event, and that was like our main mindset.
So here in this match that your team is about to play, what's the one thing you're really looking for, like other than a dub, to prove that for your players to show that they're ready?
I mean, we've been playing like it's practice a lot, and I feel like that's been the biggest difference between in our team going into a lot of these matches. I think that's the main thing, to be honest. Like, I'm not really expecting anything. Like, we go into every match with the mindset that we just got to do exactly what we do in practice, and if it works, it works. It doesn't, then we just got to get better. So.
Well, finally, before I let you go to watch your match, I gotta ask about the guys' footwear. I've been hearing so much about it. What shoes do you think Scump is going to be rocking today?
I told him to wear Crocs. I don't know if he's going to listen to me or not, but we'll see.
I mean, those are comfortable, so those definitely could help if he is indeed wearing those. Well, thank you so much, Lottie. Back on over to you.
Thank you so much, Jess. It's good to know that the lucky shoes are on the feet of the king. But I tell you what, it's going to take some doing on that main stage once again. So excited to see Optic play once more back at LAN. I hope you guys are excited too. We're going to head to a break right now. But on the back of it, we have an absolute banger. Optic versus Ultra coming your way with Miles and Chance right after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Major 5. Quick update. This is a look at Scump's current shoes. He's got the MX in green, looking at OG color. We will give you a live update. So what is now going on stage? This is a look backstage. This is a look at them now currently. Here's the shoes once again, but we've got them on stage now. We're wondering what shoes Scump will be wearing again. This is the talk of the town right now in the Call of Duty world. What have we got, friends? What is the footwear of choice? Because again, this has been a bit of a lucky charm for the Optic players, seeing who or what is on their feet. We saw those foam runners. They did a lot of good there for the Optic boys, but we'll see. Again, we'll give you that feet heat check in just a brief moment as we gear up for our next match here today. Toronto Ultra taking on Optic. This should be a fun one, mate. Again, Optic Chicago. Oh, okay, so we do have the MX on stage as well. Okay, there it is. Oh, there is shoes. I know somebody loaned them to him. How's Scump going to play today? Charles, what do you think, mate? Give us some expert analysis on the feet.
I mean, this changes everything, genuinely. I mean, everything I had analysis-wise is just going to be thrown out the window because of the shoe game. No, it doesn't matter. Look, this is the most feet and legs I've ever seen on a broadcast before, so I'm a little bit put off by it, but that's what it's going to be. I'm not a sneakerhead. I know nothing about anything shoe-related, so I've got nothing for you, Miles. That's
cool, mate. All good, man. You're a Call of Duty guy. That's absolutely fine. But Honestly, it would have been nice to know. And I'm sure that Reddit is currently ablaze, and the timeline should be as well. Let us know what you think. Tweet us what you think of Scump's performance and of his footwear choices today, because that's what everyone wants to talk about. But Chance, we're almost ready to get into this matchup again. Another winners bracket game for you here today, friends. This is bound to be a humdinger. Optic Chicago, and of course for Toronto Ultra. And I don't know what those two are doing down there. Is it down there? I don't know what's going on here. They're obviously having a good time. I think that might be Roger. Is he having a sweet time? Or whatever. All right. Anyway, they're having a good time. We're having a good time. And we hope you're having a good time as well, as we're almost ready to get into this one. But Chance, we're very close, mate. Let's have a look at the quick scope brought to you by Scuff and have a little look at the Series O before we welcome these fantastic players out onto the stage to get things going. And Chance, it's a very, very different look either side.
I mean, anyone watching can digest those numbers themselves. The really story between these two matchups is these teams have pretty much only met each other at the majors, at least when Insight's been on the team. Toronto's had their number. Beat him at Stage 2 major, beat him at the Stage 3 major, and eliminated at that one. And I think really the biggest thing is, well, Chicago's been phenomenal in the hard points, 3-1 against the opposition. Obviously, if you're looking at this, they have the edge in hard point as well. But once you start going down low, it gets spicy. Toronto has yet to lose a search and destroy against Optic. And obviously the control is the same thing. Since playing with Insight, they haven't lost the control to Optic. And well, they have been perfect in that game mode throughout Stage 5. So it's very much Optic. They got to clutch up in the respawns because the S&D control have been a little bit shaky, at least against the Ultra.
We're almost ready to get into this one, friends. Now it's time to start getting these players out onto the stage and into them seats. We'll start first with the team in purple, hailing from the north, our Canadian cousins. Welcome to the stage, Toronto Ultra.
Yeah. I'ma get right in my bag. Why you gonna try to get mad? Everybody wanna keep up. Don't you know I move too fast? I'ma zip right past. Drip all on my swag. Why you trying to size me up? You don't wanna try your luck. Hot as a stove, what did you know? Burn like coal, yeah, you know I go. Way too hot, yeah, really too cold. I'ma keep going till I hit my goals. Better get back when I'm in my zone. Do it for the ones that I know back home. Did it myself, they ain't put me on. Don't you call back if you hear that tone. Love the level.
Now, making their way to the stage are your Major 2 victors and, of course, everyone's favourite Canadian esports team across the planet, Toronto Ultra. Bance, Cami, Kleenex and Insight, and it is all thumbs up from Insight as everyone gets themselves ready to get into what will be a brilliant, brilliant matchup indeed. Everyone looking fine and very cozy in those big old Ultra hoodies, and I'm excited, Chance. I can't lie to you, mate. I think Ultra have had a bit of an up and down year, mostly ups though. They're still in a very, very favourable position, and that has to be said, still a favourite to win the major.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're certainly towards the top of that list at the very least, and I think we even saw, what, the half crim from Insight there at the start. Vance maybe going for the quarter crim with the arms out to the side, but these guys have been incredible. And honestly, just for the matchup that we have, these are probably the two best teams in the game when it comes to communication. I think Toronto really almost like set their own meta, like after Stage 2, of just the super calm, no excitement in their voices, just about their business, and it is always a treat to listen to. Vance, one of those guys that just steps up and is a real leader for the team, but they're efficient. They have a game plan. They have been playing out of their minds this year, and really just nothing but good things to be said is, well, they get to play against Optic, and again, they have had the edge in this matchup this year.
They have had the edge indeed, but as you can see, friends, the stage behind me has changed to a very familiar shade of green. It's now time to get them out, put your hands together for Optic Chicago.
Mighty keeps it going. Normal, looking fantastic. Envoy slaying his way through. Got from up high, the king.
I'm out here doing what they thinking is irrational.
Really starting to run that score up.
I'm gonna make it back, make it back, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Optic Gaming are back.
Chicago are a force to be reckoned with.
And whatever happens in this matchup, we know that tomorrow we'll be hearing the very familiar chant of "Let's go Optic," da, 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 da. But here we go, as they step out onto the stage, one of the most famed teams in all of esports, Optic Chicago. And there it is, the iconic point. They're pointing at me? Boys, you shouldn't, or is it Chance? You point to the fans at home.
No, they're pointing at me for sure.
They're pointing at you. Whoever they're pointing at, they're looking at that top spot. That's what they're aiming at, truly. But there we go. Optic Chicago now making their way to their stations. And Chance, they've had a really nice stage so far, man. They've had some brilliant upsets over some good teams, and they're looking possibly the best they have all year long.
Well, that's the exact way to phrase it, right? They've been good the entire year, maybe not up to their standards, but still a very solid team. But Stage 5, kicked it up a notch, like to the nth degree. Some amazing wins that they're able to get through, and maybe a hiccup at the very end, right? Getting reverse sweep by the Thieves, but outside of that small hiccup, I mean, their gameplay has been just like phenomenal. Even for the Search and Destroy, for example, where we have said that Toronto has had the edge, Scump has been playing out of his mind in that regard. I mean, clear cut, one of the best SMGs in the game, and Envoy right there with them. But as far as we've talked about the matchup, if anything, Optic again, they've had the edge in the respawn, so your game fuel keys to victory, that's where I'm starting with. It is the slaying power that Bruce has brought to the table. 1.36 in hardpoint against Toronto, and Scump with 3 kills per minute. I don't know if that means much to you, but there is one player in the entire league that averages more than 3 kills per minute. Only one guy. And it's not Scump, it's actually Vivid, but for this matchup, that is the type of pace that Scump has had. He has loved to play against Toronto. Really, they just had an absolute field day in that regard, but obviously the S&D, I think, is really where the game plan for Optic needs to be in full effect, because I know it's not till later, but as we know, there's some interesting maps that have been picked.
Ooh, some interesting maps. They're going to make it through. But Charles, before we get to the maps, let's have a quick look at the game fuel keys to victory for Toronto Ultra.
And Insight is the player I'm dialed in on, right? We talked about the massive success in the hard points for Optic. Well, Insight has been the player suffering in that regard. Only a 0.8, incredibly uncharacteristic form. Normally, he's a man on a mission, which he has been in Search and Destroy. Just an insane KD, the main factor in this team's success in that 2-5. And, well, even for the bottom point, again, perfect in control. Chicago absolutely forcing that game mode, but Toronto has had their number. And again, just a battle of communication that these guys have right now. Again, 2 of the very best to do it, always just hyper professional with their comms.
Indeed. Well, we've got a taste of those comms for a moment there. But again, as you saw in the stats, Charleston, in the infield keys to victory, we should be seeing that raid control potentially and statistically go the way of Toronto Ultra. But maps and modes, there we go. Checkmate Hardpoint, Miami S&D, raid control, Gary Hardpoint, map number 4, and of course, Express Search and Destroy, should we have to go all the way. And Chance, you called it, mate. Miami managed to make it through.
I mean, it's wild. That is just wild that happens. Like, they were like publicly just being like, we're not playing that map for the rest of the year. It has been the auto veto from Optic pretty much since the first time that they ever played it. They are 0-2 on the map. They do not like Miami at all. But the problem is, if they're 0-4 on the year, 0-3 since Toronto's picked up Insight in Search and Destroy, well, 2 of those losses are on raid. So they ban raid because that is Toronto's best map. So on one hand, it makes sense. You ban raid, you don't want to deal with Toronto, want their best, but now you have to play on potentially one of your worst maps, and it just might turn into a situation for Optic where an auto veto all year long costs them here at the Stage 5 Major, or on the flip side, they have done their homework, they have a great game plan. It's not like Toronto have been dominant on Miami, so maybe they can take them to it, but that is a very spicy pick for map 2.
Spicy map pick. We'll see what happens though as we get to that one, as this will be an absolute treat to watch, friends. Optic Chicago, Toronto Ultra, they've had a storied rivalry against one another in these majors. Again, some round 11 heartbreaks for Optic. Will they be able to right those wrongs here in the final major of the year? This chance is going to be a banger. Let's get it.
And again, just you can only say it so many times, but hardpoint almost necessary for Optic to win. And well, Checkmate is certainly a map that they love to play. Toronto does not shy away from them, but you got to set this standard right from the get-go. And nice reads from Formal as well. Flanks always come through if you're on the favored side, but they take care of business, take care of the plane. And well, you talk about the setup that Optic is going to want to have. This is where Scump likes to live, ready for the second gunfight, and takes him down as Optic. Already, very nice lead.
It's 2 for Scump, right off the rip. And with that, on to the preferred side. Now the flips. Optic on the right-hand side of the map, geared up for the second hard point. This is great stuff from that of the rip. With a 32-point start again on first. Honestly, a great way to begin this checkmate hard point. Kills keep on going for Scump, 4 in a row. The King talks of him being done, talks of him being washed. He's proving all the haters wrong, 1 kill at a time.
Yeah, anyone that's talking about that is no friend of mine, being weird if that is on your mind, because again, Scump, I mean, at worst, he's been like a middle-of-the-pack pro level, like SMG player. In best case scenario, he's the best. Like, I don't know why you'd ever have that on your mind, but as it stands, you're able to flip the spawns to P2 from Optic on the bad side. This is efficient work so far.
Toronto trying to work their way through NASA, but a couple players getting chopped down along the way. Kleenex is still going to be alive, but it's still Optic inside the actual point. They take care of business for the moment, but it looks like the two-piece enough for Toronto just to try to strip away some of this time. Maybe even just keep them trapped in their spawn.
Keeping them trapped indeed. The battle's still raging though on the point, and it was going to be Bance who stays alive for a brief moment. He's still actually there and about. Scum trying to get involved on the flank. Not going to happen. Formal slides in. Does finally kill Bance. Stops his, 2 spree, I believe. But Kleenex picks that up immediately. P2, the late break coming through now from Ultra. A little bit of last-minute defense there from Optic Chicago. It's going to be Envoy on the point. Final few seconds going their way. I don't know that get out of hand too fast chance. Lovely work from both teams. But we go now into third hard point. Optic with eyes on. And we're still fighting for those placements over by second. And that's still going. Kleenex finds himself too. Yet to get on the point, either team. Here comes the contest. And it's going to be Ultra coming out on top.
Oh, and that's all 4, and they're going to be stuck as well in sight. Well, he's going to be the man that has the cutoff over towards Tetris. He has lived on top of that hop up, and well, Van's trying to make the play, and it looks like Insight doesn't even get too many shots in the players, but where Insight might not be, Cammy certainly is. He takes down 2, and well, enough to get the trades through. Now back to more of a scrappy situation around the hill, but either way, as far as map position goes, Toronto is certainly in the favored position for the next few hills, and Optic really have just been afforded no openings on the map. Nice shots from Scump. Maybe he'll just force the opening through.
Well, we've had a quick look at the feet. We've had the feet vibe check. Now let's go for a listen in. It's time for a quick Astro Gaming listen in with Optic Chicago.
I'm helping the other side.
Can we top left to me?
There's stairs. Someone there, stairs. One shot up.
Cammy, he's challenging these graffiti.
I've cross.
They're both there.
Cammy dead. I'm on a 5.
Look at low plane.
I'm getting wall back. He got me playing. Vance and plane first. Vance and small.
Bottom plane. Inside crossing.
Vance and small.
Get my plane.
Yo, what's top plane on me, guys? Top
Yo, P-search, Vance. He's in P-search.
P-search,
it's dead.
Point dead. They're silver.
I need it. I help Matt.
Two front tower.
One's hitting front tower. 2 front towers. All there. Front tower.
I'm mid hill. I'm midside hill. They're gonna be there.
Crossing bats, weak, silver.
I have top plane.
One bottom plane, Kleenex side. Cross silver. Look at their side.
Yo, front tower weak.
Nothing their side, challenge.
Graffiti and silver. Graffiti, silver, and front tower. Graffiti, silver, front tower.
Need to be silver?
I don't see silver.
He's still silver in the corner.
He's
weak as fuck. He's inside.
Nice, 2. Go through.
Tower?
No, I think we flipped inside plane. He's pushing mid plane.
I'm here.
And one's in wood too. One of my cam. One's in wood.
I don't see mid plane.
We flipped one, I think, guys.
Yeah, I'm looking for him. I don't see him.
I spawn front.
Top plane.
I don't see him wood.
He's in small.
Okay,
left wing. This guy.
Nothing left wing.
I don't see graffiti. Yo, exit Kleenex. One shot exit. Inside, absolute exit.
He's low pouch. Dead at one time.
Nice, 2.
Yo, graffiti.
Got me. Time challenge. One plane steps. Alright, 1 plane steps and 1 no. All good.
Is he gonna be in plane?
Yeah, one's gonna be in plane.
I hear you.
Van's gonna be in plane,
Yep.
I think he's in small.
Once there's stairs right
Small
now.
dead. One more
Silver.
Like he's
Silver, yeah, silver in the corner.
Trophy no.
I don't see silver. He went graffiti. Absolute graffiti. Kleenex.
What's their boxes or some shit?
What's their steps?
You need him here?
Yo, Kleenex was graffiti. He pinched it. He's low bricks.
On time, not peeking.
Time
low bricks. Low
bricks.
In wood.
Dead. Nice 3.
Low plane, guys. Low plane.
He's still low plane.
Bottom B control side.
I'm trying to get right push.
Kleenex, absolute low plane.
There's stairs.
Absolute bricks.
He jumped up.
Dead.
Another one, there's stairs. Inside there's stairs. First one new.
I'm absolute low plane.
This is a huge free one.
I'm looking on, yeah.
I got trophy here.
They're in time, right? Try to watch right from time.
I needed my bed.
Try to watch right from
Left
time.
wing.
All good.
On hold, dead. Absolute on hold. He's going low left wing. He's under bottom plane. Vance, one shot.
I got 2.
Nice. Vance was low left.
Let me push.
I got 8. I'm dead. 2 there. Too close.
Vance hit through.
What's our stacks?
All hold.
No time.
I need
stacks. Kill the left for good. Kill the left for good.
I didn't in front of you at all.
Still here?
Chance is only, 34 points separating these teams right now as Ultra have made the slow but steady comeback here as Optic Chicago's comms, mate. Everyone seems to be having a great time.
Yeah, and I love the extra development, the meta of the comms, right? The addition this year from quite a few teams of just like the I hear you. Like, I know you said that on the map. It's registering. We're like making the right play. And just one of those small things that helps you clean up the comms. You don't just have to spam it. But as it stands, Ultra, I mean, have been putting in a fair amount of work. And you got to say, if Scump didn't go on the 5 spree in top lane when he did, Ultra would absolutely have the lead right now. Instead, it has been the slow and steady climb, trying to bite their way back. And with shots like that, might be able to make it happen. But
Formal gets caught on the cross, and Ultra, there you go. You flip the spawns from P1. You've taken control of P2. They're only down by 14 points at this point. The comeback absolutely is in.
Yeah, far from over. This hardpoint game is now second hardpoint still locked up. We're going to see Ultra with a bit of time there. And again, as we look at the stats just a brief moment ago, Cammy, it was such a stunning, sensational, stellar day yesterday. Has come out a little quiet here on Checkmate against Optic. But we'll see what happens. And again, once he catches fire, who knows? The lead now in the hands of Ultra. We're seeing that slowly but surely climb up. And again, Optic still trying to bounce their way back into this one. Ultra, though, still retain the lead. 30 left here on second.
And this has just been the hill that has really been killing Optic this entire time, right? First go around, they had the rotation, but it ends up scrappy and Toronto get the break. This time, Toronto just dominate this second hill. And Ban's obviously a big factor why. As hot of a start as Scump had, it's Ban's that's sitting at like, what, 23 kills. He's lighting up the feed, and it is the SMGs for Optic now at this point that are starting to struggle just a little bit. Really need to try to find their footing, because even over towards that rotation towards New, I mean, it's a scattered on the map. Both teams sort of have that top-bottom split, but as 50-50 as it is, Toronto Ultra, again, just trying to set themselves up long-term. They got the spawns that they want.
Sight on a 4. Down low trying to find a couple more here. Oh, that's not good. The shots were a little shaky. Not the weapon of choice here, but he's going to be kitted out for either engagement. On that last bullet as kill number 5 lands. Ultra still with hardpoint control, and this has been a good hold here on the third. Not an easy hardpoint to get time on. I've said it every single day, and I probably will until we move over to another game. But we'll find another hardpoint that's not an easy one to get time on. And Kleenex helping out. Ooh, shots at range, but not enough to kill Envoy. As we are looming towards that 200-point mark now, Chance. Cammy, 12 and 18, starting to pick things up a little bit. Nice HP.
And it might be a hard hill to get time on, but even still, Optic maybe got 2 seconds off of this one, if that, and Ultra end up getting 25, 30 points, and more importantly, they've kept Optic contained. This is the first opening Optic's been able to get, and well, good news for them, it's right as the hill pops. No one is able to get through and like actually flip those spawns, but you still get some bodies in the hill. Scump clears out your own spawn, and well, maybe finds the second on inside as well. If there's any opportunity for Optic to get back in this game, this is where the hill chain really starts to get going. It is these next 2 where the opportunity remains. But Cammy, he's able to pick up 2 just to slow things down as Toronto Ultra working on the break.
Oh, we saw Formal put the work in there, not able to get any more, but you're seeing Scump now back in the mix. Vance flies into action. A little bit of help there from inside to take down the King. And there it is, 200 points crossed over as Ultra now in the business end of the hard point. 20 seconds remaining here. As we're going to move once again to the other side of the map. Optic in a position now to hopefully retain this side. And oh my word, the spawns are all over the place. Look at number 6. Cammy has just appeared right smack bang in the middle. Well, those Optic players, they've gunned him down. And over towards next we go. Scump trying to lead the way in the kills.
And I had memories. Actually, Toronto had the same thing yesterday, right? It was on this hill where, if you remember the listening from Slasher, he was like, "Oop, they messed up," and he used a different word, but it's the same thing that happens again. Toronto end up losing those spawns, and Optic will take that gift. Down by about 60 or 70 points before this hill pops, but now that kill feed starting to light up in that green, and well, Scump, a big reason why he's able to find 3 of those. A potential lane, though, is going to be open. Kleenex poking his head out on the top side, but he's got to wait for his teammates because right now, no one with any sort of map control. Toronto getting chopped down, and Optic turning this game around.
Turn it around indeed. 25 seconds left here. And they should be able to take all of it as Ultra have been held back. Formal, 19 and 20. Makes it even Stevens, 20-20, and there we go. Perfect vision as they make their way in towards that next hard point of Formal, making the routes work out. The kills there, as Insight will slowly but surely bring him down. On the other side, though, Dashi, 30 and 23, as Big Bruce. We'll hear a few of those tomorrow, no doubt about it. Getting very excited so far. Kleenex, slip slides through the shots, gets it, and now we see Ultra on the contest. Back forward we go. Kleenex gets brought down as Envoy finds it, and we have Optic in the point, looking to take the lead.
And Optic, they need to apply the pressure in this moment as well, because, right, they're going to have to maybe not flip the spawns if they can dominate this hill, but those are the 1 and 2 things you want to have happen. Vance, though, goes on a massive flank, drawing a bit of pressure back, but he gets dealt with immediately, and, well, the move on the flip side in towards the plane. Ton of damage being done by both teams, but Optic should have the advantage in Envoy. The cleanup crew is there.
Optic still have dominated this P1 hill, and frankly, they might be able to end the game on this hill.
Oh my word, Insight with a savior shots in there to keep them going, but you're right, they can get the win here. Formal though, 2, 3 for Piper. He lands the shots. He's going to have spawns for next after this next engagement, and he saw at least one. He's got no idea. There's a few more here. Formal now hurt, tagged up, taken care of. 9 seconds for the win now for Optic. Forward they go. It's on Insight. It's on Kleenex. They have to win these fights quickly. Oh my word though, Dashi takes one down now, turns the guns towards Bance as Ultra have managed to make their way in through from behind. This could be huge. Formal gets stuck, blown to pieces on the hard point. The battle rages. Scum can't get either. Oh my word, Chance. We're holding this one down, and now it's 30 seconds for the win for Ultra.
One break to rule them all. Ultra just trying to hold on for dear life. And Optic, well, they've got the pinch in. They're hitting from the front. Dash is trying to hit from the side. And, well, Scump's found his way in towards the actual point. It's going to be the contested. He's ready for the gunfights. The trades are in. And Kleenex can't be the hero. He gets dropped as well in Optic Chicago. The comeback to kick off the series. Down by 80, but they close it out with the P2 break to make it happen. The hill that was the thorn in their side is the one that saves them in the end. What a way to kick off the series.
Whoa, and we wanted a good one, and we're getting it. What a start. Both teams bringing their A game, bringing the goods here as Checkmate comes to a close. And with that, Optic, the lead in the series is theirs. They draw first blood here against their majors rivals, Toronto Ultra. Onward we go, Chance. And man, what a start. Honestly, like, we saw an incredible run. Cammy, the only player I think on Ultra who had a bit of a slow game, and Cammy, a very emotive player, you know, he really puts that on himself, very, very heavy in his own head. So if you can see if he can shake that off going into the Search and Destroy in a moment. Miami it will be, but a player who was not down in the stats department. Big Bruce, great work from him. There's choice words now across the board. Everyone gearing themselves up for that next one. Again, Miami Search and Destroy just around the corner. Chance, what an opening there from Optic. Look at the stats there, and oh man, I tell you what, Dashi, 6.8, 34 and 26. Brilliant, brilliant start for Optic.
I mean, this is actually really how every single time the hard points have played out. It's the ARs on Toronto that struggle, and it is just Dashi and Scump that are just able to feast in the matchup. But not really feast there for a 12-point win, but I gotta say how incredibly important that was for Optic to get the win. It cannot be understated. You go down 0-1 in the series, and the second map is Miami. That could have been a dire situation, but hey, they clutched up, and now Optic in a good spot.
A great spot now to roll forward. Search and Destroy will be the next game mode we play in this series. We're going to Miami, kids, so put your shoes on. By the time the commercial break ends, we'll be there. See you after this.
Zenni, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armour your eyes with Zenni Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting zenni.com/gaming. Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
And we are back, friends. I told you it was going to be quick, and that's right. Shoes off, shoes on, wherever your state of footwear. We're going to a Miami Search and Destroy now. Ultra do fall there in map number 1. And it was an exciting one indeed. Both coaches now on stage, everyone now parting last-minute words of wisdom before we do battle once again here at the Major. And speaking of Major's chance, here are the results of both teams so far this year.
And I would kind of want to do the math in my head and see what the average is, but that's going to be incredibly close back and forth. Like Optic technically a little bit more consistent throughout the year, but obviously Toronto Ultra, the higher peak that they have had. But that is just an indication of how closely contested these two teams actually are. Yes, Toronto has had the edge in this series so far, but even Toronto, who is like, what, 3-0 since they picked up Insight in S&D against Optic. 2 of those games went to round 11, right? And yes, Optic has had the edge in the hard points, but now 3 of the games that they have had out of like the 5 have been within 20 points of each other. It is an absolute battle between these two titans in the Call of Duty League, and well, the battle's just going to continue on the most interesting map we have seen today. Optic playing Miami for the 3rd time this entire year. A map that they are 0-2 on, also against the map that Insight immediately proved how good he was, where he set the record for most kills, at least this season, where he dropped 18 for his introduction. Miami, completely unexpected on my part, but here we are.
Well, you made it. We'll see how it goes. And Insight put up another record-breaking performance on the map. I doubt it with the way Optic are playing right now, but you'd never quite know in Call of Duty, and that's kind of what makes it so exciting.
And keep in mind, he has a 1.59 S&D KD against Optic. Like Insight, the #1 S&D KD, I'm pretty sure overall in the league, last time I checked, was like a 1.23. I'm sure it's slightly off now, but either way, it has been his bread and butter game mode. And certainly against Optic, he has enjoyed this matchup greatly. At least, again, it is very much a respawn, or at least a hardpoint versus search and destroy. And the control truly is just that swing map. But as it stands, Bomb working himself towards B. A couple nades get dodged, but you know where the fights are coming from.
Envoy just off on the throw there. That could have been a stick onto those attacking players. But for those of you who have followed us since the last series as well, a very different look here on the offense on Miami. Scum gets the damage in. That's a great nade. Oh, not enough to get the kill either, though. And he doesn't get any into Bance as well. So that opening through Garage now, all looking good. Insight wins an easy one. Once again, Envoy exposed there. No cover to work with. Eyes on Dashy. What a read this is. And Insight. This is why the man ends up breaking records on this map. A lovely start here. 1v4 right now for Formal. Will Insight find his 3rd?
Well, he certainly found him. Whether or not he gets the kill, I don't know. Kleenex is there for the trades, but I mean, again, Insight just comfortable when he's playing against Optic in search. Gets that first kill, finds it, and then just waits for Bruce just to stand right in front of him, but shreds the first, waits for the timing, and again, just the perfect read coming through. Dashy, not even a moment to shoot back. Toronto open things up strongly. And another offensive round. It has been offense heavy today on Miami.
It really has. We're blessed with the x-ray of that player, the outline. We get to see the dots be connected. But again, for these players, it's all intuition and information passed on from one another. So kudos again to Ultra. And those 2 kills Insight grabbed. Now, though, Optic on offense. This is going to be the bomb in hand now. It's going to be Envoy, the carrier. Skunt will be the rear guard now. Watching that back driveway spot. And again, Bance, he's made a lot of progress. Former, though, eyes on. They should be able to overwhelm him. But I don't know if those flashes connected. I don't know if they saw him there, but the shots are there. They definitely do now. And Dashy, oh my word, wins a big one.
Yeah, and whether or not the flash is connected, you saw Bance throwing out the trophy, so Optic certainly knew, but they've already done one of the most important things on the map. This is Operation Get the Bomb Planted. If you can get this bomb down, you are feeling great, but the difficult thing about planning in this situation, it might be players getting over towards driveway, but Toronto, maybe just a few seconds too late, and Envoy gets out with his life. Bomb planted. This would be a 3v4 attempted retake for the Ultra.
I like how you called it an attempted retake. It's not going to be easy to cross mid-map. Kleenex, though. Oh, another time we've seen the balcony wide open. Cammy was merely the distraction, the bait. And here we go. Will the rabbit be pulled out of the hat? Here comes the magic from Ultra as they make their way forward. There's Formal who drops. An Insight. Through the beach he goes. 6 bullets, lands 2 of them. Now the final 3. Dashy gets the tag as well. Envoy's hurt. But the defense still holding. And here comes the quick defuse. Cammy's on it. Insight, what a snap it was! And the kills land. And Optic. We didn't see the kill on Cammy defusing, but wow. What an attempt from both teams.
Yeah, and again, that's why you say just attempted a retake. Because Toronto Ultra, as far as the 3v4 goes, they just did everything right. Nice little bait towards the middle of the map. And Insight, honestly, really didn't seem to have too much pressure on. I mean, he had basically all those players back down towards the beach. Dashy not even going for the challenges, but that just shows how difficult it is to actually get that bomb defused, especially with the man down. Envoy making the big play towards the end, making sure he can clutch up for the team. But there you go, back-to-back offensive round wins is Toronto Ultra, this time around, going to be taking their time, trying to feel out this round, get a bit of information, see what they can find, and make those reads. Maybe play it like Moscow, or maybe just feel the pressure right away and already have that bomb coming back towards B. I'm not sure if number 6 on the minimap is just chucking stuns as the bait over towards A, but that is a very quick rotation from Ultra.
Well, they're in. Problem is, Dashy's got a nice line of sight there to work with, and you've got Scump at the end of the alleyway as well. So now Kleenex, Insight, and Bans. Trophies are out. Party's getting started right now. Bans making his way forward. Scump's trying to bait the play. Dashy jumps in a hellhole. Crosses the map and is eviscerated immediately. 1 down, 3 to go now for Ultra. Scump definitely saw an ankle of Bans. He may be able to get the shot. There it is. Bans dies without planting the bomb. Cammy, though, makes it a 3v1 now. Scump, the last player left alive. Will he be able to cross that bomb site? Cammy looking to reposition over towards that top side of Piano, and this should be a round that goes the way of Ultra Chance. It'll be a miracle if Scump can pull this off alone.
And I think if anything for Toronto, I mean, it's a very small thing, but Insight certainly wants to get this kill after getting the bomb plant and as many kills as he has gotten. Scump shoot it, ankle shoot it, everything, and a nice snap. And finally, the flank comes through, and again on offense, Toronto find that win, but a very strange one. Optic seemingly just gift-wrapped them the round because, I mean, Dashy YOLOs it over the wall and just runs into the firing squad. And then I think even Envoy on the flank, after you're man down, there is so much pressure to try to not let that bomb get planted. Envoy just doesn't take the time to try to clear out everything in the back spawn. And obviously it takes a long time to do, but the flank gets stuffed and so does Dashy. Toronto Ultra happy to take that round.
I've not heard someone say YOLO in so long, let alone on broadcast. Well done, mate. That's one for the stats. How many YOLOs
I got to root that one out of my vocabulary. I don't know why that's there, but...
Oh, man. Bans back over towards Catamaran. Trophies down, and just in the nick of time. Dashy knows, though, that he heard something. Still, though, meanwhile, in bottom Piano, the other side of the map, Scump and Envoy. Playing their angles, step by step. Kleenex. Oh, no. Check those corners. He's in there. Early damage. Nice kill. Here comes the push. Beautiful stuff. Scump will get the kill. And we have had a confirmation now from our stats guy, Tyler. That is the first YOLO of the year. So well done, Chance.
I do what I can. By the way, 3v2 for Toronto. They have the bomb down as well. It's a small thing that's so important. Kleenex even just dodging that stun, and Scump didn't throw a shoulder. Cammy happy to L-trigger and find the kill. I think that was a force spree for him as well, but another round where Optic, they're just someone last man standing. Dashy looking to be the hero, but you can already see just the presence on the map. Someone over towards that Doc's heading, well, Insight just lives for these gunfights. Toronto picking them apart, and again, the fact that Miami has come through just to begin with has caught me off guard, and there's been a few rounds where Toronto maybe just showing off why. A few rounds where Optic, again, just sprinting into gunfights. Envoy, maybe I guess his kill does get traded out, but Optic not quite on the ball as Formal, still looking for his first kill.
I mean, it's testament to how good Optic's search and destroy has become throughout the year that they are. Maybe, again, the game plan may be there to sort of play for the game 5, search and destroy, get their pick in there versus getting it now. But Ultra just goes to show how good they are at this map and mode. 3-1 so far. Almost still looking for that first. 4 in a row right now for Cammy as well. And he's hit a bit of a smelly checkmate hardpoint, but so far, fragrant here on Miami. It's Formal. Scanning the terrain there, the back and forth. Doesn't want to take a gunfight, not necessarily from that position, but here we go. In through towards the B-bomb site. Go Ultra. Almost the whole team is here. Bar Cammy, this is going to be a big hit.
and Formal is on his way back, right? They're pushing out back alley. Wow, before Formal can even get here. How often are you going to be ready for this gunfight? I don't know if Formal's going to, no, you just can't. How are you going to make that read? Toronto, talk about a way to work the map. 3 versus 2 in the flank. Look at the bomb plant position, Toronto, playing them like a fiddle. Envoy does find a kill to catch him off guard, but the bomb does go down. 2 versus 2. In Toronto, both pushed up towards white, but you can see Envoy, the way he's playing it, they just don't know where some of these players are. This is not a fun spot to try to retake from, but Dashy maybe just gets given a gift.
No, Dashy didn't see him!
Open your eyes.
Oh no, he didn't see the player Kleenex lying down in the alleyway. Oh my word, and oh, Kleenex! Oh my God! How? We're going to see it from his POV. All of a sudden it's like, hold on, Dashy's here. All right, mate. Oh my God, what a round out of Kleenex. What an unfortunate moment for Dashy. Oh God.
I mean, that is, hide and seek world champion. The best spot to hide, wide out in the open. 40 your chest. I think the skins that they use in this game, I'm pretty sure are the default ones.
Yeah,
so maybe from Dashy's point of view, he just blends in a little bit too much. Not to make the excuse, because you just can't let that happen. And even still, just to talk about the play calls, right? Like planning on the opposite side because you knew you left Oxheady open to make that call just to be aggressive down the alley. Again, Ultra, even before the weirdness of the gift towards the end, still strategically on point. And again, whether or not they saw Bance cross, the Suns certainly give them the information. They have gotten Bance out of this position once before, and insight the coverage from the teammates. That umbrella is no cover. Even still, it's just for the trades. They at least take care of Bance, but now you got the flank coming through. Scump, I don't know what kind of timing he has gotten or if he knows, but 2 players technically have gotten past him. And I don't know if Optic are ready for it. It looks like they are. The information is there. Good communication for Scump. Great reads. Finds the 2 players on the flank and takes them down. This is looking like a fantastic round for Optic, just playing off the aggression from Toronto.
Yeah, this is great. Insight is in a nice spot. Oh, whoa. Hold on. Did he catch it? Big shots. Bombs dropped. Mega beams. 25 seconds on the clock, though. Insight. He did not see Scump pick up that bomb, but he knows the play's going towards B. Can he make there in time? Less than 20 seconds. Nice tags. Scump. He's going to get the plant down. Insight, though. Oh, man, he's feeling himself. He's going for it. He knows where Dashy is. He's going to be able to fly forward. Insight. Dashy's here to rescue, and there it is, the retribution. A wonderful bounce back from Optic. 4-2 overall, but that was an important round to win. For the morale, for the mental resolve, great bounce back.
And Scump just gets all the credit in the world for it, right? Like, obviously, just in the kills column, in Search and Destroy, he's been on point throughout the last stage, just a man on a mission. But right there, whether or not Formal can find a kill, Scump makes that read on the flank, finds those 2, feeds the information, and even just buying Dashy a little bit of time to come help him out with the gunfight towards the end. Scump at least gets him the 1. Optic, though, still obviously a long way to go to make the comeback, sort of like they did in game number 1.
Far from over here in Search and Destroy, we love so much about the game mode. Slowly but surely, we're crossing the beach, and I would guess that Envoy saw at least Bance cross there. Formal gets himself on the board, and in a wonderful way, delightful shots at range there. Bance is going to maybe slow Chroma. He does this all the time. This is the Bance special. Clearly doesn't mind the sand. I don't love it personally. But he's going for it. There he is. Good technique. In the body, very, very low. Mostly in the hips. Not an easy thing to do. Give it a shot now in your living room, in your bedroom, wherever you are. Try to crawl like that. It's very, very hard. Kudos to Bance. A man down here on the retake. Optic. Here comes the play. Oh my God.
Oh, and look at the plays from Kleenex. Just waiting on the flank effectively, and he finds the pick. And now for Optic, a little bit confused. You're going to have to go deal with Kleenex because you're worried about him getting the driveway. You got Insight up top, and Kleenex might be there just for the cleanup kills, but you don't even need him to. Picking him apart, even a man down, but still not a ton of time on the clock.
Dashy and Formal have overwhelmed the site. They have to deal with these multiple angles now that the Ultra players are dealing with. There's Kleenex, his second of the round. Insight now looking to pinch Formal. Bance, he will drop, and it's not enough time or space to work with for Optic as round goes the way of Ultra, and now it is map point. Looking to level everything up, and that opening kill for Formal was essential But man, that A-bomb plant, post-plant position there from Ultra, so hard to deal with for Optic.
Yeah, you say essential, but again, I mean, we're even cracking jokes about bands doing that like crawl. We know that's like the strat from Toronto Ultra, and there's just no response in the slightest. I mean, again, the most surprised I've been. Actually, the second most. Actually, is it more surprising that Minnesota beats Atlanta FaZe to kick off like the winners tournament, or is it more surprising that Optic lets Miami through?
I've got no idea.
That's the competing options in my mind.
We get a poll in the YouTube chat. Let's see what you fans think. And oh my God, big change.
Like, come on.
Super aggression. You flip the script, you've let them know exactly what you wanted to expect. You know, Bance is always at the boat, and now Kleenex catches a form out and about, and it could be a perfect round from Ultra at this point. Scum makes it a little bit more interesting. Not over yet. Less than a minute to play with now. 3v2. Scump and Dashi versus Bance, Cammy, and Insight. And Bance is in a part of the hotel that very few people have seen, but Dashi, makes it a 2v2. The players are well split, and it looks like Bance may come up behind Scump in a moment, but have the COD gods smiled upon him? Oh my word. Scump, stop! Don't run any further. Bance, he sees him. Dashi, the last player left alive. The bomb down, smack bang in the middle of the street chance. And this could be Miami. This could be the round.
I mean, Dashi's certainly a player capable of clutching, but there you go. Some shoulders thrown. You got bombed down. Dashi's got to sprint into this. Well, the Kobe from the back nine. He's able to take him down in Toronto with the most predictable map outcome that we have had this entire year. They have had Optic's number on search, and I can only imagine how happy they were to see that Miami was an option to pick. A very comfortable 6-2 win, taking it away.
No tremendous surprises there, and I think one thing now is going into the control. Optic would love to be 2-0 up in this series, but the first steal there of that opening hardpoint was a great one at that. Still, a long series ahead of us, has to be said, but there you go. Tied up 1-1 after a dominant Miami performance there from Toronto Ultra. There's going to be shoes and slippers on, bit of a stretch of the legs, some water on the face, maybe the empty of the bladder. Now these players gear up to go into our next map, but Chance, you've nailed the analysis there, mate. A predictable outcome there on Miami. Definitely one of Toronto's stronger map.
Yeah, and again, the decision, especially after seeing them play, makes no sense to me. They still look just like halfway lost on the map. I mean, Bance is, for the final round, just cakewalk it up through mid and finding bloods like that. I mean, I know a couple unfortunate rounds where like Dashi just doesn't get the eyes on Kleenex, little things like that. Maybe the game goes a different way, but I mean, just absurd. But at the same time, if Miami's there for map 2, I think Optic could have gone in the series and be like, hey, we need to win map 1 because there's no way we're going to win the second one. So I think Respawn's very much the focus for Chicago. The big thing for them, though, Toronto has had their number in control. Toronto has been perfect in control throughout stage 5. Still, though, it's not like Chicago is a bad team, but it's seeming like a very important one for Chicago to get that map 3 win.
Chicago are going to win it. I mean, we could be going the distance here, but before we get to that, we're well ahead of ourselves now, friends. It's time to look at our US Army tactical play, and it is going to go to Kleenex. That unfortunate blunder from Dashi. Again, it would have been amazing to see it from his perspective, but this, a very unorthodox round, a very unorthodox attack towards B, it played out brilliantly for them, Chance.
And I think, honestly, one of the most surprising things to me in this situation, I mean, one, you get the players trapped on site, but Kleenex just doesn't even worry about the back alley when Dashi got a pick over towards A earlier. So he's not even making the read for the rotation, but maybe Kleenex just knows how difficult it could be to see someone in that spot. But that is the entire focal point. Dashi, as unfortunate as it is, just can't quite see him. And even just the timing for when he goes to lay down. I mean, Kleenex, as perfect of a moment as you could possibly have, and potentially even a swing round. If you want to try to sell that story, then Optic maybe make the comeback, being down 4-1 versus being down 3-2. A massive gap Kleenex right there was able to provide.
Great stuff out of Kleenex, great stuff out of Ultra. Tied up 1-1 in this series. Now it's time for a very quick commercial break. Upon our return, Raid Control, Map 3 here in Major 5.
I have to ask you about your footwear. I've heard you have quite the ritual now, especially after the FaZe game. How did you get into this ritual? Tell me about the footwear. What is going on?
Yeah, Hector just gave me his foam runners before the FaZe series, and I think that they are absolutely hideous. But they're definitely super comfortable. I actually wore Davis's today, so I'm just taking everyone else's shoes for our matches. But yeah, I mean, if it's getting us dubs, I'm going to keep on the superstition train and keep rocking them.
I love that, man. Hey, look, expensive superstition, but I appreciate you getting the dub across the board, and it's going to have to be a tradition from now on, I think, Seth. I think you're stuck now. You're stuck. Now, you guys obviously...
I don't know how I feel about it.
Hey, you can make anything look good. You're on Optic. You're all good. Now, you guys went out and obviously beat FaZe last week. I'd love to see a green pair.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, friends. Map number 3 is moments away. Before we get to that, though, we are going to give as much of an update as we possibly can on Scump's footwear, as it has been the talk of the town. Still, though, not certain what is on his feet at this very moment in time. Maybe someone on stage, maybe someone in the Optic team who is currently at Major 5 can give us the update there, because we are all dying to know. Here we go, though, chance. Map number 3, Raid Control, is moments away from getting started. If you'd like to know what I'm wearing on my feet, it's actually nothing. Woo! Couldn't get my leg high enough. Maybe not. Yeah, you saw just about the top of the barefoot. I don't know about you, brother. Barefoot working. It's one of the perks working from home. But here we go. Raid Control, mate. How are you feeling about this one? And both teams in the control game mode.
I mean, I think if anything, this is probably the map that decides the entire series, right? Like, yes, Optic has been phenomenal in the hard point, so you get the control win. You are very confident going into map 4. I think Ultra in the back pocket, not scared of the game 5, not scared of S&D at all. So you get the control win, you get that back pocket guarantee. They can play with confidence, but both teams incredible in control, fairly comparable as well. Super high KDs for Toronto Ultra though. Cammy and Insight could just complete monsters on the map. But on the flip side, maybe a small bump right there for the SMGs on the side of Optic. But either way, it's what, a 15-7 record on Raid from Chicago. They love to play on this map. A 14-8 record for Toronto. Both of these teams love this map. It is the square up. Both teams are fantastic at it as well. And that just means it is going to be the tried and true battle. And maybe you can make the argument in respawns, Optic have been a little bit better, but again, Toronto, perfect in control thus far throughout Stage 5.
Perfect is one thing, but again, seeing two teams at the top of their game near enough, going at it on a map that they both enjoy, this should be a wonderful contest. And again, possibly the perfect middle of the series, the hump map. I keep saying it until it sticks here in this series. But there we go. Phoenix was the shining star of Ultra in the Miami Search and Destroy. What will he do now on Raid Control? Getting ready for map number 3, Chance, and I'm very, very excited indeed to get into this one. You see the records on screen there, and again, it's very close, very, very tight. This should be a wonderful contest.
And of course, again, not a guarantee that whoever wins this win the series, but you gotta imagine if you're like a Vegas odds maker, your odds go up massively if you can pull off this control win. Dashi has been on point in the respawns against Toronto. Just a ridiculous, like 1.36 KD, whatever it's going to be. Played to that level as well in game number 1. A player to watch, and, well, everyone is meeting up at A. The opening breaks make a big difference. Kleenex, a couple shots come through, but it is scattered. Scump is going to fall. A couple trades come through, but I was going to say, maybe Toronto come on top, or maybe the pinch is there. Envoy with some nice timing, but can't finish the kill. But Formal can, and there you go. Defense, opening break, Optic get the win. Just a measly 1 life advantage.
A measly, and man, what a fight it was. Life count changing though. Formal's 3 comes to an end. It was a nice 3, but now you've got players back on A. 2 members of Ultra now hitting the cap. Look at the fast push though from Optic right through middle. Envoy's going to find 1. Now Pillars become a dangerous spot, mostly because Kleenex is there. Envoy though still pushing it. Nice kills. An opening now to get back onto the point. 1 segment gone here from A, and a nice defense. Eyes on Bance though. You see him run through spawn, he runs through A, and he always takes control of that laundry side.
This is not good.
Always looking to take care of these attackers. And Optic read the corner. Toronto been doing it since day 1. Envoy finds himself his 5th kill in a row, and just like that, presence on B. A safe for now.
This might be a problem though, right? You actually do open up B just to go and find that player, and well, Envoy maybe doesn't make a difference to him. They have scattered and found all the kills. It is Insight, the last man on point, and he does get dropped, so maybe a small window of opportunity has just turned into Envoy getting streaks, artillery already secured. And frankly, I mean, he can play this however he wants. He's got all the time in the world to work with. 45 seconds left on the clock, and I think Insight can feel the pressure. He is playing so slow. They do not want to feed Envoy this kill.
Yeah, he's trying to let those players just retain the capture. Do that alone. And Insight's left his post. Envoy now, though, he saw Cammy. The damage was there. Cammy caught transitioning between seated and prone. Squatting and prone, I suppose. Crouched, whatever. 2 players there on A, though. It's going to be gone. 18 lives for Optic, 13 now for Ultra, and over towards B we go. Last point left here. We have 2 segments to work with. Ultra trying to find it. Scum catches the shoulders, and an easy 2-piece for the King as he makes mid-map safe. Still got to worry about Bance, though, making his now slow, steady journey from back laundry. And those players in spawn, that's all on Envoy, bedside, to keep them in pinned.
And I think right now for Ultra, the main game plan, whether or not they can even think about winning this round, you want to start burning some of these score streaks and get them off the board as quickly as possible. They're going to know that Envoy has them. It is not going to be a secret if you are on an 8 spree. They need to find a way to get some pressure. Maybe Bance is trying to get the opening. Envoy, at the very least, is dealt with, but you need bodies on point, and you need him to start calling in the crews with Formal, picking up some pieces, and Dashy right there with them, the clean 4 down in Optic. Talk about the best-case scenario to start this control. This is exactly what they needed.
Yep, Raid was always going to be a good matchup, and so far, treated to it. Insight just winning that fight. Cammy finds a couple more, but now Scum, he is burning the life count down, and Envoy's spree comes to an end. Full streak still in the back pocket. Less than 30 now to play with. No lives left for Ultra. The remaining 3 members now. We go from a quartet to a trio. This will be their swan song here in the first round. Phoenix doing what he can, though, to bring a few with him, but duet. Now a solo performance from Insight, and that is going to be that. Final 10 seconds. He might try to stay alive here on the 4 spree, but he can't get it done. Optic, not only do they take the round, they stop the streaks from Insight. Great start.
I mean, yeah, literally as good as it could possibly get. Envoy's going to get your best play. This is where the streak really started, and nice little plays. Wait to heal up, get a couple trades, and Optic doing a wonderful job of just consistently applying the pressure to defend over towards A. And I think by the time the streak even came to an end, they had a 7, 8, 9 life lead, something to that effect. Envoy getting kills all over the map. I mean, if we just had a heat map of where he stood, he was just dancing around that 50-yard line, making swings back and forth, catching off the players. 8-1 start, fully streaked out. Toronto, they need a very quick response. Maybe someone to get some streaks of their own, but they are not in a fun spot. By the way, I don't know if this is quite the phase strat. We didn't see it from Optic's point of view, but it's the delayed B. Bance makes the read, but all of Optic is there for the gunfights. They're trying to put the pressure on B right from the get-go, and a couple nice wins coming through.
Formula Dashy win their respective 1v1s, and like that, you got bodies on point, you got asses in seats. Here comes the play. Through mid. Oh, wow. Kleenex finds one. A big one. Oh, a nice... No, wait. Oh, my God. I think he stuck Scump. I think Scump got stuck. The magnet's still in effect, but the trophy saves him as Formal picks up 2 more on the point. Now it's a 4 spree for Formal, and the second segment at B is gone. And in A's getting a capture now at the same time as Optic full coverage across the map. Envoy. Oh, the 2. Kills, points, you name it. Optic are on fire.
Oh, they are cranking up the kills. Good Lord. You've just gotten spawn trap, spawn up, and die within 2 seconds. Envoy looking for more. Of course he's going to get it. Why wouldn't he? Toronto just having problems finding any sort of kills. A is going to be captured. 2 ticks already come through on B, and you can't stop this man. He's going to double up on his score streaks because why not? Why wouldn't he?
He's having such a good time. He's having a ball. Nades, nothing can slow him down from here. And again, the money window position so strong. The rest of the boys of Optic now flooding through kitchen. Insight heavily tagged up.
God, they're all
Keeping
there.
these players pinned. They're all in there. It is standing room only in money. Here comes the streaks now to try to buy them some space and get themselves out there. But only the ping. So still, plenty of time to work with as Scum from across the map fighting his way through. Cruise missile called in. Could be hitting inside of Tiki here. Insight, howdy doody, he's dead. Onto the point we go. Optic start the capture now.
And Scum Demand basically just watching the flank. Well, if you're getting kills like that, how can you get beat? More importantly, how can you kill Envoy? Literally, about to double up on streaks, killing the spawners, and finally, the Juggernaut gets taken down. And honestly, for Toronto, maybe an opportunity to try to fight back in. Minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Optic, obviously, in a fantastic position, but it's still defense. For Toronto, there's still hope.
1 minute. That's all they've got here in the second round. Ultra, hold the line. Keep it steady. Trophy system singes Cammy. And Envoy once again back on his BS, smashing the back doors of kitchen wide open, dashing out through the front. Oh my god, Envoy's playing too fast. He catches Insight on spawn. And just like that, onto the point. That's 3 players. This round is done. Optic, they take another one.
In ridiculous, dominating fashion, almost demoralizing potentially for Toronto. That was genuinely, they could do no wrong. I don't even know what Formal had to do to get the best play to take it from Envoy, but at least able to find 2 in this moment. I think ends up baiting out Scump and finds 1 or 2 more after that. But just completely absurd round from start to finish. Scump is getting wild hip-fire kills on players in water. You're using the pings properly. They slow the pace down, and then they get a clean 4 down. Literally, Optic, and more importantly, Envoy, can do no wrong. 2-0 lead right now, and they're plus, what? I don't even know, 25 in the kills column in only 2 rounds. What a way to bounce back from Miami.
Oh, God, oh, God. 21-8. Wow. Envoy, big stuff. CleanX there now. Back to the start of the round as CleanX gets a fast head of things, and he's flying, man. He's absolutely gunning for these players. Formal, though, big brain out of Piper, reads it, smokes him. The Great Day now has to go back onto spawn, and the attacker A will continue. This should be an easy cap, though, for Toronto Ultra. Optic, though, have full coverage across the map. You have to look towards your base, look towards your flanks, look everywhere, because here comes Envoy. Guns are on. Cammy's going to make him work for it, but the kills come through, and that's a good start. Not quite finished capturing the point left, though. It all comes down to Insight. If he loses that fight, things look a little different. But there we go. A is gone. Even Stevens in the live count chance, 2:10 on the clock. Optic have got a lot of defending to do.
Insight, wow. Just completely hunts down Formal in that situation. I don't know what kind of comms were coming through, but that is a phenomenal read to sort of slow that down. But obviously the situation for Optic, not a super difficult one right now. 2 players in bedroom control and the safety net of the artillery in the back pocket. They still have that threat. Toronto's got to do, it's like a 4-step process for them to try to open this map up. And frankly, again, with the way Envoy is shooting, it is not going to be a fun time.
Not fun at all. If this wasn't a competitive game, I'd be like, I'm not enjoying this anymore. Give me my money back. Speaking of money, that's where Scump is right now. Hello. Whoa, big win from CleanX. Slide cancel to the immediate angle. Puts him down. Ultra. Said it was a 10-step process. We're at, what, step like 4 or 5 right now, and we're about to get set back a whole load more. As Optic are keeping the defensive line steady. Envoy, though, once again, man's on the flank. Oh, wow, good read, though, from Ultra. Great comms. Flank stays safe again. Scum trying to make it happen as well through the steps. It doesn't. Here we go, the Envoy. His hard work gets put to good use. Who wants artillery? Because here it comes. Straight into the jaws of Formal, who's going to eat a few players alive chance. And there we go. 1 minute remaining. Optic, hold the line.
Well, it makes it easy reads on where the gunfights are coming from. And while Optic end up delivering for a moment, Vance still alive and he's able to take down Formal. So for Toronto, the 4-step process, whatever it was, they're on step 4. They've done everything they want. You get the map control, you burn the streaky, you got pressure up towards Tiki. They are still trying to fight in the middle of the map, and it is a fight indeed. CleanX trying to keep these players at bay, and goodbye. Dashy's bullets do double damage. And well, they'll make full use of that. Optic able to secure the pressure, get the clearance on Tiki. And back to that 50-50 sort of map spread that we have. 30 seconds on the clock and tied for the moment on lives.
Here we go. Ultra, this is it. Got to go big. Got to force another round if you can. And it's on to Formal at the back. Cammy and Vance find their respective kills. Now an opening. Forward we go. Ultra now get on the point. Stop the clock at 16.1. 3 players on the stack. It's got to be a clean push now from Optic. Otherwise, those points are going to go fast. Second segment already gone. Here we go. Formal making his way forward slowly but surely. Got to get the contest. Slide, 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 fly. Dashy's there. The kills come through. And Ultra, they will live to fight another round. Great stuff out of them.
Well, there you go. They are put in a bind, but they make the best use of it. You burn the artillery. You get a round on the board, and you are basically now back to a reset of the map. Obviously, they're still down a round, but nothing too crazy as far as streaks are concerned. So Toronto certainly have that fight in them. There's a comeback from Optic on map number 1 on the checkmate. Toronto looking to respond in the respawns and keep their control record perfect through stage 5, but certainly still an uphill battle. Now it'll be Optic's turn to attack.
They've looked good on the attacking rounds as well. Kleenex's opening blood will slowly but surely amount to a whole lot more. Gets himself 3 before being brought down. Back over to Insight now on the defense. 2 more players making their way through mid now from Optic. They haven't opted for bedroom just yet. They're still trying to keep the play alive at A, but the gun's now ringing out. Optic finding the kills. 3 players down. The defenders starting to fall. Optic over towards A. It begins the cap with 1 minute on the clock.
And you got, what, a couple players worried about the flank. That's what Scump's responsible for. You got Formal cutting off the middle of the map, but it is very much the time is going to be stopped. Play for kills and try to make sure you keep as much map control as possible. Obviously, Toronto have elected to not just get better in control, but push past it and be a little bit more aggressive on that end, and even Kleenex towards the middle of the map. Toronto Ultra, I mean, they're trying to set up the spawn trap, and Bance knows that where his teammates are, the pressure's coming through the back, and doing a nice job just to stay alive. Optic have nearly just flipped the map on its head. 3 players right now sitting in Toronto's spawn, but Toronto are finding the kills. It is now 2 players in the spawn, and Bance, you still see he has some idea that they're back there. But still 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. It is Formal and Dashy, the ARs in basketball. Going to be looking for these kills and try to open up this map for the team. But Toronto, they are just letting this happen. They are allowing these players just to sit in the back of the map because effectively right now, they haven't done too much. And finally, Formal on the point, stopping the clock, and he's found 2 kills.
That's big. Those 2 kills are great. He will be brought down eventually. Oh my God, Kleenex finds a second. That is also ridiculous. Dashy now still vying for that control back, trying to wrestle it from the hands of Ultra. Dashy wins a big one. Kleenex finally put down. We've still got that time to play with. So Optic, they knew they could get these kills, but again, still trying to battle for that map control is going to be the question now. Dashy, man, he is on a tear. 3 in a row. Still maintaining bedroom control as Optic now looking towards that perfect play, that perfect push onto B. Can they make it happen? Ultra trying to make it difficult through these defensive hits, and Scump, nice 2-piece, good trades. Still, though, back and forth we go. Look at that mini-map. Everyone is working so well for these trades. And it could come down to Cammy. Scum trying to retain money control chance. And this is unbelievable. The King still fighting tooth and nail. Doesn't get the next 25 seconds left. And we could be looking at a final round.
Time is ticking, but Formal's swimming trunks are on. He can only find 1 before he gets cleaned up. Optic just really unable. They've been able to get towards Kitchen, but it has been a struggle to actually get towards this point. Any opportunity they've had is getting shut down. And I was going to say, Dash, you don't even have time. Bance playing it so well, and they get the timing towards pull steps perfect. Playing the time perfectly. Ooh. The roaming is there, and outside of Envoy, the potential hero for the team just gets chopped down. Toronto Ultra have dealt with the full streaks, have dealt with the tear that Envoy was going on early on, and have fought back and forced the 5th and final round. Just an insane comeback that they have been able to provide, and again, it cannot be understated how important this map is for both of these teams.
Reverse sweeps still on now here in the control map. Ultra, 1 more is all they need. Same for Optic. Final round. Toronto do get the defense. Oh my God, it is getting very, very sweaty in here. The lobby, my home studio, and I'm sure the palms of the Optic fans holding their devices. Here we go. A massive 2-piece to open things up for Kleenex.
And I was going to say, I'm actually kind of surprised Optic didn't try to go back to B. The reason they had so much success on their first offensive round, they made a slow play over towards B, and it pays off. Or they got a couple ticks, but now they are getting spawn killed, spawn trapped, and Scump. Thank God for him, he can find at least 1, but even still, the trades are through. Kleenex open things up on what, a 4 spree that he goes on just to open up this final round. The menace on the map, he's doing what Envoy did early on. The SMG is just applying that pressure right now for Toronto.
Well, they're finding it. Scump, though, with 1 kill now makes a bit of an opening. Slides straight through. They're going to have to deal with him later. May be able to get onto the point. Stop the clock, but again, back into the money room he goes. Oh, Cammy able to get this kill on Envoy. The nade's there to get him done himself, but Dashi, the reinforcements arrive. Can they get onto A? Scump now brings the fight forward. You have to just damage control at this point. The clock's still ticking. We are running out of time for Optic to get themselves onto the point, but finally they do. Defense now for Ultra over by B, looking towards Kitchen, looking towards mid-map. First segment A gone.
right now the good news for Optic is that it's an objective-based game mode because they are massively down on lives. They'll have about a minute and a half to work with as Ultra chalked this one up, but they had plenty of time the round before and never were really able to set foot on B. The play call right now, they're trying to get past back jungle. It is 3 players for Optic trying to work away the full flank, but Toronto are basically doing it again. They're not even taking these fights. They're just allowing Optic to be in this back spawn. And it looks like Toronto, as long as they have kitchen control, they're going to be happy campers, but they can't get it as Scump finds that opening. It is still 3 players running the spawn, and Toronto, who wanted kitchen, have now lost it. Envoy has taken control.
They were spinning plates in kitchen, and they've all just come to a crash. This could be big. We've got players from Optic now on the point. Only the one to be had. Insight now on a 5 spree. Makes it a big 6. That's huge. The rest of the team now lining up. But again, you still have to worry about Scump. He's still in the back line. 1 minute remaining. Push now through bedroom from everyone on Optic. Envoy is going to put Kleenex down. The fight still continuing, and you have to deal with Scump still. He's still in the back line here. The bedroom battle continues. Trades are there.
You almost don't need to deal with Scump. Like, they're obviously concerned, but it's not like he's stopping the clock. It's just time being wasted. Meanwhile, the subs, I mean, Kleenex and Bance have just put so much pressure over the bedroom, finally, that they are able to get out, and Scump has finally made his move. He's waiting for his teammates to come help him out, but he's by his lonesome. He's trying to get the couple pop shots and just buy time, because you can see that flank coming through, but Optic now are finding the kills. They are working their way up this map. Scump has bought all this time, and he finds the kill, the 4 spree to potentially end the game, and so much work was put in to get Optic in that spot, and Scump delivers. 3-2 win for Optic. They do not let that control reverse sweep come through. The hair of their chinny chin chin, they get the job done, but that got very dicey.
Dicey indeed. I mean, do you call it? You're like, they don't really have to do with Scump, and so much happened. The string of events to lead to that play. It culminates with the Optic reinforcements surviving, Scump staying alive against all odds, and nades, you name it, Insight in money window couldn't bring him down. With that, Optic put themselves on match point. And the sweat certainly starting to drip from these faces as this match is getting difficult indeed. A tough one for Toronto. The reverse sweep was so close. All they had to do was get Scump off the point, just like that. They're now staring down the barrel. Another hard point, and potentially lower bracket run in this tournament. It's not what anyone wants.
And again, just to touch on that moment, like Scump is basically for Toronto like the secondary concern. The gunfights that were over towards pool steps, make the most of it, because if you just get those kills on Optic, it doesn't matter if Scump is even on the hill because he's going to get shot from every angle. So Scump, yes, it is a wonderful job to stay alive, but the gunfights that Formal and Dashy in the middle of the map were able to win just to make sure that the flank doesn't happen are really those gunfights that seal the deal. But an incredible game from both teams, in all honesty. Toronto trying to fight back, but Chicago just had too much juice in the control.
So it was well worth the squeeze. You can see the elation on the players' faces. They now put themselves 1 map away from victory here in the series. Time for a quick commercial break, friends. When we come back, more COD, more action as Major 5 continues.
Oh, good God.
Oh, my God.
Here we go, friends. Garrison Hardpoint is on the horizon, and so is the victory for Optic if they can take it here in the series. Ultra, though, looking to force the Game 5, and a win here would be the only way to do it. So, there we go. My word, Chance, what a series it's been. What a day it's been, man. This is the Ultra versus Optic record so far, and, mate, it's been all good for Ultra, aside from February 24th. What a throwback that is, but things could be very different today.
I mean, really, I think at least the first 3 series, that has pretty much just been the inside effect, right? Because Surgeon Troy, he's been a monster against Optic, but now the biggest problem for Toronto, it is a hard point that we are going to, and it has been almost every single hard point map these two teams have played, where Dashy has a monster performance and Scump right there with them. 2 players that love in the respawns to go against them, and this one was no different. Dashy leading that charge, at least in the kills column, and everyone else just collecting the hill time where they can get it, but it was a 12-point game in game number 1. Now we go over to what I believe is going to be Toronto Ultra's map pick on Garrison. And again, it's the same story with Raid. This is a map that both teams love to play. Both teams are solid at it. If this series has been any indication, it will come down to the wire.
I should hope so. I really, really would. Well, here we go. Players are loading in to the map. Final few moments to pass on words of encouragement, opening break strategies, general let's go babies. As we now get into this one, here we go. Map number 4, Garrison Hardpoint. Optic win here, takes the series. Toronto to force the Game 5. Here we go, man. Let's get it. This has been a lot of fun. What a great day of con. Again.
And again, with backs against the wall, I mean, Cammy and Insight need to turn up here in the hard point, right? Especially on Garrison, you know, there's just times where Dashy takes over, where he gets into top green and then just finds his home and kills players no matter where on the map they're coming from. So you got to make sure you go toe-to-toe with the ARs for Chicago, or else things can get out of hand just a little bit. But here we go indeed. Opening break for both these teams to set the tone on the match. Kleenex able to strike not quite with the first blood, but the tried and true flank through vents. There you go for Scump. Able to find at least one and keep Toronto off the point. As right now, Optic doing a very nice job of keeping everybody out of a hill. They get the early control.
Scump's going to eat the Semtex, not a problem. Gets the kill as well. Decent hold again. One really finds a lot of time here on first. So this is a good bit of work from both teams. But again, it looks like Ultra will find the most time here. Should be able to retake the lead, but you don't have to worry about Optic with control of the map now going into the second hard point as well. So there are chances after the opening break, 20 seconds remaining here. It looks like we'll have a relatively even hard point now with a bit of a lead for Ultra. But again, look towards the top side of the map. Look for those spawns. That's what Ultra are playing for now. Hello.
Well, Optic are actually just like playing up and looking for those gunfights. I was going to say they actually sort of left P2 open if Toronto was able to find a way through green, but now they're finding a way through the back spawn. You have 3 players sprinting through, finding the kills in Optic. Instead of playing it safe and looking for the rotation, all of a sudden Scump is like, what's going on? There's too many players here in Toronto. Opening things up on P1, the turnaround they needed, and Kleenex, it might only be a 4 spree he's on, but a player very capable of getting score streaks. Toronto taking full advantage of basically the slow rotation from Optic.
Slow and steady. Sometimes win the race, but this time Envoy is going to try to punch his hole through Brick's side of the map now and get themselves back onto the point. You've still got a lot of players. I mean, Bance is just chilling. He's just chilling. He got off the map for a few moments there. Envoy, oh wow, Diamati from Cammy. Almost unable to get the 2 as well. Ultra starting to walk away with this one. As we now come to a close on the second hard point, looking towards third, you've got Optic with map control, an opportunity to bring this one back. But it's got to be a decent hold because the time still ticking in favor of Toronto Ultra.
And this is one of those moments, by the way, where spawning out actually may pay off for Scump. He spawns out, but now basically can feed information to his team of where they need to look. And well, Formal knows exactly what his job is going to be. Try to respond to this middle map pressure, and players might fall towards the middle of the map, but Optic spawn right back up to help the hill pressure and at the front line. Envoy able to find 2. Optic maybe made the job a little bit difficult for themselves early on, but here on this rotation, they have been on point. And Insight, well, a little bit sneaky to try to get his team a little bit of room.
Such a hard fight to win. Scum can't look at everything at once. He's going to be brought down. Envoy though through spawn now. Optic is still with a chance to get right back into this, and they do. Scum off of spawn into the kill feed. Just like that, we are going to now look towards mid-map.
Formal was a big one against Insight again, just to make sure that mid-map angle is open. Scump can't quite make his way through everyone on Toronto Ultra, though I appreciate the attempt. Now Bance, he and the rest of the team with that map positioning now gearing up for the next hard point. Can Optic make their way out on the right-hand side of the map? They've taken the lead for now, but they have to battle their way back on, and Ultra in the driver's seat.
And into a very scrappy hill we go as the game effectively tied up, and maybe not a ton of pressure for Toronto on the map right now. A few openings, a little bit of wiggle room to work with, but Band's ready for the gunfights inside the point. Finds Scump, and there are no trades of any sort for the moment to be found. Envoy's found an opening over through Dark, so again, Toronto, a couple holes in the setup that Optic are trying to work with, and eventually the spawn out pays off, but even still, Band's from inside the point. He's on a 4 spree, looking for more. He finally gets dropped, but as is typical of this hill, just super scrappy, but there's Scump off spawn, able to find 3, and Optic full control to get these final 20 seconds, and they'll be able to retake that lead.
We cast our mind back to the very beginning of the series. Chance, one of the game field keys to victory was the comms of Toronto Ultra. Now we see how calm and cool they are, staring down the barrel of defeat here in the major. Time for an Astro Gaming listen in, Toronto Ultra.
Stop me, I'm coming.
Rails, one shot,
Rails, one shot. We're gonna flip.
One bit alley. Underground, Ben.
One deep, good win.
One more. One
spot up. We're gonna flip. No, he's top cat. Nice, last guy.
Let's hit back. Deep back.
Deep behind us. Nice.
Get off of that.
I'm trying. Yeah, play. I'm trying to get hold on. He's already 2 full square already.
On a whole cat. I have an AR.
Nothing to time.
That's up cat. We're still square.
Last guy square.
Listen, get bang out. I'm gonna start banging out green, okay?
Listen, we're gonna flip.
1 or 2 is gonna spawn out.
Yeah, flash one. I'm trying
to play. Really weak mid tanks. Still mid tanks, right side.
I'm looking for one more back here, probably.
Yeah, I think one's still out. I just want break.
Yeah,
he's go. I'm baiting him.
Go. Back. Scump.
Go.
Nice. Get right time.
Get good sub.
One's close.
Get off.
Yeah, I'm blocking, Kevin. You get off.
I get the ramp right now.
Dash you that deep. I'm on
a voice already bricks. Up, dead. Back up. Everyone back up. Okay, four more's around the ramp.
Scump, kill me.
I'm fucking crossing to green here.
One more's ramp.
Could already go.
I'm doing someone on streaks, by the way.
Scump one shot. He's one shot P5.
Sorry, run away. Listen, I'm close to streaks here.
Yeah,
double green. I can get mid.
Okay. Play green with me.
Let me bait. Oh, you said I'm one shot here.
Might just roll across. My vent. Listen, one slick, green.
I'm a fucking shoulder for you.
Yeah. Just bait, just jiggle. Force him every time.
Yeah, no, I'm coming up, you, Jamie.
Play him. I'm on streaks.
No, he's P5, Jamie. Push you on time, bro. Big fucking win, Jamie. Nice. One's P5.
Sure, come on.
He's not hitting you, Jamie.
Could be up mid.
I'm on streaks. I'm on more streaks here, by the way.
I'm watching you, gold.
Okay, they're gonna hit you, green, Ben.
I'm gonna watch gold. Yeah. Get across the bend. Give up.
One's gonna come in.
Jamie, sit time.
Listen, nice.
Gold. Scum, one shot. 2 in gold. Dashing.
Well, Chance, it's not calm. It's very collected. And again, the clarity at which Toronto are talking to one another now at such speed, very impressive indeed.
Oh, and they might run away with this one as well. You got streaks to open up P2 that they don't even need. They're finding the gunfight wins and bans. Talk about the man directing traffic, getting his teammates on the same page, and making sure that they get him these score streaks. But frankly, it's looking like they don't even need the streaks. I mean, it is an 80-point lead. You win the rotation to new, and with shots like that, Bance can do no wrong. In 8 spree, when Toronto's backs are against the wall, he is absolutely making plays in Optic. Well, now fighting from the back foot. They need this break on P2 because if they fall, I mean, you got what? Cammy right now, Big Chillin, or whoever's off spawn. Toronto going to be secure on the rotation, and more importantly, secure on this hill. What an insane Game 4 is Bance's streak still alive.
9. I think the highest we may have seen so far in the major. We'll find out in a moment, but that has been one hell of a run. Still,
by the way,
Insight has got himself streaks as well. You got heavy pockets right now for Toronto Ultra. All sorts of cool goodies to throw at Optic as they make their way across map. 12 seconds left here, 10 seconds, you name it. Bance finds 10, 11! Oh my god, finally brought down. And it's fine. He's going to spawn on the right-hand side of the map, very close to the next hard point. And Insight, I mean, his spree, he's only really begun the second, I suppose. Like, the makings of something unbelievable here on Garrison for Ultra.
And Dashy, a player that typically in this matchup has had a grand old time. Right now, 9-17. And, well, there's going to be 2 going his way, so maybe try to get the ball rolling. But, I mean, what, 120-point comeback Optic are currently working on. And Well, the good news for them, they've been able to clear the spawns. The bad news it is now 4 streaks that they're having to deal with. There's the first, there's 2. Goodbye, Informal. Whether or not he's got the cold-blooded on or spawn protection, whatever it's going to be, Toronto have now been able to find the hard point once again. 26 seconds, or 28, excuse me, and they'll win game number 4.
It's entirely possible that Formal actually shot that down before it landed, but either way, 3 kills go in the way of Optic. They're going to get themselves a lot more time here, and again, a comeback is on the cards. Not over just yet. It's got to be great from here on out. Again, we say it every time. So hard for these players to do this. Garrison, not a map you typically see great comebacks on, but it is possible. Scum finding the kills. Formal to the front line. Trophies up. Deep breath. Here comes the fight. But again, artillery now for Ultra. It's going to soften up the defenders for sure.
Or it's going to allow Formal to pick up 2 and Optic to kill them all and spawn flip him out. Not the easiest hill in the world to use an artillery on, and a small mishap there that Optic certainly are going to want to take full advantage of. Again, though, bad news, there are still 2 streaks to go. Maybe the next few hills being inside, though, I mean, again, it would just take perfection. It's a 120-point comeback that they're working on. They have reduced that lead now just to 100 points, but it is almost every single kill that they are going to need to get. The AR is starting to provide. They're able to pick up a few, but again, I mean, it is just such a long way to go.
Nope, it's not over yet. We're going to see Ultra now with a bit of time, but only 10 seconds remaining here. They do have spawns for next as well. Mid-map's all theirs. Keep Optic trapped. You get yourself a game 5. And I do have confirmation that Formal did shoot down that cruise missile to keep him safe over by third just a moment ago. Great play from him, but here we go. Our point still in the hands of Ultra. Optic, though, they will have a Formal who does spawn on that side of the map. Optic seem to be very fortunate in that regard, but their luck may have just run out as here comes the rest of the ordnance, and it's a very solid set of kills from inside there with a cruise missile, and we have ourselves a game 5.
And we also apparently have ourselves a system. Game number 1, Optic wins in nail-biting fashion. The response from Toronto on the map number 2 is just outright domination. Optic going into the control, and we're thinking it's going to be a blowout, but turns into another nail-biter. And then that just wakes up Bance and wakes up Insight. And funnily enough, it's Cammy that gets the best play. Toronto just dominant in game number 4. Just to force the game number 5. And again for Toronto, happy and comfortable to play on this game number 5 in Optic. Best news for them is getting that control win, just having that safety net. But could it go any other way, Miles? A game 5 between these 2 teams to settle it all. Toronto right now 2-0 against Optic in your major tournaments. 1 in stage 2, 1 in stage 3. Optic, who have gotten better as the years progressed, looking for their revenge here in stage 5.
It's an incredibly difficult team to play against as well, and you're right, they do have a history against one another in these game 5s, in these majors. And we'll see, though, if it will be another round 11. It'll be heartbreak for someone. We'll find out for who, though. Again, that map is coming up shortly. You see the stats. I mean, the stats only tell one side of this story as it's fist bumps all round. We take a quick break, and upon our return, game 5. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, friends. Here we go. This is it. Game 5. Ultra versus Optic. We're on Express, and this is for all the marbles. This is for it here in Major 5 to roll onwards. You don't want to go down that lower bracket because, my goodness, it is a sharp hit down there. We touched upon the team's history in these Game 5s and the heartbreak that has followed, but this is the stats and chance. You have to say it. Ultra have the opportunity here to take the whole thing.
And, you know, honestly, some of these stats are wild, right? Because quite a few of those Game 5s for Ultra are like, what, coming against FaZe. So I don't think the record in that regard tells the whole story. And even for Optic, I feel like for Search and Destroy, and especially for the clutch moments, it is like a first half of the year, second half of the year dichotomy, where in the first half, they were like 1-5 in round 11s. In the second half of the year, Optic was 6-1 in round 11. So they have certainly had a turnaround in this game mode. It is not going to be Miami for game number 5. So for Optic, that is nice, because obviously Kleenex feasted him and Insight really just across the board. A comfortable win in game number 2, but these guys have battled, and yes, I'm a parrot for saying that Toronto in this matchup have had the edge in Surge, but there have been a couple of round 11s between these two teams, and Express is a completely fresh map for these guys to battle it out on. As far as the records are concerned, Toronto's a little bit better. It's 7-2 compared to 5-4 for Optic, but by no means is that a massive edge. Fresh look to get a feel for the opposition. This is where the homework comes into full effect. This is where the breathing exercises to calm down after that blinder of a game 4 come into full effect. Toronto Ultra are going to want to calm the nerves just a little bit and go back to those tried and true calls that they are so efficient at making in Search and Destroy. Express is where we go to the train station.
All aboard. One last time here in the series as what has been a brilliant day of Call of Duty, and it is nothing but serious expressions across that stage. Moment to just lower the heart rate once again, renew that focus, find that resolve, because this is it. One more map and we're all done here in the series. This is to move on in the winner's bracket. Again, that shark pit, the absolute gauntlet going on down low in the lower bracket. We will see how the rest of those teams fare throughout tomorrow. FaZe down there, sent by Rocker. Empire down there, sent by Rocker as well. Who will they send next? Potentially one of these two teams, you never know. What a tournament it has been. Major 5, a true treat. Toronto Ultra now and Optic Chicago. Once more onto the breach, and again, Chance, I love it. A fresh map, Express. Yet to see each other play on this one. Here we go. Map 5.
I don't even know. I mean, players to watch, you could take your pick of the litter across the board. Even on a map like this, Envoy and Dashi, I mean, they've been getting creative. Remember, this is the map where Dashi, it seems like a long time ago, but he was pulling out the Fafar to try to make some plays. He will pull out, at the very least, like an SMG. He will pull out that 74U and be aggressive. Dashi will mix things up. This is also a map where Insight, again, as is true for pretty much every S&D map in the game, Insight loves to play it. He is ready to hold that L trigger down. I don't know who's got the pop-off potential. I mean, you could talk about Scump through stage 5. His S&D has been ridiculous, like a 1.2 KD in that ballpark. A true battle to stay in the winner's bracket. Formal making a little bit of noise, throwing out some stuns, and actually the play call. I mean, who knows? Optic, they're putting themselves in a spot where they can call an audible. They got options. They've got a spread across the map. Looking for the first bloods in Envoy. Aggressive in ticket booth. And Optic are leaving him there. They are trusting Envoy to make the play, or maybe where the stun's coming through. See Scum backing up the helmet mouth, but he strikes, gets the first blood, and for the moment, he gets away.
Oh, he got another kill! No way! Envoy is on one right now. Vance and Insight left scratching their chins. And oh my word, Dashi, though, you talked about the versatility. And there it right is with the 74U and Insight. This round has just exploded. And they know exactly where he is. Bomb will be planted at A. And that is that. Optic, what an opener.
In Optic, their struggles for Search and Destroy, at least in my opinion, for the most part, have come when they are indecisive, when they are not willing to make the plays. When they've been at their best, it is when Envoy runs the map and finds kills like that, and he delivers. And not just that, I mean, that's a round on offense where you're getting flanked by Dashy with a sub. Talk about a great first look to show and a way to get Envoy, to get that ball rolling. Keep in mind, I mean, he kicked off the control. I mean, he was, what, like 21-8 or something completely absurd. When he is on point, there are very few players that are like him. Very strong first round is now this bomb working towards A, but Optic are fine with that. It wasn't a head smash towards B. 2 players wrapped back, Formal and Dashy, assuredly with the ARs this time, expecting the pressure to come this way.
1, 2 players so hurt. Wow, 51 HP for Bance. Tactical retreat. Reinforcements now for Optic, moving towards the A-bomb site. Scump the lone defender over towards B. Don't worry, boys, I got this one. Envoy was the man to stay on B in the last round. It's going to be Scump this time. Envoy now backing him up, looking towards those angles from mid. Formal's in trouble. Oh no, stuck as well. The 2-nade hit pays off. Aren't now going down. Oh my, Envoy falls in mid-map. 4v2 now.
Such a clean response, but still got to close out the round. Trying to have the advantage, and well, Scump's location is known. Scump might know where a couple of these players already saw him jump top maps, and Dashy just waiting for the kill potentially to fall in his lap. But inside going for some jiggle peaks, and Kleenex over from top catwalk, leaves Scump in a 1 versus 3 bomb down. Just a horrific situation. You got to fly, you got to gun a couple people, do a couple 180s, try to make it happen. There's the first, but the trade too quick to come through, and Toronto Ultra, the response is there. They got the bounce back, and they played off the information perfectly. Too early in the round for the trophies to come out. They baited Formal up the map to get in position to defend that bomb site, but they completely take him down with the nades. Nice work from the Ultra. Systematic.
It was,
tied up.
Yeah, it was really good. Incredible amount of effort, timing, patience, communication to go into winning a round like that, and they get it done. And now, right back at it. Got the bomb in hand. Now Optic trying to make the play towards A. So there's 2 players making it in towards that long, hot corridor. Now over towards the backside. The plant pot's over by A, and we're going to be stacking up on that point quickly. Ultra haven't really made too much of a move. It's only Bance watching that from range. But again, with the 74U, not the ideal weapon. It's got to wait for the boys to hit the flank, but the flank's covered right now. Envoy, big nade. Might get some damage. Not to be had, but that's going to hold the line down for now. Chance they've yet to plant the bomb.
And still a fair bit of time to work with, but also that catwalk for Optic has been technically given up. Envoy still concerned about the flank, but you have a player like Cammy, the opportunity to get to the other catwalk is there. It is a full 4-on-4 retake towards the A site. All of Optic grouped up around maps and in the trains as Bance creeping his way forward.
They're able to play trades from this position perfectly, but oh my word, Formal. You now know he's up close. Good nade. Slows him down. Kleenex gets himself involved. First blood now. The push now through trains is going to kick off. Kleenex looking for the angles though. Envoy holding down the chair side here. Of the low end of the comms room. Oh my word, Envoy, big win. Traded out once again. Scump last player left alive. Looking towards the bomb. 2 players up top. He almost manages to catch one. And if he'd killed Insight at 33 HP, that round could have gone to Optic. Oh my god.
I mean, dude, a nail biter of a retake. They gave themselves. I mean, that is like maximizing the amount of time that you have at your disposal. And that is just like incredibly impressive to just be able to stay calm in those situations with time ticking down. But the kills were there. Bance, the hero, keeping his teammate alive off of the momentum. That is a clean retake, and nice job done by Toronto. It was a nail biter coming down to the wire, but 2 rounds in a row, they are able to secure the systematic ones. They are handling very well.
And strong feeling this is going a deep, deep search and destroy. Jose, we go now for Ultra, B defense for Optic. They're not going to find too many players there, but here comes the 2-man fork, or prune if you will. Cammy finds one. Nobody get both Kleenexes there for the pickups though. First in, first to die. 2v3. I'm down at A. Here we go, Chance.
The retake harder with a man down. Right now you got Dashy maybe trying to make a play through the steps, and well, he's going to find it. seemingly everyone from Toronto living inside those little corridors. But you've ended up at 2-2. Time is certainly ticking, and Dashy, he's taking the time to wrap all the way back. I think he wants to try to group up with Formal to make these plays, but he's got to hustle. Band's keeping eyes on the bomb. The double challenge is in, but now both players up top, and, well, time is on their side. You can't even hop the bomb. The rotation's there, Insight. He's going to be able to jump up on top of the train, and, well, free and easy kills for him. The repositioning on point in Toronto, giving no openings for Optic to bounce back in that round, and really just from the get-go, wonderful strat call, doubling up those steps and getting those trades, winning those initial gunfights. Toronto now 3 rounds in a row they have won.
Incredibly disciplined play over there towards A as well. There is not a lot Optic can do. They've got to win incredibly fast gunfights, get away with it, even while being a man down. Not an easy scenario to be in. But now let's see what they do on offense. We've seen Toronto's retakes towards A. We're going back to A. We've seen the defending towards A. Here we go. Almost still yet to get on the board. He's playing alone over by the B bomb site, and we've got an open A field right now. Vance hasn't seen too much yet that will give up the play. I mean, again, trophies going down, so the engineers are here. There we go. Ultra reinforcements have arrived. Bomb goes down. Will it be another clean retake? We'll find out. Here we go, Chance.
And both teams, by the way, making adjustments, right? Formal playing like way off towards his spawn. And Ultra right now basically trying to force it through the front. Couple players on the cross, and, well, you know, bomb's clear just for a moment. Toronto waiting to get in position, but Formal, the man responsible for the flank, is able to strike. Cammy up top finds one. Kleenex gets another. Toronto now top maps. They have the control, but again, time is ticking. They are just so patient on these plays, and Envoy able to find just one, but he gets dropped. Toronto again. Stones that they have, the patience and resilience to make sure they are taking the clean gunfights. 2 for 2 on the retakes over towards this site. Ultra putting in work in search and destroy.
Another brilliant round out of Ultra, and at this point in time for Optic, surely you start to think about the B-bomb site. It has not worked out. Time and time again. Is that what Ultra want, though? Will they now take the bomb towards B? Will it be another A here? It's just been so clinical so far. They've had the advantage in nearly every single round. Where is the love for B? Might be here. No, we're going away.
And I want to see confidence from Optic. Like, they just need to make some sort of play. The most success they've had is when Envoy just puts himself inside the chaos and is able to find a couple kills. But I think maybe aggression could be an option, or maybe just a couple clutch rounds that Optic can't get the gunfights to go their way. But whatever it needs to be done, they need some sort of response. And again, the rotation game, Ultra always on point with it. Feel some pressure over towards A, get those stuns, and they waste no time. Get the bomb planted. And by the way, Insight, I mean, he's playing such a distant spot top catwalk. He's having a little battle with Dashy as the pressure coming in through maps.
Oh, Kleenex is absolutely clinical. A beautiful two-piece, and Insight finds Dashy as well. Just like that, Formal, completely alone. No homework to really work on against each other. They haven't really done this before with 20 seconds left on the bomb. Ultra are putting on an absolute clinic here in Game 5. One more round is all they need.
And just look at the timing. I mean, just hears him coming the entire way and gets it picture perfect. And even Insight, the battle he was having against Dashy on the other side of the map, he comes out on top of that one. Not able to do any wrong is Ultra. Kleenex 9-3 on a 5 spree. It doesn't need the score streaks. They just need the next round win. Optic have tried the exact same strat effectively, and, well, they are sticking to it. Formal, I don't even know if he threw the stun this time. He's actually quicker to wrap back to his team this time, potentially, or maybe just finding a new spot. So there are some small adjustments Optic has made, but even still, they just need to find a way to stop these players from getting in and going from this retake. Because Toronto, it is the same thing. 3 players now make it all 4, wrapping back. They are just going to flood through the front. It is deja vu all over again.
Find out if anything goes differently this time. We've all seen this one before, but here we go. 2 players now lining up. Scump finds the first. Kleenex now to step up to the plate. He's going to take some shots, keeping the bomb safe and well. Envoy does get his, and this is a good look. Optic with an opportunity, but oh my, Insight! A technical 1v4, he finds 2. And now the remaining submachine gun players is 13, 12 seconds left on the clock. What can he do? Push this one, play for it.
He's playing for streaks.
He's definitely playing for it, but there's the crossfire and Optic. Another round, another opportunity. But how many more times? How many more lives does this cat have? Oh my head.
Nice snap as well. I mean, hey, third time charm for Optic, right? Don't let that retake come through again. Again, adjustments being made by both teams. And even on the retakes, Ultra showing slightly different looks. You know, 4 players wrapping back, trying to flood through the front, inside looking over top. But Formal also been at least attempting to mix things up. But, I mean, for Optic, obviously working on doing the impossible, making just a massive comeback on Ultra, who have been on point in these situations. And right now, Dashi by himself. He is by himself in between a few players on Ultra. Looks like by his movement, he can hear the players coming. He gets that first blood. Now he just needs to stay alive. As you can see, Envoy wrapping back to get ready to help his teammate out. In worst case scenario, he gets stuck. It's a 3v3.
That hurts. Planting now. 2 defending members of Optic having to make their way in from B. Envoy, though. Oh, no, that's unfortunate. Oh, he's tagged up as well. Vance, man of the round. Nice nade up top. Clear's going to get a decent amount of tags in. Makes this harder as Envoy and Scump now making their way forward. Bance throwing shoulders. Same place he's been for a while. Double chow from up top now possible. Less than 30 seconds on the bomb. Cammy dips his toe into the fight. Takes more than a toe now as he gets involved. CleanX finds another. And that's it. Ultra have done it. Another clinical round. Another insane performance. And Express was their playground. They have had their way with Optic in this Game 5. And they will move on. Winners finals now awaits for them, and my goodness, what a contest it was. Whether you're an Optic fan or an Ultra fan, that was one hell of a series.
And search and destroy, though, Ultra's bread and butter in the end against Optic, man. Undefeated against Chicago in that game mode. They were 4-0 coming into the series, now 6-0 in that regard. The bounce back in the hard point on Garrison on point, the play calls on point, and really just domination over towards maps, over towards that A bomb site. If Ultra needed the breaks, they delivered. If they needed to hold on to the site, well, it was perfection in the end. Search and destroy their backbone, and well, yeah, their 3rd straight match win. Every single one of those coming in a major. Stage 2, they knock them down to losers. Stage 3, they eliminate them from the tournament. Here in Stage 5, towards the tail end of the year, they deliver them to a loser's bracket that, I mean, is just filled with juggernauts.
This is going to be one hell of a tournament. And now we have a battle. The Kings of the North. We may see a new king come that winners bracket final. Wow, what a tournament this has been. Major 5 has not disappointed. Far from over for Optic, and while that may sting and while that one will haunt them tonight, tomorrow is a new day and they've got plenty more COD to play. And right now, looking fantastic, has to be said. No major, no major holes in the game, no major weaknesses. I mean, that Express was clinical from Ultra. Those retakes on A were just amazing every single time. There was nothing they could really do. Stuck to the game plan. It didn't quite work out. Plenty of time to go with VOD and work on that one. I doubt that'll be the last we see Optic play Express this major. But man alive, Ultra came to play. What a series it was.
And one of the crazier things in my mind, at least for that Game 5, is the way it started, right? Like, Envoy just puts himself like in the pits of hell. He comes away with a 2-piece and he's getting kills like that. And I'm like, this is the playmaking Optic needs. This is where they're on point, but they just end up in the default strats that, I mean, it's not like they were necessarily playing anything cataclysmically wrong, but Ultra just always had some sort of an answer. CleanX 10-5 on a 5 spree he went on at some point in the game. Toronto, again, one of the most efficient teams that we have in the league. They provide, and you called it right. As weird as the tournament has been, it is the true battle of the North in the winners bracket that we have, and that is going to be a very fun matchup to watch because Minnesota has also been on a tear.
Unbelievable tournament so far. Well, that is it for us for now, but we've got Jess on stage with a very, very vocal leader of Toronto Ultra in game. She's talking to Bance. Jess, take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles. Yes, we're here for your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with Bance. Congrats on that dub. What a battle that was to advance. What was the team's mindset as that series unfolded?
We just try to stay positive. I feel like we threw away 2 respawns, which isn't really normal of us, uncharacteristic of us. But we knew we were playing well. Just keep up what we were doing, and we'll end up getting the victory.
Yeah, you did bring your back around for the victory, which is always what you want to see. Tomorrow, you're going to be facing Red Hot Rocker and in front of fans for the first time this year. What do you expect that to be like?
A lot of cheering. Hopefully for us. But yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup. They're playing extremely well. Obviously, they beat FaZe, they beat Dallas. They're on form right now.
What do you expect that series versus Rocker to really come down to?
I'd probably say it comes down to S&D. They're a really good S&D team, and so are we. So.
Going to be an amazing match to watch no matter what. Well, thank you so much for that Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Back on over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Jess. Kings of the North will finally crown, potentially, a new one, because I think Ultra's held on to that for quite some time now, Chance. It must be heavy with that big old thing atop their heads. But that was an incredible series indeed, and we do see Ultra pick up the win. We have our Scuff player of the game, and we go all the way back to, I think, round 3, where we learnt very quickly that going to A is not what you want, as the Optic members get retaken here in a big, big way, Chance.
And the crazier thing, in this situation, there's 25 seconds left on the bomb before it explodes, before Ultra find their first kill, but it's just a swarm. 2 players hitting from either side. You got guys jumping up on top of the trains, and again, 14 seconds left. You have Optic with 3 players alive, but then they just find everyone. And Scum tries to make the hero play, gets Insight down to 33 HP, but honestly, just with the positioning and the reaction time from Bance, he was there, ready to go to hop that bomb if he needed. Down to the wire, but Ultra, again, managing the time perfectly. And that was the round, really, that set the tone for the rest of the game. Ultra on point, on express. The record now 8-2 on that map. Showing off the good stuff.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff from both teams there. And again, that wild moment and plenty more wild moments coming your way, Call of Duty fans. Tickets on sale for Playoffs and Championship Sunday, live at the Galen Centre, 19th to the 22nd of August. If you haven't already got your ticket, or if you aren't already on your way, head to callofdutyleague.com/championship-weekend. That's championship-weekend. You can be there too. It's going to be a wild and crazy show. Wow, much like today has been indeed. But we're not over just yet, friends. The matches may be done, but the analysis is not. Now, after the break, we'll be going back to Lottie, Nameless, and Study for more Call of Duty nuggets of wisdom. See you after the break.
Well, Ultra will take the win for our final game on that very stage you see before you. Ultra, despite the odds being stacked against them at one point in that series, managed to take the win and move into the winners' finals. There they will meet Rocker. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is the Battle of the North once again happening in Major 5, our final major of the season. It's going to be epic. Optic obviously getting bumped down to elimination round 4. There, Empire and Optic are waiting, of course, their opponents, LA Thieves, Subliners, FaZe and Surge. Who would have thought we would see FaZe, Empire, LA Thieves in the elimination bracket? This has been a whirlwind of a day, and I'll tell you what, that match was also a whirlwind in itself. What a series, gents. I mean, I've got to say, Optic right from the get-go, the respawns looking pretty good. I mean, the teamwork was there. I felt like, you know, they were kind of a solid unit at one point, but I've got to say, lacking in the S&D, looking very disjointed, like they didn't really have a plan, especially especially on Miami. But then obviously the woes continued then in that final search in the Game 5, and unfortunately not managing to close that one out. I've got to say, Stud, I want to know what you're thinking based on that series and really how you felt Optic performed there.
Oh, well, I thought it was a great series from both teams. Going all the way to a Game 5, putting an absolute show on for everyone around the world. That's exactly what we want when you have two of the best teams in the CDL going head-to-head versus each other. But when it comes down to this match, Optic, they performed well on the respawns. They were able to take that map 1, able to win that control, which Toronto have yet to lose the control throughout all of Stage 5. So that was such a big win for them. Puts them up 2-1 in the series. But then they go into that map 4. They get destroyed there, and that was the scariest part for me, because if they got to that map 5, Toronto had the advantage there. They were 7-2 on that map compared to Optic 5-4. And just watching Optic throughout this entire series, especially when you go back to that Miami Search and Destroy, I don't even know what the hell they were doing. Like, the strategies were all over the place, whole lot of solo challengings, and Toronto was just picking them apart. And then when you get to that Game 5, winning it in a 6-1, Toronto were able to get not one, but 2 4v4 retakes on A-Bomb. Like, that's insane. The setups on Optic were not there today, and hopefully they're able to bounce back tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with what Jay said. I think he covered most of it. When you look at that Miami Search and Destroy, there were multiple times where Optic, they were trying to get a collapse. Envoy was trying to take the initiative and go for a long flank, but when he went for that long flank, he either took too long or a player that was on the other side of the map died while they were collapsing on the squad, right? So they started to second-guess themselves, and then when you get pushed all the way to that Game 5 in the Express Search and Destroy, they're no longer as confident. I mean, we saw there at the very end as well, Envoy in a similar situation where he usually initiates and gets that kill. He backs off from the bomb. He lets them get control of inside of maps with bomb planted, and they're just in a bad situation. So it just seems like Optic fell back into their old ways, especially in the Search and Destroy, but the respawns were still pretty solid, so they do have a chance to make it through losers bracket, but they're going to have to go back, watch this VOD, especially from the S&Ds, and fix where they went wrong.
Yeah, they definitely will. I think it's very disappointing at this point, but look, they have another chance to fight for another day. Obviously, elimination bracket is where they will stay at the moment, but they do have a chance to work their way up. Now, we need to talk a little bit about the drama that's been going on today. And drama has been caused by Rocker, who have rocked our socks off on this broadcast. We are so impressed with what we've seen from Minnesota. Let's take a look right now at our Astro Social soundboard, because it's rocked your socks off too on social media. We have a lot of people writing in on the TL. I don't want to play Rocker right now. Holy. Rocker Mania continues. Wow, we got Empire get rocked. Land hits different. We've got a ton of Rocker puns happening. I love to see it. Puns are my thing. So I appreciate all of the puns on the timeline. And I gotta say, you know, you're not wrong, folks at home. I think Rocker have made the most incredible statement in this Major 5. I really don't see them slowing down. I've got to be honest with you guys. You know, like, watching them play FaZe the way they did, watching them win 3-1, I gotta say I was a little bit nervous about them playing Empire. I was like, look, is this legit? Was this just a really good game that they had? Were they just kind of on fire coming into LAN again? I mean, no. Dallas, that was a true test as well, and they managed to get over that hump pretty convincingly again. So I gotta know, based on what we've seen today, boys, please entertain me. Fill in the blank. The team to beat in this major is?
For me, I think it's going to have to be Ultra. Just with that win over Optic, they're starting in the winners bracket. They're feeling really confident. They find themselves in back-to-back Game 5 situations, and they clutch up to make it to where they are now. I feel like that Rocker, they're having a tremendous tournament. They beat FaZe, they beat Dallas, but now they have to go up against Ultra, and that's where that true test is going to come in. Fans are going to be there. It's going to be a lit match, but I feel like Ultra right now, second best team in the game, still in the winners bracket side, are the team to beat.
Yeah, I just don't think it's Ultra just because their respawns look a bit wonky right now. I mean, they lost the control for the first time in a while. Their hard points up and down. You lose that checkmate, then you dominate in that garrison. It just seems a little bit 50-50, whereas a team like Minnesota, they look unbelievable. I mean, they've beaten FaZe. They go on and they beat Empire. That is your top 2 finalists from the last major. That's insane. These guys are hitting their stride at the right time, and they look great in S&D, control, and hard points. So they're just off Ryan, man, especially Priest and Standy. So they're the team to beat for me right now.
I love to hear it. We got a Rocker on the board. And do you know what? What's interesting about both of your answers to this question is the fact that this is going to be a battle in itself. So you two get to bet against each other with this one. Very exciting. And speaking of the matches, let's take a look right now at our schedule for tomorrow, presented by the US Army. See what is coming your way, and I can inform you, we have 5 games tomorrow.
day.
That is right. Your Saturday is totally booked out. So forget any plans you had about leaving your house. Not happening. So beginning your day, we got LA Thieves taking on New York Subliners. Atlanta FaZe phases with Seattle Surge. I was going to say faces, but okay, pun, that's fine. Dallas Empire versus LA Thieves or New York. Optic waiting for Atlanta and Seattle. And then we got Rocker versus Ultra in our winners finals. Really excited to see where these teams are going to end up here. But we've got quite the journey tomorrow to get through here. Well, that's going to do it for day 2, folks. Gents, you've been an absolute pleasure as per usual. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. And that's day 2 done and dusted, folks, from us here on the desk. We are shattered, or as I like to say, knackered. But it's been a mad day, and it gets even crazier tomorrow. Only 8 matches left until Champs, and our bracket is filling up. We'll see you at the same time, same place, for day 3 of Major 5.
Line now, they have to win this map to stay in the tournament. Christini, though, he gets in behind as they're lining up. One will drop, and around we go. Afro will get beamed. Octane gets a kill. Last guy's in the corner, and he will drop. Surge are now onto the point. They can win it here with 33 on the clock. 3 players on the point. It's moving quickly.
That could be it. They gotta go.
Showing his vertical. Gunless holding the corner. They've got to fly in. The crossfire is there, and Surge win the map. They win the series 3-0. Havoc and Skies. It's all going to come down to them, and Skies has had some brilliant plays throughout this series, but he's still gets a foot.
Hide that foot.
Not enough of a foot to finish the kill. Under 30 to go. Bomb does get acquired. Seam gets the angle, but he can't finish it, and they get out. Havoc will drop 1v4, 20 seconds to go. Not a prayer in the world for Skies. And he will drop. NYSL get it done. The reverse sweep and another Game 5 win. What an unbelievable weekend it is already as Seam is fired up.
They broke through the money hill, but now the problem is the plane. And again, Rocker, the map spread that they have, always in a comfortable situation.
They've done the hard work, and they're setting themselves up now for the victory. Question is, though, this close to the finish line, can they get themselves across it? Priester and Standy atop the plane, landing the kills. Major Maniac from other side of the map. But on the furthest extremity, once again, it's Standy. Keeping these safe lines. Oh, my word. The trades are there. Illy now. Reach and clear, looking to find the shots, and the transition onto Priester for the second was unbelievable. That contest is massive. He has to stay alive. He's going to get stuck. 5 seconds now for the win, and Rocker, the giant killers, are back at it again. Vivid, Shotsy, they get a couple of kills on the point. Priester right back into it, though, and with that 2-piece, oh my goodness, they've done it. First place yesterday, the second place team from Major 4 right now. Rocker continue onwards here in Major 5.
Looks like by his movement, he can hear the players coming. He gets that first blood. Now he just needs to stay alive. As you can see, Envoy wrapping back to get ready to help his teammate out. In worst case scenario, he gets stuck to 3v3.
That hurts. Planting now. 2 defending members of Optic having to make their way in from B. Envoy, though. Oh, no, that's unfortunate. Oh, he's tagged up as well. Bance.
It's okay.
Man of the round. Nice stayed up top. Clear's going to get a decent amount of tags in. Makes this harder as Envoy and Scup now making their way forward. Bance throwing shoulders. Same place he's been for a while. Double chow from up top now possible. Less than 30 seconds on the bomb. Cammy dips his toe into the fight. Takes more than a toe now as he gets involved. CleanX finds another, and that's it. Ultra have done it. Another clinical round. Another insane performance, and Express was their playground. They have had their way with Optic in this Game 5, and they will move on.